We're live at CollectCo for Tuesday's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are live. There's my phone. There's all the guitars. Cool shot. All right. First, what we normally do, I pledge allegiance to the flag. Laura's the first commenter. Wow, Matt on X as the first comment. I've never seen that before. Matt on X is the first comment. Good job, Matt. I'm worried about our algorithm because I've slammed Facebook with 2 posts back-to-back almost about hot pictures. Oh, yeah, and I told Laura, and I hadn't told you yet, and I'll tell all of our customers. We got flagged for essentially risque covers we've been posting. And they've basically said our account's been throttled until we can put up more content. They're not going to, Facebook said they're not suggesting our page anymore. That's what it said. Like a strike. Yeah, so Laura is going to start covering stuff up with sticky notes. And we got to be careful what we show live on the screen. Facebook said, we've had enough of this. I'm like, listen, people want their nightly nudity. Dun 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 dun. Boom boom boom. Da 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 dun dun. Bam. Boom bam. Do 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 do. Okay, everybody. We're here. That's stories. Make sure you hit the like button when you're on and watching. I got Injustice for All stuck in my head, Craig. But nothing can save you. Justice is lost. Justice is right. All right, YouTube is up. We need likes over there. All right, so YouTube. Pacing the floor. Getting stuff shared. Let's dance. Pick up your drum. Under the moonlight. Serious moonlight. Ted Nugent. It's blue, it's got a tiger. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then Patty, I had a message from Ed saying you wanted to claim some CDs. I was wondering if I could get these CDs from the Rat, Whitesnake, Winger, and I will try to find those as soon as all these other crates here are moved. Tanner. Yeah. I will try my best, Patty, to get that. I'm going to be going through those 3 crates first. we're good to go there. There's the leftovers there. There's the leftovers there. All right. No allergies yet. I don't know what it is. If I start sneezing here in the next 10 minutes, then there's something around this table that I'm allergic to. But no, I felt fine. And actually, as soon as the sale was over, everything was fine. Literally researching Let's Dance right now. Wow. Okay. Let's click on this. So what do I need to do right now? I need to clear my table. I need an empty crate. And I'm going to show these guitars. And as I show them, I'm going to take them off the table. And let's start right here. And I'm going to put these away. First time I've had this many leftovers, so I really don't know where to put them. We'll show them right here. So we got Queen, Brian May's signature guitar. Whoa, I'm not on the right camera, am I? Let's go right here. There we go. I got Queen, Brian May's signature guitar. These are all $39.99. I'm going to clear off my table here. So we'll start here with Queen, Brian May. That's $39.99. I'm going to put them on this metal rack I got back here behind me. Thank you, Metal Rack, for being here for us. So there's Queen, Brian May's, $39.99. All right, and then let's work on clearing the table here. We got Randy Rhoads, a white Harpoon Flying V, or I should say white Flying V. It's a Jackson. Randy Rhoads, I've got two of those for $39.99. So Queen, I got Randy Rhoads. I got two of those. I got one Queen. I got two Randy Rhoads. I've got another Randy Rhoads. I have the Polka Dot Flying V or Harpoon. So that's also Randy Rhoads. So two white Randy Rhoads, two Polka Dot Randy Rhoads, one Brian May Queen. And when I got the waiting list for tonight, I'll order more. They'll be here by Friday, Tanner. I've got Kenny Wayne Shepherd. I've got Kenny Wayne Shepherd, white Stratocaster with a blue cross. I have Kenny Wayne. Okay, so two Randy Rhoads, two different ones. Queen, Brian May, Kenny Wayne Shepherd band. I've got one Stevie Ray Vaughan. I've got one Stevie Ray Vaughan. And I have, let me go ahead and put him away. I got to open the laptop. We got an ad going, or we're about to have an ad going for Thursday Metal Night. And if you go to our Facebook page, you'll see one of the best collections we've ever purchased, just FYI. And here is Bootsy's guitar, Bootsy Collins. And I have two of those. So, in recap, I have one Brian May signature. I have two different Randy Rhoads, one Kenny Wayne Shepherd, one Stevie Ray Vaughan, and one Bootsy Collins. That's all I have. More's on the way by the end of the week. Anything else? The answer is I don't have it, but I could. But I doubt it. Does that make sense? I'm going to be like that watch dealer I've been seeing on Facebook. Everything's available. Everything's available. We can get everything. Everything's available. That's what that watch guy says. Everything's available. Everything's available here. We got everything. Okay? Now, first thing I have is this. We're good to go. Okay. So Patty wants to start off the show by claiming some CDs from last night. And Patty, that was 3 Rats, 2 AC/DCs, a Whitesnake, and a Winger Pull. I'll try my best to find those right now. A lot of them's probably going to be in this box of leftovers right here. So we've been starting by letting everybody know about the last hour or 2 hours, or in sometimes between 11:30 or 12:30 to 1:30, we've been showing CDs. Well, we had a we went over last night. We went into like 2. I didn't say goodnight to after 2 a.m. Mostly because we had to start a new stream, and we went into almost 2 a.m. last night. And I'm working on pulling some stuff here from Patty. Patty, I got 1 AC/DC for you. I got 1 winger for you. Let me pull some stuff out. I'll show here. These are $6.99. Let me get them pulled out of the box first. There is honestly quite a bit in here, but I can't show them all. Can't show them all, but I will show some. I'm like, wow, can't believe this didn't sell, or can't believe that didn't sell. Let me get my slip of the tongue, right? Yeah. There's slip of the tongue. And we probably sold a couple hundred last night. We pulled up the numbers. Quick estimation, we've sold a couple thousand CDs this month, roughly. That's a close estimation. Close estimation, couple thousand CDs this month. All right, and then Morrissey or Smiths, we've already sold all those. We've already had all those. They've already sold. Live, we sold all the lives the other night. All that stuff's been grabbed. Here's the 3 rats she wants. There's those. Yeah, I've got some stuff here pulled for Patty. She wants 3 rats, both AC/DC, White Snake, and Winger pull. I've already got it. Yeah, I'm missing 1 AC/DC. I haven't found it yet. 1 AC/DC. There was only 1 in this box. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is compile some to post in 12 o'clock tomorrow. So, unless there's an AC/DC in this stack, Patty, there was only 1. All right. So we got AC/DC, Who Made Who, Winger Pull, White Snake, Rat, and those are all sold to Patty Anderson Williams. I know it. Well, we went through so many last night so late. There is a lot. Tanner's like, how did all these not sell? I was like, oh yeah, this is the best batch we went through last night, and there is so many left over. I've got to do like a compilation of, I can't believe these didn't sell. And I need that one of those empty boxes I usually discard to put these in, so I can, they're actually right there, so I can take a picture of them better. Here, I'll grab you one of these, Tanner. Since they're not doing anything constructive, Clark, why don't you go in the living room and get my stogie? That's from Christmas Vacation. That's right after his tree burned up. He's in there trying to fix it. Oh, since you're not doing anything constructive, Clark, why don't you go in there and get my stogie? Okay. Now, we are ready to go. And let's pull this up. Hey, since you're not doing anything constructive, I think I shared the wrong post. I did. Dang. You couldn't hear a dump truck drive through a nitroglycerin plant. Right, is that Japanese crate? Japanese crate. Justice is lost. Justice. Oh, yeah. No, those are autographs. I got to check. See if they're worthy of. Yes. Yes. Okay. I got too much time on my hands. First auction of the night is a Japanese pressing of Steve Perry's Street Talk. Steve Perry is a Japanese pressing with sticker sheet. Holy moly, look at that. With this Japanese insert, with this Japanese cover, with this Japanese shrink wrap, and the Japanese obi, and the Japanese hop sticker, and in US dollars, it is a $35 start. That is up for grabs right now. Okay, how much is Metallica load? They are $284.99. Yeah, that's one other thing I need. I need the new vinyl back here. If you can do that for me, Tanner, then we are golden. If we can get the new vinyl back here, then we are golden. That's the only other thing I need back here. The new vinyl back here, and we are golden, Tanner. All right. Couple crates of new stuff tonight. First, we'll start right here with these. Let's pull this back up. And, yep, we got a traffic. I spent all night cleaning this whole alley out. Now it's blocked off again. Don't worry, we'll blame Seth. I'm sure he had something to do with it. Let's pull this up. And then let's pull this up. All right. So we are looking for Motley Crue, NXS, Stone Sour, Alice Cooper, Sponge, Replacements, Offspring, Alice Cooper, UK Subs, Lord of the Rings, Blood Incarnation, Postal Service, Catonia, Buddy Rich, Flight of the Conchords, and Fugazi. Okay, there's those and there's those. First thing I have here is Jaco Pastorius. That's a music on vinyl pressing. That is $38.99. Music on vinyl. Dustin Whitaker's in on Steve Perry at $35. We also have UK Subs. Somebody wanted this one. UK Subs is sold to Paul Conway. That's called Killing Time on silver vinyl, $29.99. If anybody else wants a UK Subs, just let me know. We also have Fugazi, and this one here is $29.99. This is Steady Diet of Nothing. Steady Diet of Nothing is $29.99. Fugazi. Also over here, we got one copy of Slint, Spiderland. Slint is $26.99. That's available. And so is the Postal Service. And one of these are sold to Charlie Sales. Thank you, Charlie Sales. That's sold to you. And now Steve Perry's at $35. And that's going once and that's going twice. Oh, there's 3 crates of new vinyl. 3 crates? 3 crates of new vinyl, not 2. What's this? Oh, just the top 2. Okay, just the top 2. Just the top 2 then. We can handle that. And the Charlie Watts drum set. Awesome. All right, next thing I have going up right now is a sealed Rich Robinson Record Store Day 10-inch. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Rich Robinson, and this is called Got to Get Better in a Little While. That's a $10 start on that. I got 2 copies of Pharoah Sanders, and this is $36.99. Pharoah Sanders, Loving Us All, $36.99 for the Pharoah. And then here is Fugazi, and this one's called In on the Kill Taker, and that one is sold to David Smith. David Smith, thank you. Or, yeah, David Smith, In on the Kill Taker, Fugazi. Appreciate that. I got 2 copies here of the Replacements Tim. The Replacements is $33.99. The Replacements Tim. And then I have Sun Ra, the Nubians of Platonia. Sun Ra is $26.99. Also over here, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Moaning. Art Blakey is $26.99. And the Magic of Juju, Archie Shep, Verve by Request, Pressed to Third Man. That is $36.99 for the Magic of Juju. And there's a few flipping out of order there, but that's okay. I'll catch them and reset them. I actually need to go ahead and get my laptop open. I got to click and do a few things right quick over here behind the scenes over on the old Facebook meta, the metaverse as they call it. I got to do a few things. John's here. He's here. He's here. I'm here. Tanner's here. Laura's here. Everybody else has left already. And I'm over here on Facebook. I got to do one thing over here right quick. We are about to send them some money. All right, let me do this right quick. So thanks everybody for tuning in on Monday night. Let me get this loaded. I'm going to go ahead and end some auctions and pull up some new stuff. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and sell this Dustin Whitaker, one bid on Steve Perry, complete near mint with sticker sheet. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Dustin Whitaker for $35. Thank you, Dustin Whitaker. That's so to you. Appreciate that. That's gold. That's gone. That's gold, Jerry. That's so to Dustin Whitaker. That's gold, Jerry. Ovaltine. The jar's round. The cup's round. Why don't they call it roundtine? And then over here is Rich Robinson, $10. Can he get the anniversary postal service? I'm not sure, but if you want me to check on it, I will. And then over here, we got ST on Sun Ra. ST, I'm going to give you this copy of Sun Ra, Platonians, the Nubians of Platonia. Thank you on that, ST. That's so to you. Rich Robinson is a $10 start. $10 start. Pay for a collection. No, I'm over here on Facebook. We're about to let everybody on Earth know that we got this insane metal collection. And all this week, we're going to be selling a lot of stuff, folks. I think you already know that by now. These ads are complicated, though. They want you to try all this AI text. And I'm like, no, I want to use my own words, not AIs. I can tell when AIs wrote something. I'm like, yeah, I know when I've wrote something. And, let's see here. Let's do it for 7, actually. Yeah. We just want to run it here. All right. Make sure that is the right one I want to use. Make sure that's what I want to do right there. That is. All right, good. Okay, so next thing we have over here. First thing I have is, where did I leave off? Sorry about that. All right, and then, okay, first thing I have is, I got right here. I got Grant Green. This is called Idle Moments. It's on blue vinyl. Grant Green is $34.99. This is a very cool record. Mustafa Ozkent. Mustafa. It is a rare Turkish psychedelic funk album, a reissue of that. Good luck finding an original. That's $33.99. We have Stereo Lab, Mars Aquatic Quintet. Stereo Lab is $38.99. And here is Stick Up, Bobby Hutcherson. Now, I wonder if I accidentally called this Buddy Rich, because Stephen A. Young, are you watching? You commented Buddy Rich. This is Bobby Hutcherson. And I don't think we have any other Buddy Rich. I wonder if I said Buddy Rich in the video. If I did, I probably need to let him know. I'm going to go ahead and tag it. Either I misspoke or he mistyped, and I'll ask him later. We'll go ahead and tag it for Stephen A. Young. He's usually watching. So there's that. There is bad weather on the way. There is. It's very dark and ominous outside. There's some pretty bad weather, I think, expected. Next thing is a Japanese pressing of The History of Eric Clapton. This is a really good one here, The History of Eric Clapton, which is a 2 LP compilation, $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LP, there's insert, there's the gatefold, and there's the Obi, and that's a $35 start. Okay, so, Stephen, if you don't want that, that's okay. It is a great jazz record, Blue Note Tone Poet, Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI, but if you don't, just say pass and we'll put that back. I think I said Buddy Rich in the video. Probably did. The Jimi Hendrix box. I'm surprised no one bought it last night. I was hoping somebody would claim it in the video. But here is the Jimi Hendrix Experience. That's the name of the box set. It's an 8 LP box, 56 unreleased tracks, pressed at QRP, and it's $189.99 on that. $189 on Jimi Hendrix. Okay, no problem. So Stephen A. Young, I misspoke on this one. So Bobby Hutcherson, in fact, is still available, $34.99, a Blue Note Tone Poet. And then here is Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd is $36.99, 180 gram remaster. And we have Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. And this is $44.99. Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Steven, he says, you know what? I don't want Buddy Rich, but give me the Jimmy. Nice. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Stephen A. Young. That is awesome. And then we still got Johnny Cash. And I didn't know I had these back ordered, and I think I've already ordered 5 more copies because I figured as many of the other volumes we've been selling, everybody's been buying like every volume, they would need volume 4, the hardest one to get sometimes, it seems like. But here they are, and I'm going to have like 10 copies here soon. And then here is Angel on blue vinyl for $38.99. Metallica Garage Ink for $59. And then the new reissue that comes out Friday of 3 Doors Down, The Better Life. Rich Robinson's a no bid. That's sealed for a $10 start. Rich Robinson's a no bid. It's a sealed $10 start. And let's take a peek over here into some of these other singles I have. I've got everything now in one box where I can flip through them. And I got some pretty cool looking stuff here. Here's the next one. It is the Black Keys. It's called The Moan and Have Love Will Travel. It's on the Alive Records label. And the Black Keys is going to go up for a $7 start. That's up for bid. And Michael Rudolph says he'll take Rich. And Michael Rudolph, that was for the Rich Robinson here. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. Okay, so Eric Clapton, great compilation here, the history of Clapton. Japanese pressing. It does have a little bit of a ding up here in the corner, but other than that, very great compilation, $35 start. So this was some stuff that Paul ordered a while back for one of his Sunday shows, and then from here up is just everything from last week, not much. So there's that, and Aaron Below says he'll take Stick Up, and he'll try out the Turkish Psych. All right, awesome. So yeah, let's read through those one more time, is what I was about to say. And so here is what we have. Jaco Pastorius is $38.99. Music on vinyl. Fugazi's $29, and that's Steady Diet of Nothing. We still got one copy of Slint, Spiderland for $26. The Postal Service is $29. Also, we got Pharoah Sanders, Loving Us All. That's $36.99. I still got 2 Pharoah Sanders. Fugazi, and this one is In on the Kill Taker, $29. The Replacements, Tim, is $33. Sun Ra, we've sold 1. There's 1 left. The Nubians of Plutonia for $26. Art Blakey's Moanin', $26.99. The Magic of Juju, Archie Shep, $36.99. Grant Green's $34. Mars Aquatic Quintet's $38. And then Pink Floyd's $36. Over here is Cash, Volume 4, American Recordings, with Hurt, $44. Angels, $38. Self-titled, Metallica's $59. And 3 Doors Down is $33. All righty, so let's go ahead and make Clapton a buy now for $35. That's got stuff from Blind Faith and Cream and his early solo career. And Natasha says, I'll take a regular post service if you can't get an anniversary. Okay, let's make a note to get Natasha a Postal Service Anniversary Edition waiting list. If I can't get that, let's just go ahead and stock more of the regular ones. No problem. Thank you for that reminder, and we'll take care of that. Bulk 45s, 12-inch singles. We get 12-inch singles all the time. They're mixed in all the time in our crates, and sometimes we auction them. And then the next question, are you doing bulk 45s? Now, I don't exactly know what that means, but last night we were selling lots of 3 singles at a time. Maybe that's what you're referring to. The Black Keys is a $7 buy it now. That's available if anybody wants it. Let's clear the board here. The new vinyl flip from this morning was 3 crates. And we just went through the first one. And the second one I'm going to go through is right here, right now. And it's going to be this crate. Let's knock this one out. There's actually quite a bit of, I think from one of the first big nights, I ordered a lot of new metal in here. So let's see what's going on here. And then Jim B got the Black Keys. That is sold to him for $7. That was a $3,000 single that just sold for $7. That's sold to Jim B. Robert Barnett was next, and then Natasha Pickett. Can't believe no one bid. That was an $8,000 record just sold for $7. We got the best of the Doobie Brothers here, an amazing sounding Japanese pressing. This is a $35 start, the best of the Doobie Brothers. This is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it. It has the cover and obi. The best of the Doobie Brothers is a $35 start. That's up for bid. And now the next thing we have over here is I've got 3 singles being sold together for a $12 start. We have the following. Also, we have The Shin, Simple Song. We got Connor Oberst, Hundreds of Ways, and Ray LaMontagne. Those 3 singles for a $12 start. Over here, we've got 1 copy of Alcest, Spiritual Instinct. It's on green vinyl. That's $29.99. Also, Dismember, the complete demos. Dismember is on gray marble vinyl. That's $29.99 on Dismember. 2 copies here of Blood Incarnation, and 1 is sold to Sean Fairweather. Absolute Elsewhere, Blood Incarnation. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean. I have 1 left if anybody else wants one. It is a gatefold on red vinyl with poster. Natasha has the singles for $12. We also have Dismember, Massive Killing Capacity. Dismember is $29.99. Massive Killing Capacity. John is, wow, 6 crates. That looks like a whole train of vinyl coming through here. I see Pet Sounds, Blonde on Blonde. I see the Coasters. Wow, some cool stuff coming up tonight. Also, the Black Dahlia Murder. That is Servitude on Blue Smoke vinyl. That's $39.99. And we also have High on Fire, Cometh the Storm. High on Fire, limited edition, hot pink and brown galaxy colored vinyl, $36.99 on Cometh the Storm, $36.99. And High on Fire is a 2 LP. It's on hot pink and brown galaxy colored vinyl. So let's go back to the top and see what I've missed. The next thing is Pharaoh Sanders a double LP? No, Pharaoh Sanders was a single LP. John Durden has moved. He's offered $3 for me to move the Creed record. He was at $1, then he doubled it to $2, and now he's increased it to $3. He's offering $3 if I move the Creed record. I'm still going to leave it back there. I'm trying to sell it for $39.99, but you're getting closer. The singles are at $12. And then the Ray LaMontagne song is Supernova and Pick Up a Gun. And Natasha has those for $12. And then over here, we have Incarnation, Profane Nexus, Green, Swamp Green with Splatter. That's $33.99. And Obituary, self-titled. That's on Black and Halloween Orange Galaxy. That's $33.99. And then The Crown on Violent Blue and Marble Vinyl, Royal Destroyer. The Crown is $33.99. And In Flames, this is on blue vinyl, $36.99. On In Flames, Gatefold 2 LP. Hymns, Greatest Love Songs is $33.99. And we have back here, we have Earth, Primitive and Deadly. Earth is $38.99. Jackie Ray says he'll take the Creed record. Sold to Jackie Ray for $39.99. Thank you, Jackie Ray. That is sold to you. There we go. That saved John Durden $3. His offer was getting more and more tempting. More and more tempting. Oh, my goodness. There it is, folks. That's going to get a lot of questions. All right, next thing we have is Morbid Angel, Authors of Madness, $38.99. And then here, this is Red Fang, Deep Cuts. Red Fang's a 2 LP, that's $38.99. And then Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth. You Can Dance If You Want to, $24.99. Natasha gets these 3 singles for $12. The Doobie Brothers is a buy now for $35. Great Japanese pressing there, very high quality. $35 buy now on that. $35 buy now on Best of the Doobie Brothers. You're going to be very impressed. You're going to be, holy moly, Chad, actually go ahead and give me a couple more of these. So there's the Doobie Brothers, and it's a $35 buy now. There's that. And then over here, we have Rick James Collected, $54.99. A 2 LP gatefold, Rick James Collected, $54 from Music on Vinyl, and Vixen, Rare Vintage. And that's about the only thing in print from Vixen, $33.99 on that. Our next album is going to go up for bid right now. Japanese pressing of Vandenberg. Vandenberg is called Heading for a Storm. It is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, a like button on YouTube, a like button everywhere you see it. Vandenberg, unfortunately, has a spine bust. The spine's a little busted, but it's a $35 start. The vinyl's nice. And then the last few records in here was the newest album by Little Feat, Strike Up the Band. It was $39.99. And then NXS Listen Like Thieves. That's a 40th anniversary, $33.99. We have Black Label Society Doom Crew Inc. That's a 2 LP Clear and Black Ice. That's $38.99. And then Flight of the Conchords. This did get sold. It sold to AJ Clark. Thank you, AJ Clark. that is sold to you, Flight of the Conchords. Now, Kelly, actually, I don't think I pulled earlier. Let me go through these one more time. Is NSS Listen, okay, Listen Like Thieves. Yeah, I knew Mark Barbosa wants an NXS Listen. And then I did not pull the replacements for Kelly Vlodarchek. That was in this very first. I still got both copies. I forgot about that. So, Kelly Vlodarchek, I got you down for a copy of the replacements, okay? And then the only thing left in here was Ghost Bath. Ghost Bath Rose Thorn Necklace. That was $29.99. Journey's Greatest Hits is $44. And Smashing Pumpkins is $49. That's on Red Smoke colored vinyl with the original cover artwork there, okay? Next single is going to go up right now. And that next single is going to be, I don't know. I've got all kinds of different stuff in here tucked away. We're going to try to knock out tonight as soon as I take a sneeze. Oh, no, it's starting. I'm about to sneeze. Here we go. Please go away. All right, here's some more singles. We got Night Beats, One Thing. We got Lily Mae Rich, R-I-S-C-H-E. And we got Arcade Fire. Those three singles are going to go up for a $12 start. Those three singles are going to go up for a $12 start. Okay, and anybody else, that was the second crate. We had Smashing Pumpkins, Journey, Ghost Bath, Black Label Society. Still got 4 NXS, Little Feat, Vixen. We have Rick James, and then Men Without Hats, Red Fang, Morbid Angel, Earthless, Him, In Flames, The Crown, Obituary Incarnation, High on Fire, The Black Dahlia Murder. Also, we have Dismember, Blood Incarnation, Alcest, and Dismember. And those three singles are now up for bid, $12 start. Vandenberg, it does have a spine problem, but the vinyl's fine. Vandenberg is a $35 buy it now. Moving right along, folks. We are here. We are selling stuff. We are live. It is Tuesday night. We have got crate after crate, as usual, to go through. Great auctions over here, singles, etc., etc. Okay, and now the singles are at 15 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Okay, good to go. Let's swap out and go through the next crate, shall we? And I think there's the most claims in there. There definitely is the most claims in this next crate. I think it's the best crate of the three. One was kind of older stuff and half new stuff, and then one was pretty much the same thing, except for the new, just mostly older stuff, I guess. And then this is some of the most recent stuff we have here. All right. Here we go. And now, what year is Journey? Year? Probably when it was made, I'd say 2025. It probably shows up as a 2024. Yeah, 2024 remaster. If I were to bet, it's probably manufactured sometime this year. We got REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. This is REO Speedwagon's classic album, High Infidelity. This is a $35 start. There's that. There's the vinyl. There's the insert. Nice cover with Obi. $35 start. Okay? And then the next thing we have is Little Feat Live. No, Little Feat's a new studio album. It's Lily Mae on black or tricolor. Lily Mae on black or tricolor. This is on Third Man Records. Lily Mae is on black vinyl. Black vinyl. Can you get Fugazi 13 songs? Do you mean 7 songs? The red one? I think we still have one of those, Bob. I think we still have one of those. And Kelly Vlodarchek has these 3 for $15. Final call. It is Bob Riger's birthday. Yes. Bob, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Long-time great customer, Bob Riger. Happy birthday, okay? Next thing we have here is Man O' War. This is the Hell of Steel. Man O' War is a 2 LP, numbered to 2000 on silver-colored vinyl. That is $46.99. I think I still got that, Bob. I can definitely get it, but I think I have one if you want it. There's a new Man O' War Best Of. It's a 2 LP, limited edition 2000 on silver vinyl. $46.99. And we have Stone Sour, and this one did sell. This is sold to Anthony Clark. No, he wants self-titled. My bad. So this one's still available. Stone Sour House of Gold and Bones Part 1. Stone Sour is $39.99. That's still available. And then we have Yola Tango, and then Nothing Turned Itself Inside Out. That's a 2LP, $44.99. $44.99. Okay, now these three are sold to Kelly Vladorchek for $15. Yes, Journey's Greatest Hits come out in 1988. That's actually a pretty tough record to find because it was released in 1988. This is a new remastered 2024 for the first time from the original flat stereo master tapes, 180-gram audiophile vinyl. And actually, and this has, I think, extra tracks on it than that original. And I think not only does this have extra tracks, but I think probably an 88 would cost more than $45 if you had a really nice copy. And then next over here, we have Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. And Dolly is a Vinyl Me Please, her debut album, an all-analog cut. And this is $34.99, triple A, pressed on Flame Galaxy colored vinyl. And we have Catonia's newest album. This is Nightmares as Extensions of the Waking State. And yes, I do have more of these. This is on yellow vinyl. This is $33.99. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. REO Speedwagon's a $35 buy it now. And Robert Vladorchek says, bill him for that Fugazi record and send it to Bob Riger. Happy birthday, Bob Riger. Free record. Free record, Bob Riger. It's your birthday. Da 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 da. They say it's your birthday. Dun, 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 dun. Gonna have a good time. That's from the White Album. The Beatles even have a birthday song. We have No Doubt, Return of Saturn. No Doubt is $39.99. And we have Placebo, Sleeping with Ghost. Placebo is a gatefold single LP, $29.99. Some time ago, I was on a waiting list for Roxette. Crash Boom Bang is the album out of stock. Let's make a note for a couple things. The first thing is Javi wants to know if we can still get Roxette, Crash Boom Bang. Let's make a note of that. And then Alonzo wanted to know if we could get something else. Alonzo wanted to know a while back, could we get something called, I'm not for sure what it was called. What did you say, Alonzo? He asked me if we could get Red Dragon Cartel. I'm not for sure on Red Dragon Cartel. We'll make a note about that too. That's a couple I'm not for sure, but we'll make notes to double check on those. Javi on Roxette, I'm not really for sure. And then over here we got Weezer. Everything Will Be All Right in the End. Weezer is $36.99. I still got two of those. And The Offspring self-titled. And this is also sold to Kelly Vladorchek. So thank you, Kelly Vladorchek. That is sold to you. And then over here, we have Red Hot Chili Peppers' Greatest Hits. That's a 2LP, $46.99. Under the Bridge, Give It Away, Californication. It's all on here. 2LP, $46.99 for Red Hot Chili Peppers. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now. It's actually a sealed original copy of Frank Zappa Meets the Mothers of Prevention. It is a sealed copy, never opened, original, no saw marks. It is going to go up for a $15 start. Also, we have two copies of Def Leppard, On Through the Night. Death is $33.99. That's their first album. And then here is Stabbing Westward. It is called Darkest Days. It's a limited edition 1500 on gold and black marble vinyl. And Stabbing Westward is $54.99. That's a 2LP MOV pressing, okay? Now, Zappa's a sealed original. That's now for bid. The other auction I have for us over here is a Japanese pressing of Pat Benatar's Get Nervous. We've already got a few Japanese dough bids. I'm about to remind you of those right quick. But first, here is Pat Benatar's Get Nervous. And this is a $35 start. Beautiful Japanese vinyl. There is the insert. There's the cover and obi. And Benatar is a $35 start. Next is Hank Williams III's Greatest Hits. That's $33.99. Hank III, and then the Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. That is remastered with 32-page book, $24.99 on that. And then Stone Sour self-titled. This was the last copy of this one. It is sold to Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. That is sold to you. Chad's going to drink some purple juice right quick. Purple Rain, purple juice. Nice. Folks, it is Tuesday night. We are live here at Coletco. We are selling. We're getting bids. we're selling more, and then we're getting more bids. That's what we do here. Here's 3 more singles. We got Jim James from My Morning Jacket, Just a Fool. We got Trampled by Turtles doing Wildflowers, the Tom Petty song. And we got Brittany Howard. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $12 start. We got Korn, Life is Peachy. Music on vinyl press, Korn is $39.99. Also, we have Jeff Buckley, Grace. Jeff Buckley's $33.99. I still got 2 copies of that. Jeff Buckley, Grace. Peaches, Teaches by Peaches. The Teaches of Peaches. Peaches is $34.99. Whiskey Myers Firewater. Whiskey Myers is $29.99. I've got one of those. Nickelback The Long Road with Someday, Somehow. Nickelback is $33.99. The Transformers The Movie Soundtrack. Limited edition numbered colored vinyl for $39.99. And we have music from The Lord of the Rings. Thank you, John Howard. He says he'll take 1. Those are $29.99. Thank you, John Howard. Over here, we got Jeff Buckley's Grace. Jeff Buckley's Grace is sold to Amber Mathis. Thank you, Amber Mathis. That's sold to you. And then Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. This is $39.99. Limited edition. 3,000, a magenta colored vinyl. The very first one is going to be sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. And we got one for Anthony Clark. Thank you, Anthony Clark. And now Dustin Whitaker wants a Transformers soundtrack. Over here is a final call on the sealed Zappa, an original pressing. 1 bid, $15. Pat Benatar's a $35 start. And these 3 singles, we're looking for a $12 start. Brittany Howard, which was new, $14. Trampled by Turtles, which was new for $9. And however much Jim James was, all 3 of them now just a $12 start. I got 1 copy left of the Breakfast Club soundtrack. That is $34.99. Jim B's in on the sealed Zappa for $16. Jim B's in on the Zappa at $16. It's like a $75 record. He has it right now for $16. It's like a $100 record. Nickelback Here and Now is $33.99. Whiskey Myers Self-Titled is $29. The Beatles Abbey Road is $36. And then the last 2 records in here sold. Motley Crue Shout at the Devil is sold to Brandon Jones. And then this last copy of Sponge is sold to Anthony Clark. If anybody else wants a Sponge, let me know. Rotting Pinata, $39. If anybody else wants a Shout at the Devil, let me know. Those are $33. All right, we're done there. Cynthia has those for $12. So we're going to make that a final call. George Burleson has the $100 Zappa record for $17. Pat Benatar is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, it is a Japanese pressing of Get Nervous. It is a $35 buy it now. All righty, folks. So here we go. I have right now on the no-bid pile all Japanese pressings. They're $35 each, including the Best of the Doobies, Vandenberg, REO Speedwagon, and Pat Benatar. Those are all done. Jim B says he's out on the $100 record. So George Burleson, you have that for $17. Heath Norman wants Transformers. That's sold to Heath Norman. And Guy Shard said he will take a Lord of the Rings. Okay, so Lord of the Rings is sold, and that is sold out of that title. That was a great crate. I'm going to go ahead and sell these 3 singles for $12 to Cynthia Herdren. Thank you, Cynthia. Those are sold to you. $12, and those are gone. Let's go ahead, and I only got a few more of these 10-inch singles left, including Belly. This is called Feel by Belly. It's sealed. It's a 10-inch 4-track. That's going to go up for a $10 start. So here's all that's left in this crate. I think one of the best ones we had here out of the video. And then we're going to go through some discount vintage. We got Best of Man of War. Still got Stone Sour, Yola Tango, Dolly Parton. We have No Doubt, Return of Saturn, Placebo. Also Weezer. Don't forget about Red Hot Chili Peppers. Thank you. I'm going to need that later for sure. Lord just handed me a bottle of water. Def Leppard, On Through the Night. Stabbing Westward, we got Hank Williams III, Dead Kennedys. Also Korn, Life is Peachy, Jeff Buckley, Grace, Teaches of Peaches, Whiskey Myers, Nickelback, Breakfast Club, Nickelback, Whiskey Myers, and the Beatles over here. Belly has 1 bid for 10. And then what is the Zappa info? This is a sealed original pressing of Frank Zappa meets the Mothers of Prevention. It's sealed. It's never been opened. It's a final call for $17. And Belly has 1 bid with Jim Davis for 10. And then over here we have REO Speedwagon for REO Speedwagon. This is a that is sold to Jamie McCord for $30. It's $12 start. No, these are just sealed singles. Sometimes I do $5 start on singles or $7 start on singles. And then if I bundle 3 together, sometimes they're 10, sometimes they're 12. These brand new sealed ones, I usually do them for 12. We just haven't had any in a while. So yeah, I mean, some of these that are brand new and sealed, I do them for 3 for $12 starts. I guess I hadn't had any in a while though, but there's so many brand new ones over here. Otherwise, I really don't want to take the time to have to list them all on Discogs. But that's usually how I do those. Let's go ahead and do these. We got Ben Harper and Charlie Musselwhite. We got Jack White, Would You Fight for My Love? And we have the Small Faces on yellow vinyl singles from Ogden's Nut Gone Flake. And these 3 here are going to go up for a $12 start. So those 3 singles, those are a $12 start. Those are all new sealed, mostly record store day. And then over here we have Bailey at $14.15. And then Zappa, Hammers Up, we're about to sell it. Zappa, George Burleson has it for $17. Anybody else? Now Bailey's at $15. All right. If not, we're going to go ahead and knock these out over here. I got to move John. John pushes. He gets the records for me as close as possible. But actually, I just got to turn around and move him right back out of my way. He dropped off a whole industrial-sized cart over here full of vinyl. I see Epcot Center. I see Blonde on Blonde. I see Pet Sounds. We got to get him some kind of better contraption to deliver the vinyl up here. What happened to his normal flat card is what I got to ask Tanner. Because this thing here is just a nuisance. It's kind of completely blocked me. All right, let's grab the leftover. First, I'm going to show the leftover stuff over here. And I've got First, Boom, Boom, and Boom. Okay. Let me jump over here and see what's going on. Let me first grab this crate. Okay, so this is here, and this is here. All right. Let's see. What happened here? Okay, so we got Zappa sold to George Burleson for $17. That is sold. Bailey over here is with Javi Soto for $12. And then these 3 singles are $12. And Jim B wants to know, what is the color of Jack White? The Jack White is on black vinyl. This is Ben Harper and Charlie Musselwhite, No Mercy in This Land bottle. This is the Small Faces, a record store day single cut on yellow vinyl. And then we have Jack White, Would You Fight for My Love? And those 3 singles have one bid for $12. Those lots of 3. Okay, so what we're about to do is I've got all the tagged sold stuff from the flip video right over here. I'm going to transfer it over to the sold crates, which is going to be done over here. We have it in a different crate. But here is some stuff that's sold from the flip video. All this has been tagged. If Tanner's liked your comment, if you got, or from Coletco, whoever's doing it, it's Tanner doing, I think, but it should be under the Coletco account. If you get a like, that means either all or part of your comment got sold. We have essentially, this crate was full when I did it last night, and now it's all gone. So this is done and this is done. The tricolor Jack White is $400. Wow. I have a feeling Jim B would be bidding if it was. So those are those are there and those are there. Thanks everybody for watching these videos morning after morning. I'm still bringing sold records, and I'm still bringing sold records. Here's this and here's this. And then, let's see, does that fill that up? That pretty much fills that up. That'll do it right there. So that's our first full crate of sold vinyl already. That's amazing. That's done. Tanner's got me a big stack of green crates here. There's that, and I'm still bringing over sold stuff. This one was pretty dang full, and now it's got pretty much obliterated as usual. All right, so here is this, and that's the last of the sold stuff. Now, everything still left in here is available. This is sold to Bob Panozniak. Let's make sure we tag him for this. 7 Mary 3, that's sold to Bob Panozniak. All right, there is that. And then over here, these 3 singles are now at $13 with Autumn Betts. Carol's Out, those sold to Autumn for $13. And then Belly is sold to Javi Soto for $18. All right, let's get new auctions going. Epcot Center is over here in a crate, and I'm about to see if he has it tagged where I need to auction it, or if we're just going to leave it in a crate for later. But the first thing I'm going to do right now is introduce some more Japanese vinyl. Right here is Jeff Beck Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck's on this orange epic Japanese label. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has this Jeff Beck sort of poster lyric insert, Japanese insert. There's the original on her sleeve. There's the cover and obi. Very nice. $35 start. That's actually the first 3 records I'm going to check. So if anybody's relatively new here, some days there's 2 or as many 3 people here all day pricing records for new arrivals. And that's what we do. The Epcot Center record will be in a new arrivals bin later tonight. It is a pricey record. I'm just going to leave it. It's priced, and I'm just going to leave it in a crate. It will be shown later. Now let me check on this Pet Sounds. It's a pricey record. I'm just going to leave it in a crate, and let me check on Bob Dylan. It is a pricey record. I'm just going to leave it in a crate. So all those will show up later. You already got a sneak peek of some stuff that's coming up, just FYI. All right, now let's see what's going on. There's just one $19.99 discount record left. This is the only thing left from the discount crate, $19.99, and that's Boston on this orange epic label. That's an OG label, $19.99 on Boston. That is $19.99. Also over here, we're going to go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to be Soundgarden, and this is Screaming Life and Fop. And Screaming Life Fop is a 2023 U.S. reissue. We're going to start Soundgarden for just $15. Dennis, if you're asking about Kiss, you're probably asking about Dynasty back there, right? Dynasty is a new and sealed 2014 remaster. It is $33.99. It's a new sealed 2014 remaster. Now, if you want to go ahead and buy it, you will save us a lot of time, because you're going to be the first of many people who ask about that tonight. But if you want to go ahead and move it on to a new home, I'll put it in your box. It's $33.99. So there was only one Boston left. All the $14.99 stuff sold. So now we have $9.99 Stories. This is self-titled, no condition notes, just $9.99 on that. The whole Burbank catalog, that is half off. It's a Warner Brothers compilation. T-Rex is on here, Captain Beefheart, Todd Rundgren. This was one of the few $9.99 records that was left. Ry Cooder's on here, Bonnie Raitt. That's $9.99. And then the last $9.99 record that was left was this really clean copy of the Blues Project live at Town Hall. That's also $9.99. Over here is our next 3 singles. Let's do these right here. We Are the Augustines, Book of James. We got Fistful of Mercy. And we have Alligator Sky, Owl City. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $12 start. And then over here, we have what's left in the $6.99 records. James Taylor Flag is $6.99. And Dilford and Tilbrook with Hop Sticker, that is $6.99, okay? So that's what is left in the flip video this morning from 9 a.m. That's all. And if you were to go back in time and watch that video, oh, actually, you can go watch it right now. It's frozen in time. You can go watch it anytime. It was full when we got started. So thanks, everybody who bought out of there. That was incredible. So thanks, everybody, and that's all that's left. Let's try one more time, though, to get the rest of these sold. But first, I'm going to make Jeff Beck a buy it now. It's a Japanese pressing, no bid. Jeff Beck Blow by Blow is a $35 buy it now. So you can pick up Mr. Beck right now, a Japanese pressing, for a $35 buy it now. I think Dilford and Tilbrook were members of the band called Squeeze, just FYI. So let's knock these out. And then we're probably going to go ahead and do a discount crate, and then we'll probably go ahead and start showing all of tonight's newest arrivals. But Cynthia wants the Dilford and Tilbrook for just $6.99, and these 3 singles have bids for $12 and now $12. Kelly Vladerchek bid first, and then Jim B. Here is Soundgarden. It's a 2023 U.S. reissue. It does have the original on her sleeve, EX condition. It's a 2023 pressing. And right now the high bid is $20 and now $21. And then Stephen A. Young wants Beck. And so Beck is the Japanese pressing, and that's sold to Stephen A. Young. Very nice copy of that. That's sold to him for $35. Appreciate that. Now, here's what's left. Marked down from $34.99. Something I normally don't have to discount. Boston's debut album. First label, nice clean copy, just a little bit of cover wear, $19.99. There is a few $9.99 records left. Stories, self-titled. This Warner Brothers compilation, they're always fun to listen to. The Blues Project, live at Town Hall. And then only $6.99 record left is James Taylor's Flag. That's it. That's all that's left out of there. I'm actually going to go ahead and take those out. Now, there's one other thing I didn't go through yet. And the other thing I didn't go through yet was Sunday, there was a $6.99 crate posted. Everything was $6.99, and that was essentially the leftovers from the basically 2 weeks worth of flip videos. And some of these were originally in the discount crate for $9 or $14 or maybe even $19. I was like, here we go. Let's get rid of them, $6.99. But first, we got Dennis Sides on the Boston. That's always a great decision. I woke up this morning and the sun was gone. I turned on some music to start my day. That's so the Dennis Sides. All right. The singles are at $20 with Kelly Vlodarchek, and the Soundgarden's at $30 with Mark Stanley. All right. Live is $34.99. Brad, there's only a couple albums in print by Live, Throwing Copper, and this, Mental Jewelry. So those are $34.99. Let me see what's going on. I've had a couple missed calls from people who normally don't call me. Let me see what's going on here. One second, please. Hey, okay, I'm back. So first thing we have is the singles are at $26 with Jim B. Holy moly, this must be some good ones. And now Soundgarden's at $38. Sorry, I had like a couple missed calls from somebody I normally don't have missed calls from. Then my brother texted me. Then my brother tried to call me. I'm like, what the heck's going on? So, all right. So Live is sold to Brad Bullen. Thank you on that. Okay. So there's that. There's that. I think we're good to go now. The singles are at $30 of Kelly Vlodarchek, and Soundgarden's at $38. Back to Japanese pressings, and now we're about to show a crate of $6.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of the Simon & Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence, which I think comes as a gatefold jacket here. So let's take a look at it. This is Simon & Garfunkel, Sounds of Silence, near minus and pristine. There it is. There is the insert. Here is the gatefold jacket. The gatefold does have a little bit of humidity spots. It is Simon & Garfunkel, Sounds of Silence. The Obi's over here on the side, and this is a $35 start. The singles are at $31. We have We Are Augustine's Book of James. We got Fistful of Mercy and Owl City, Alligator Sky. They're now at $35. Soundgarden has a high bid of $38 with Stephen Parton. And then we have not sold Kraftwerk yet. Now, what else was I about to do? We're about to sell $6.99 records. $6.99 records as soon as I put another Live. Wow, we've sold 3 copies of Live out of the end cap. I have 2 left. Does anybody else want a copy of Live Mental Jewelry for $34.99? I've got 2 left. Every record in this crate is $6.99. Lone Justice Shelter, $6.99. Geffen Records, it has the original inner sleeve. Everything in here is a discount crate for $6.99. Dream with Dean Martin, $6.99. Dean Martin has the original inner sleeve. That is $6.99. Sinatra, Frank Sinatra Cycles, and I believe this was a German press. It's a German press. That is $6.99 on Sinatra. And then also Jethro Tull Stormwatch. No condition notes on Jethro Tull, $6.99. Over here is Patrick Fu on Lone Justice. That is sold to Patrick Fu for $6.99. Jim B has the singles for $36. Hammers up on Soundgarden. And then we have Sounds of Silence, $35. And then Canned Heat. Historical Figures and Ancient Heads. Canned Heat's in VG Plus condition, $6.99. Mary Miles on Teal and Brad Bolin on Lone Justice. So Lone Justice sold to Patrick Fu already. Brad, you were second. And Mary Miles on Jethro Tull. That's sold to Mary for $6.99. There is that. Laura says the alligator's 7 inches, pretty pricey. Uh-oh. Jim B's rubbing his hands together. Mary Miles gets Canned Heat. Carol Puckett was second. I'm telling y'all, make sure you can watch these 9 o'clock flip videos. There is some great deals left behind. If you don't catch them live here, they're going to get gone. David Jones, as in Davy Jones from the Monkees, $6.99, one of his solo albums, Coplix, $6.99 on that. And then we got Joe Jackson for just $6.99. Big World. Joe Jackson, $6.99. Mike wants Frank and Dean. Those are sold and sold. Now the singles are at $37 with John Darden. And then Jim B still rubbing his hands together, but probably out of frustration at me. And then we got Soundgarden sold to Stephen Parton for $38. Soundgarden is sold to Stephen Parton for $38. And now we got Simon and Garfunkel. Simon and Garfunkel is a buy it now for $35. Jim B slammed his hands on the desk and he said, "Ow." John Darden has those for $37. And the Simon and Garfunkel's a buy it now for $35. Buy it now for $35. Simon and Garfunkel. I love giving Jim B a hard time. Don't even know he's the most mysterious person on the web. I think he's one of the many customers I have that works for the Central Intelligence Agency, also known as the CIA. I know I got somebody for sure that works for the CIA. I won't mention names. His name's Craig out in California. All right, so these are Final Call to John Durden for $37. And Simon and Garfunkel. I love some of these songs on here. Richard Cory, April Come She Will, The Sound of Silence, The Leaves That Are Green. That is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants that. All right, back to the $6.99 stuff. James Straight Shooter, James Gang. It's in EX condition, has a little bit of cover wear there and a red mark across the cover, but that's just $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, $6.99. And then Michael Murphy, Blue Sky Night Thunder with Wildfire, $6.99. All right, hammers up on those singles. Let's go ahead and be grabbing the next ones. But we are first going to go over here and revisit this right here. We got the Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight Japanese pressing. And then right here is a $35 start. This is Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the insert. And this is a $35 start. $35 start over here. Next thing is Cynthia Hurgeon on Michael Martin Murphy for $6.99. These 3 singles are sold to John Durden for $37. Those are sold. And then we have Herb Albert Rise, Shrink and Hype, vinyls and VG. That's $6.99. Willie Nelson, Old Friends. Willie Nelson is $6.99. And then Diana. This is Diana Ross, Working Overtime. It's in VG Plus, $6.99. $6.99. $6.99. Diana Ross, Working Overtime. All right, the next auction I have going up right now is a copy of Waylon Jennings that's sealed. This is a sealed copy of Black on Black by Waylon Jennings with hop sticker. It does have some tears over here in the shrink, but it is sealed. It's going to go up for a $15 start. Craig Weatherford on Rise, and that was Herb Albert for $6.99. Michael McCullen second. Chad Davis on Diana Ross for $6.99. And then over here, we have Diana Ross and the Supremes, Sing and Perform Funny Girl. That's EX for $6.99. And then the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. That's $6.99 for the Supremes. And this is the McCoy's Human Ball. And yes, these are the $6.99 records from Sunday's video. $6.99 on the McCoy's Human Ball. All righty, folks. So those are all $6.99. Everything in there. We're going to read through those one more time. And I might go ahead. Let's see. What was left in the last crate? Yeah, let's go ahead and add these too. So that way everything's in here from this crate and the last crate. So let's read these one more time. And the last thing I'm going to do is show you what's left from the first crate. And we've already got Michael Rudolph interested in a bundle deal. Let's read through them one more time. Waylon's at 15. Final Call and Cheap Trick. Let's grab some more singles. I'm telling y'all, some of these are good. It's just going to take, I have no idea. Some of these, I'm definitely going to say, yeah, let's run this one individually. But then there's some I'm going to be like, well, let's just bundle them. And I know if they start getting bids for 20, 30, 40, 50, then it's probably a good one. So that's how I do singles. And here are these three. We got Brad with Waters Deep and Don't Cry. We have Valerie June, and this is Astral Plane, and The Joy Formidable, The Better Me. Those three singles for a $12 start. Waylon Jennings has bids for $15, $16. And then here's what's left for $6.99. David Jones, that's $6.99. Also here we have Joe Jackson. This is called Big World. It's a 2LP, no condition notes. And then James Gang Straight Shooter. James Gang is EX for $6.99. Linda Ronstadt Simple Dreams is $6.99. Willie Nelson, Roger Miller, Old Friends, in Shrink, $6.99. Donna Ross and Supremes, Funny Girl, that's a full album, EX, $6.99. The Supremes, I Hear a Symphony, that is $6.99 as well. Original Motown record. The McCoys is $6.99. And now we got Stories. I'm going to go ahead and say that's $6.99. That Warner Brothers compilation, I'm going to go ahead and say that's $6.99. The Blues Project is $6.99, and then James Taylor is $6.99. Songs on James Taylor. James Taylor. Company Man, Johnny Come Back, Day Tripper, I Will Not Lie for You, Brother Trucker, Is That the Way You Look? Also, we got BSUR, Rainy Day Man, Mill Worker Upon the Roof, Chance and Franchise, Sleep Come Free Me. That was some kind of French word that I just totally butchered right then. And then Cynthia Herdron says she'll take BP, and that's for the Blues Project at $6.99, okay? Now, nobody been on Cheap Trick. It's a buy it now for $35. A very, very nice Japanese pressing. That is $6.99. $6.99 on that. If anybody, or excuse me, $35 buy it now on Cheap Trick. Not $6.99, $35 on Cheap Trick. Now, if y'all want to see a bunch of crazy comments, I'll bring a Japanese crate over here for $6.99. We'd have to pretty much stop the show. There'd be so many comments. So, and then a final call, because I'm about to price everything that's left to Michael Rudolph so we can clear all these out. And then I'll have an incredible announcement to make if we're able to do that. But first, we got William Howe on this. I'll make sure George Burleson doesn't want it. And let's go ahead and give it to William Howe for $6.99. We'll give John Griffin the Warner Brothers comp for $6.99. The sealed Waylon, John Durden's out. That's after Robert offered $17. And now these three singles are at $16 with Kristen Driscoll. All right, Greg Gallier said he'll take the Cheap Trick for $35. Thank you on the Cheap Trick to Greg Gallier for $35. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing here. We got Paradise Theater. This is Styx Paradise Theater. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. It's really cool. It's got the laser etching on it. Very nice. $35 start with insert booklet here. Gatefold jacket with Obi Styx. Now, whoever the first bidder on the singles were, I think it was Cynthia Herdron. Cynthia, you've been outbid on these. And one more look at Waylon. Final call to Robert. A sealed 82 OG copy. Does have a tear in the shrink. Just $17. We're about to sell it. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 records there. 9 records, Michael Rudolph. 9 records there. 9 records left. Michael Rudolph. I will sell you those 9 records for $35. 9 records for $35. What is the middle single? We have Brad. This here is Valerie June and The Joy Formidable, The Better Me. Okay. And Styx is a $35 start. Let's put those there. I'm going to wait for Michael Rudolph to say sold. He said sold. Amazing. And now, truly, well, I still got a few things to auction. I still have a few $20 records left in the flip videos, but we're on this incredible streak of selling almost all that stuff out. So Laura's over here loading up some auctions. And I have a new bid on Waylon Jennings for $18. And everything in there is sold. Now, what I was going to say is I think we've been doing this for about 2.5 weeks now, and that means everything from all those flip videos, except for a handful of $19.99 records, which what I'm going to do for those is we're just going to put them up for auction, low starts, and we're going to get all those sold here. So these 3 are sold, and these are sold to Kristen Driscoll for $16. Everybody's wanting an air horn. Everybody's wanting an air horn from the clear outs. I got to get some new air horns. These are kind of weak, but we'll go ahead and do it. And we owe one from last night. Lord just walked away. That's probably good because otherwise we would have had some busted eardrums. I've got ear protection on. Tanner's up front. He probably has no idea what's about to happen. So here we go. Folks, we are done and done. All right, now this time of the night, we go ahead and try to show one of our first crates of new vinyl. So let's go ahead and show one of our first crates of new vinyl here, which includes a restock. What color is it on? Okay, good. They did show up in red. I was worried about that. I'm going to try to get this on Facebook as well, now that I know I can get copies of it. But we're going to end up selling a bunch here live, and then hopefully a bunch more if I can make a post on this here. So let's see what's going on. First thing we have is this. We have Cynthia, and then Chris put sup, and then he put sup, and then he said, hey, Supremes. I said Supremes 3 times. All right, well, what happened was you were saying sup, and I wasn't really acknowledging that you were claiming a Supremes record. I thought you were doing the cool abbreviated hello, you know, like sup. And so every time you said that, I was like, wow, Chris keeps saying hello a bunch. So let me see if I can work out something with Michael Rudolph. So, because Chris Bryant was trying to buy a Supremes record 7 times. And I thought he was saying sup, like, hey, what's up? And I was like, dang, what? He is really wearing out the sup comment. All right, so sealed Waylon's at $23. That's a final call. And then over here is, yeah, sup. You got to be careful commenting sup. That also means, hey, what's up? And I was like, I saw it once and then I saw it twice. And I was like, oh, he's trying to buy Supremes. The second or third time, Chris, you probably should have added the R-E-M-E-S. And then I would have figured out what's going on there. All right, Sticks has sold 1 bid for $35. And that's sold to Michael Salazar. Beautiful copy. He said, no, let it go. Okay. Don't worry. Inside of this building, I probably have 180 copies of the Supremes. If we were to get them all together, there'd be about 180 copies, I promise. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on there. I was like, man, he's really trying to let somebody know he's saying what's up right now. Sup. In future reference for anybody watching, I would not put sup if you're trying to buy the Supremes. I'm going to register that in my brain that you're trying to say hello to me. And I'm going to say, yeah, man, what's up? What's up, man? Sup. Here's our next 3 singles. We have Lord Huron, The Night We Met, featuring Phoebe Bridgers, The Arcs, and The Arcs. And these kind of look like they go together. Those 3 singles for a $12 start. $12 start. Waylon is sealed, and it's at $25. We've got new vinyl here. Luckily, I've already got my laptop computer over here, and we can go ahead and open this thing up. No, I can't. What happened to it? Okay, I've already been using it over here. That's right. Let me flip this crate over for a desk. It's pouring rain outside. I hear sirens. I'm sure people's running off the road, rear-ending people, crashing. It's always bad in Lebanon. People start rear-ending everybody when it starts raining. It's bumper-to-bumper traffic from like 4 to 7. Everybody getting off from work. We got major traffic problems. And then it starts raining. You're at a high risk of getting rear-ended around here. First thing I have, let's pull up this waiting list for this first record. I'll go ahead and get it up and rolling. And it's right here. And this is Metal And this is for Metal Massacre. All right, so let's go ahead and show it. So first thing I have here is this. We have Metal Massacre in stock. I had a bunch of these Thursday night for Metal Night. We sold out and had a waiting list. Now, they are for sure on ruby red vinyl. It was questioned whether we was going to get clear or red. They're definitely red. This is Metal Massacre. The new Heavy Metal Review presents Metal Massacre, which is a reissue of that very first compilation that featured Metallica, Rats on here, Malice, and these are on red vinyl, and this is $38.99. Metal Massacre, $38.99, red vinyl. So there was a waiting list the other night, and that was Ken Crooker, Solarplex Studios, Danny Smith, Adam Ross, and Michael Ruttman. So that's the waiting list. Ken Crooker, Solarplex Studios, Danny Smith, Adam Ross, and Michael Ruttman, which was a total of 5. I've got more Metal Massacre compilations if anybody else wants one. They're $38.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. So those are all sold. Metal Massacre, very cool. Of course, the true first pressing of that is extremely tough to get. There's like a couple different reissues or represses. One where they corrected, I think, some names. You know, it even has Ron McGovey playing bass, Dave Mustaine guitar, James Hetfield vocals. Look at that. So the true first pressing of that are wild. Okay, so next thing we have is Waylon Jennings got a bid for 28, and Brad Waits was at 25. Now Tom Moran's at 28. The singles got bids all the way up for 50. Is that a $50 bid? Kelly bid $50 on these 3 singles, and then he went out on Waylon. And then over here we got Metal Massacre sold to Mark Morris and Metal Massacre sold to Brad Waits. Those are sold and sold. Next 2 things I have here is on black vinyl, Warrant Dog Eat Dog. These are actually supposed to be $34.90. This is not the right price on these. Let me double check this. What is that? It's not supposed to be $24 though. Let me double check that one. Warrant is, let me figure out where these came from first of all. Let me double check this right quick. I think they came from right here. I think I told somebody 30. Well, they're music on vinyl presses. Yeah, these are $38.99. These are $38.99, and we had somebody on a waiting list. Warrant Dog Eat Dog are $38.99, and this was for Kristen Driscoll. Yes, Kristen Driscoll. So Kristen, I got you down on a Warrant Dog Eat Dog. These are $38.99. $38.99. I've got one left over here if anybody else wants one. Let me just adjust this via pen. Otherwise... All right, so yeah, these are $38.99 if anybody wants one. Kristen Driscoll's on a waiting list. This 3 singles are sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $50, and now Waylon is sold to Tom Moran for $28. All right, time for all new auctions. And it's pretty close to 7, so we're about to get started into the stuff that was actually advertised. I've already flashed a couple and sold them tonight, but let's go ahead and put up more, like this right here, Love Gun by Kiss. It is a 77 OG. It does not have the Love Gun and other inserts. It's just a cover, the inner sleeve, and the disc. It is in VG condition, and it's a $15 start. Love Gun, there's the original inner sleeve. Love Gun, Kiss. It is an OG copy. No gun, no nothing, $15 start. Howlin' Wolf, unfortunately, are CDs. The Howlin' Wolf box set is CDs. 71 songs, 3 discs, 32-page book. And we're going to start it for $15. Some of these have sold for as much as $75, though. It is actually a CD box set, unfortunately. So I'll go ahead and knock that out right now. Now that's up for bid. Okay. And then we have Now. That's what I call the 70s. And there was a waiting list for this. It's one of those triple LP colored vinyl. Now that's what I call the 70s. So let's go ahead and knock that out. Now that's what I call the 70s. I got a waiting list for Jerry Stone and Tim Graham. So thank you, Jerry Stone, and thank you, Tim Graham. These are sold to you and you. Now that's what I call the 70s. So those are sold. and sold. Kiss is at 15. Howlin' Wolf's at 15, now 20. And then we only have one copy here of the Nerve Agents, $49.99. Now, I don't remember ordering this. I bet it's something I ordered when I was ordering metal or something. I don't remember this. Wow, that's a wild looking, looks like a piece of glass on the vinyl. Very interesting how that's made. That's $49.99. I really don't remember even ordering that, but there it is, the Nerve Agents, unless that was a request from somebody. I really don't remember that one. And now Howlin' Wolf's at 30. Extra copy. We have an extra copy of Three Doors Down, The Better Life, the new reissue that comes out Friday. If anybody wants a copy of that, Tanner just handed this to me and said, extra, so I probably pulled one too many. All right, are we done on Kiss? Just one bid for $15. It is an OG Love Gun, VG condition. Shock Me, Make Me Feel Better. It's at 15. It's a final call, and Howlin' Wolf's at 32. Let's grab some more singles over here and see what I've got next to run for singles. Tanner's shutting the door on me. See you later, Tanner. And then we have Mazzy Star, I'm Less Here. We got Smoke Fairies, the Three of Us EP, and Michael Kiwanuka. And those three are going to go up for a $12 start. Those three are going to go up for a $12 start. They're all sealed, brand new singles. Next in here was a restock of the New Kids on the Block. First time on vinyl in 35 years. That's been long out of print. New Kids on the Block is $29.99. There should be a waiting list for this. Let me check it right quick. New Kids on the Block. And this is Paul Brothers. Step Ahead. Yep. So Paul Brothers, thank you. And I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. There's 2 extras if anybody else wants one. $29.99. Kiss has new bids. The singles are at 12. The Mazzy Star song was Mazzy Star, yeah. I'm Less Here. It was originally a Record Store Day release. The Smoke Fairies and Michael Kiwanuka, however you say his name, on that, okay? And then over here, so Kit, let me figure out what else. Okay, so Howlin' Wolf got up. That was a CD box set, $38. The Now is a triple LP, UK import technically, $54.99. $54.99. A lot of licensing is required for those. Howlin' at 40. Kiss is at 18. Howlin' 42. The singles 12. And then that. And then Stephen Reeves wants a New Kids on the Block. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. There's one left. Kiss is at 25. I've got one copy here of something. Onslaught, The Force. Onslaught is on colored vinyl, $33.99. Yep, I bet some strays from my Thursday Night Metal orders are showing up, stuff that wasn't in stock, and then we got lucky now and got one. I'm sure that's where Nerve Agent came from. And then there's Onslaught, $33.99. I'm going to take a drink of purple juice. Onslaught's $33.99. I've got 2 copies here of Now Yearbook 89. Now, there was also a waiting list for this one. And I went through, I had a note for some people who want me to check on other years, but most of these are gone and they don't seem to reprint them. I told y'all we've sold some on Discogs. I think Doug one time, he bought some when they originally came out, and we got to looking and they had were selling for $200 and $300 on Discogs. And I think at some point he brought some back and it's like, hey, I'm going to see if we can work out a deal. I've never opened these. I'm going to do some swapping around on trade credit. And one of those Now Yearbooks we sold on Discogs, I think for $310. It was one of the first ones they made, very limited edition. I think they make more of them now, but some of those first years, people trying to complete the whole volume, they're like, dang it, I need 19 whatever, and now they're like $200 and $300. Angela Lewis gets this one. Angela Lewis was on a waiting list. Thank you, Angela Lewis. That's so do you. And then, so essentially what these are, this is compilations, UK charts. Most of it's UK charts of all the stuff, all the hit songs from 1989. So, Queen, Simple Minds, Tears for Fears, The Cure's on here, R.E.M., Stone Roses, Duran Duran. This is actually UK charts, because sometimes I've read off the 70s and everybody's like, man, I don't know half of those songs. I'm like, well, there's UK. There was stuff on there like Slade and T-Rex, stuff that was on the UK charts. But very cool, very popular series. And then we got more copies of Blue Murder. Blue Murder is $54.99. Let's look that up right quick. I'm pretty sure I had a waiting list for Blue Murder, and the waiting list for Blue Murder was Mark Trahan. And I went ahead and got a couple extra copies. This was a long out-of-print album too. $54.99 for Blue Murder, and I now have 2 left if anybody else wants one on that, okay? So, Dustin wants a Now Yearbook 89. That's gone. Let's update all these auctions. Sorry for the delay. So David Smith was the only bidder on the singles for 12. Kiss got up to 25. The Howlin' Wolf box set got up to 42, and Michael Butler went out. Then the singles 13, then 14. So Kiss just got a new bid for 26. Kiss just got a new bid for 26. That's still getting bids. The singles are now with John Durden at 14. It's between him and Jim B. And now the Howlin' Wolf box set's a final call to Donna Turner for $42. All right, and then it's Jelly Roll on Blue Murder. Jelly Roll. Is that the name of a song or the guy Jelly Roll? I don't see that song on here. Blue Murder, $54.99. 2 LP, their 1993 album, Blue Murder. And now we have 3 copies, and this is new from Neil Young. This is Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts, Talking to the Trees, a new album, indie exclusive clear vinyl. Neil Young still putting out new music, $34.99. Mastered from the original analog tapes, $34.99. Talking to the Trees, a new Neil Young album. I think that technically came out last Friday, and I ordered 3 indie exclusives. That was a pre-order I missed. I always try to post all the new Neil Young, but I've actually missed. Here's how much stuff this guy's putting out. He did a soundtrack that came out about 2 weeks ago. He put out another unreleased album about a week ago. And now here's another new studio album. He must have a cot in the studio. I mean, there's no way. He's still putting out stuff, new stuff, this stuff, unreleased stuff. He's doing soundtracks. The one, it has a train on the cover, and those never did come in. I ordered 5 of them. Those never did show up. So some of it's pretty limited edition, or they're selling out. I guess people trying to collect his discography, boy, you better have a lot of shelf space and a lot of time to track it all down and quite a bit of money. If you said, right now, I'm going to purchase every Neil Young album, including Buffalo, Springfield, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, oh my gosh, you're going to have like 3 feet of shelf space. That is sold to Autumn Betts. I've got 2. That is the indie exclusive for that. Kiss. Brad's out. Greg's out. Must have been a new bidder. Jeremy Rourke. This is an OG Love gun. No inserts, no gun, just the inner sleeve. It's in VG. Not bad. Nice jacket. Does have a clip corner. $30. Final call on that. The 3 singles are Mazzy Star, Michael Kiwan Unka, and then Smoke Fairies. And these are moving to a final call. And actually, they're still with you, John Durden, at 14. Jim B, did Jim B set out? Jim B never did say out, but we're going to have to sell them. And now this is sold to Donna for $42 on that. Thank you on that. A lot of Neil Young. But like I said the other night, one of my favorite artists, especially the early stuff. And then I like what he was doing, like in the late. He got kind of a grungy. He started wearing those Timberlands and flannel shirts. He kind of went grunge. Very cool. All right, here's David Bowie. This is an 83 U.S. Jacksonville original with the original inner sleeve. This is an OG copy of Let's Dance in VG condition, a $15 start. All right, Jim B says he's done. So these 3 singles are sold to John Durden for $14. John, those are sold to you. And then Love Gun is sold for $30 to Jeremy Rourke. All right, what a great first crate there of new vinyl. New vinyl. Did I miss the announcement? I said I was going to make an announcement. I think I was just going to say we've sold every crate, every record from every flip crate that I've made in the last 2 weeks, which to me is honestly amazing. I just got a few more over here, some stuff that has not sold, and I'm about to put those up for auction. It's one right now. This is the Who Hooligans. I don't have exact information, but I just know it's a great compilation. It is going to go up for just a $15 start like David Bowie. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. It is a great compilation from The Who. Has original inner sleeves with lyrics. It's super clean. MCA Records, like it is near mint, and a very clean jacket. I Can't Explain. Bob O'Reilly's on here. Behind Blue Eyes. Squeeze Box. I Can See for Miles. Who Are You? That's a $15 start on The Who. That's up for bid. And let's read through this crate one more time. The very first thing we had in here was Metal Massacre, which is a reissue from Metal Blade Records on the ruby red vinyl. Those are $38.99. And now let's grab some more singles over here. I do have, let's see here. I've got some stuff here like this. And let me sort through some of these. Yeah, I got some pretty good ones here like these. But let's still keep going with some of the new stuff here. I'm going to try to do all those first. Like this one, and this one, and this one. All right, so here's 3 more singles. This is the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Sacrilege on red vinyl. We have the Vines, F the World on white vinyl. And Confessor, Annuals. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $12 start. So Metal Massacre is sold to Tony Kepler. I've got 4 left, red vinyl. Warrant, Dog Eat Dog, a music on vinyl pressing, black vinyl, $38.99 on Warrant. I never did think I'd ever order those again. We've sold so many, but there they are. We have Now, that's what I call the 70s. So here's another Now, 3 LP. Queen, ELO, Elton John, Rod Stewart, Roberta Flack, Donna Summer, Blondie, David Essex, Sweet, Steve Harley, Susie Quattro, Mud, Alvin Stardust, Wizard, Mott the Hoople, John Lennon, Bob Dylan, The Police, The Clash, Boomtown Rats, Roxy Music, Sparks, Gary Newman. I've read half of the artist. There's the other half. It's a triple LP, $54.99. The Who has a bid for $15, final call. The Bowie has a bid for $15, final call. The singles have a bid for $12, final call. There's 2 Now yearbooks, 1 Nerve Agents on kind of Coke bottle clear vinyl, $49.99. 1 New Kids on the Block for $29.99. Onslaught, The Forest is $33.99. The reissue of Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble, $54.99. And Talking to the Trees, a new album from Neil Young, $34.99. It's on any exclusive clear vinyl. Very cool. I have not got a chance to listen to that yet, but I listened to all of them, the unreleased albums for sure, and I try to listen to all the new stuff too. I always try to check them off my list. So there's that, and let's go ahead and get started with a crate of new arrival check condition stuff. As always, Paul Conway on Onslaught. Great new stuff there. Thanks everybody for tuning in on Tuesday night. This is Collectco Live. If you're relatively new, we do this 7 nights a week. A big announcement dropped today about the new metal collection we got in. I hadn't checked my phone, but I bet it's getting a lot of activity, questions, pressings, information. And I think most of that stuff, I hadn't replied to comments yet because I want to make sure, get confirmation from Paul and Laura. But the metal stuff that I posted right here, all these Panteras, almost everything in here is OG. I think these Panteras, I can tell just by the wear and tear on the cover and the gloss, those are not bootlegs. I'm pretty sure those are OG Panteras. I think everything in here is OG. I think these are all OG copies. So I hope y'all have seen these pictures for Thursday night. Probably going to be one. Now also, not everything here might not sell on Thursday. That's a lot. That's a lot for one night. This might be 2 weeks. Some of these might show over the next couple weeks on a Thursday. So that is, that's big. And I just looked and there's a lot of new comments because that's now, I think word's getting out. Word is getting out on that. So just FYI. All right. And let's go ahead and grab that first crate of new check edition. I got 6 new arrival crates over here from John. And there was still 7 in the backlog. But some of those, at this point, I don't know what I've gone through or what I haven't. So I've just been saying whatever I have here new with them. But it looks like he's got us some nice new check condition stuff here. There's still a whole nother crate of new vinyl. And I'll do that after this. Okay? Let me first move my camera just a little bit. And it was slightly in the way here. And now let me bend it like this. I think that's going to be a little bit better, hopefully. Okay. It looks like it needs to be tilted like that slightly. How's that look? Okay. Now, here we go. These 3 singles are sold to Ivan R for $12. New vintage arrivals right now, yes. We got David Bowie, one bid to RJ66 for $15. And The Who is sold for $15 to Mike Barley. Great price on that. Great compilation. That's sold for $15.15. All right, back to some of the other stuff over here. First, let me see what I've got next in the singles. There's some good ones here. Let me see what I got here. Okay, we might get into some stuff now that's not necessarily as new. Let me see what I got here. Hadn't really had a chance to sort these. All right. Here's two Dead-related singles. Grateful Dead, Touch of Grey, and Jerry Garcia, a promo of The Deal and The Wheel. Those are two Grateful Dead-related singles, Jerry Garcia and then the actual Grateful Dead. $7 start on those. $7 start on those. Over here in the auction box, I've got Pink Floyd, a 1972 OG Jacksonville press right over here of a $15 start. $15 start. That is now up for bid. This is Obscured by Clouds, $15 start. There's the two Grateful Dead singles. And the first thing in here is Sly and the Family Stone. There's a riot going on. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Sly and the Family Stone, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Nice. How about Hall & Oates Voices? Hall & Oates is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, a 2LP REO Speedwagon compilation, $24.99. These are new vintage arrivals for tonight. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG condition. It does have the original insert with it. That is $14.99 for Neil Young. And Styx, Caught in the Act. Styx is a 2LP, VG Plus, $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Rare Hendrix, VG, $14.99. So the most recent bids are 7 on the singles and then 10. And then Pink Floyd, 15, and now 17. Also, we have over here in this auction crate, we have another request for David Bowie. I hadn't got my eyes physically on that one yet, but I will go ahead and put this up right here. This is Madonna, Like a Virgin. It is an 84 US OG with the original on her sleeve, EX minus condition, and Madonna is going to go up for a $25 star. It is OG, and it does have the original on her sleeve. Pink Floyd is now at 18. Next thing I have is collections, the Young Rascals, VG Plus $14.99 for the Young Rascals, green and blue label there, $14.99. And Great Scott, Shirley Scott Trio, that's in VG Plus condition, $24.99 on Shirley Scott. Alex Kane on Jimi Hendrix, that's sold to Alex Kane. Thank you on that. And then Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. Steve Miller Band is in VG condition, $9.99. Michael second on the Hendrix. And the Soul Children, Friction. That's in VG Plus condition. The Soul Children is actually on the Stax label here, $24.99. These two Dead-related singles are sold to George Burleson for $10. Pink Floyd's A Final Call to Craig Weatherford for $18. It is an OG VG. Cecil, you've been outbid, just FYI. And Madonna is a $25 start. Next thing I have over here is we have, let's see here, we got this one. We got this one, and I think I got 3 more newer looking ones here. Yeah. Here is Jimmy Eat World. Jimmy Eat World Damage. Mumford & Sons. Ex-Baba Mal. And I think that's somebody that plays on there with them. And then Danger Mouse and Daniel Lupi present Rome. And those 3 singles, those are all new there. $12 start on those. Back to the crate. Also, we have The Impressions. This is My Country. The Impressions, as in Curtis Mayfield. VG Plus, $44.99. Looks like we're done on Pink Floyd. Final Call for $18 with Craig Weatherford. Elvis in person at the International Hotel. A Gatefold 2LP, a 69 OG press, $44.99. $44.99. I was about to say, make sure I have seen a copy that's been signed right here by Elvis Presley, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Instead of $44.99, this might be a little bit more. There's Elvis though, $44.99, 69 Hollywood pressing of that. Savoy Brown, this is called Line Share, EX $17.99 on Savoy Brown. And the Blues Brothers, the soundtrack to the film, A Mission from God, EX edition, $22.99. Madonna's now at 26, now 27. The singles already have bids for 15, 15, 25, 25. Kelly's 25 came in first. Also, ELO, a new world record, VG Plus $12.99. Now Cynthia's at 30. Now Kelly's at 35. ELO's VG Plus $12.99. And the Beach Boys Holland. It does have the EP that came with it. That's VG. That is $19.99. And Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie, a specialty press, Willie, his first Outlaw, VG $29.99. Oh, Shotgun Willie there. Chad's going to take a drink of some purple juice right quick. Nice. Okay. Scott Oman on that Beach Boys Holland record with the EP. Thank you, Scott Oman. That's so to you. Chris Gardner second. The singles are at 50. Madonna 29. And Shine On Brightly, Procol Harum, VG Plus $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Pink Floyd then. Just for $18 to Craig Weatherford. Seems like a great price on an OG Pink Floyd record. That's so to him. We have filled up another crate already. So let me swap out and stack this right over here. And let's start working on another one, shall we? 2 down, about 7 more to go, hopefully, tonight. Next thing we have is right here, the Chipmunks Sings the Beatles, VG $9.99. Scott Oman did not want the Beach Boys. He wanted the Blues Brothers, okay? Blues Brothers. So BB and Beach Boys, Blues Brothers and Beach Boys were back-to-back. So let me pull out, let's pull out that, I'm going to go swap them out then in the previous crate. Let me go do that right now. I've already stacked it right over here. But this is sold then. We're going to pull out the Beach Boys. So if anybody others, BB was for Beach Boys, you might want to go ahead and let me know right now because this one is going back in the bin. So he did get Blues Brothers, and then Chris was second. Nick Bargeron was third. And then we got Michael McCullen on Willie Nelson. That's sort of Michael McCullen. And then we have Mike Bartlett on the Chipmunks. And then Chris Gardner was second. Nick Bargeron was BB for Beach Boys. We make sure that's not what Chris Gardner wanted. Chris, was your BB for Blues Brothers or Beach Boys? If it's for Beach Boys, you got it. If not, then it's Nick Bargeron's. All right, so just let me know there, and then let's go ahead and introduce another auction. The next auction I have for you right now is going to be, ooh, we got some cool stuff in here. I'm really just now really paying attention to what we have in here. Let's go ahead and knock out another Kiss album, Lick It Up. Lick It Up is an 83 U.S. Pittman original in VG condition with the original inner sleeve, and Kiss is going to go up for a $25 start. He said he did want the Beach Boys. Okay, so the Beach Boys is sold then to Chris Gardner. So Blues Brothers is definitely long gone, and so is the Beach Boys. Lots of claims for both, actually. These 3 singles, the last bid was Kelly Out, and Cynthia Hertrin has those for $60. ZZ Top's Rio Grande Mud. ZZ Top is in VG Plus condition. That is $24.99. And Jeff Beck Group. Jeff Beck is in VG condition, $9.99. And Saturday Night Fever, the original motion picture soundtrack, a Gatefold 2 LP, VG $9.99, and Van Morrison St. Dominic's Preview, EX $32.99 for Van Morrison. So these 3 singles are sold to Cynthia for $60. The last bid on Madonna that came in was Travis Woods at $32. The bidder before him was Brad Waits. Brad's out, final call. Kiss already has a bid for $25, and Brad's right in on that. Okay, so let me see what else I got here in my crate. I've got this single. I have this single. And what else do I have in here? I have, where's the rest of the new stuff? Here we go. Here is this single and that single. So here's 3 more. I've got Ben Harper and the Innocent Criminals. Ben Harper and the Innocent Criminals. Not Beats, that's all you've got. Also, we have the Gabbard Brothers, and that is Gabbard Brothers, Sell Your Gun, Buy a Guitar, and Too Much to Feel. Those 3 singles for a $12 start on that. Von Gillespie on the ZZ Top. That's so to Von Gillespie. And info on Van Morrison. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview, EX 32.99. That should be the first label for that release, 1972. Madonna is so to Travis Woods for 32, and now Kiss has one bid for 25, and that's going once, going twice. Next thing I have over here is U2's How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. It is a 2017 Euro reissue, 180 gram with book and original on the sleeve. U2 Vertigo, $15 start on that. George Jones on Van Morrison. Those three singles, a $12 start. And Kiss is a final call. It's got one bid of VGOG with the original on her sleeve, $25. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, VG condition, $14.99. Grand Funk, we're an American band. Black vinyl, EX, $19.99. Kiss does have a new bid for $35. Cat Scratch Fever, Ted Nugent. Does have a little bit of writing up here on the top right. El King, VG Plus $9.99. U2 has a bid for $15. And the soundtrack to Pink Floyd's More, Pink Floyd More, VG $24.99. A 73 Winchester press. 73 Winchester press. U2 15, U2 15, U2 18. Kiss is at 36. And then we have the Who Face Dances. That's in VG $9.99. We have Flights of Fantasy, The Ventures. That's VG Plus $9.99. And then Bob Dylan. And this is an OG mono with the original Claudia Cardindale cover. VG condition, $64.99. So let's take a look at this. Bob Dylan is an OG original pressing. It is VG vinyl and a VG cover. It does have the original gatefold jacket with the Claudia Cardindale, and it is in mono. So it is an OG copy in mono. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, $64.99. It is OG mono with the original cover, $64.99. That is one you might want to consider, okay? That's one you might want to consider. What's your go-to Stones album? Hot Rocks. It's a compilation, but if I'm going to listen to the Stones, I'm putting on Hot Rocks. That is one of the best compilations ever. And then here we got Ted Nugent. This is sold to Chad Davis. Back over here, U2's at 20. Randy Klein put Pink, and that was for Pink Floyd. And then U2 24, U2 22, U2 25. These three singles did not get a bid first time, so those are sold for $12. Those are sold for $12. And then over here, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We haven't, and are we done on Kiss? D-Kong's out. We will go ahead and sell that to Brad for $36. All right, now U2's at 25 with Donna Mitchell. Those three singles are about now for $12. Next thing we have over here is this. We have I do have a tab that says $50. I'm trying to find that other David Bowie record. Let me see which one. Let me see what we had here. Oh, it's probably this deal here. Oh my gosh. I've never seen this deal before. An 89 US, what is this even called? What a wild case. An 89 USOG David Bowie Sound and Vision. Wow, I've never had this before. Whoa, don't fall off the table, Bowie. An 89 USOG, out of print ever since, Sound and Vision. Yeah, I've never had this before. Very, very cool. It's a Ryco analog. Y'all see what the box looks like? Look at this. It's on the Ryco clear Coke bottle vinyl. It's an 89 USOG. It's been out of print ever since. It looks like it's a triple LP. It looks like it's a triple, three gatefold jackets, so probably 6 LPs. It has this really cool like translucent lid that goes over the top here. And this is a $155 start. Just when I think I've sold and auctioned everything David Bowie, I have not had this. And this is sealed, or excuse me, it is near mint, no condition notes, $155 start on that. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Very, very cool. Bowie's now up for bid. That's why I couldn't find it a second ago. Donna has U2 for $25. Oh my gosh. And Chad's stretching. I hadn't got my morning stretches in yet. Let me do that right quick. Holy moly. I gotta get warmed up here, everybody. Oh, wow. Let's go through this check condition crate again. And George, I got you down. And we already got absolute war going for Bowie. Holy moly. Okay, so first thing we have, Dynasty's a new sealed 2014 pressing. Dynasty's new and sealed. And then we had a question, GMB, color on the Night Beats. The Night Beats featuring Robert Levon Bean. The Night Beats is on white vinyl. White vinyl. Bowie's already at 3 1/4. Okay? Bowie's already at 3 1/4. So right now, U2 is a 2017 Euro reissue. The last bid that came in was a final call with Donna Mitchell for $25. Bowie's already at 400. Let's read through these again one more time quickly. We're going to get to an air horn fast, it looks like. We got Sly and the Family Stone. There's a riot going on. VG Plus, $24.99. Sly and the Family Stone. Darren Hall & Oates Voices, VG Plus, $14.99. REO Speedwagon, VG Plus, $24.99. Neil Young was VG, $14.99. Styx is VG Plus, $24.99. The Young Rascals, VG Plus, $14.99. Shirley Scott, VG Plus, $24.99. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams with Jungle Love. Da, 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 da. The Soul Children Friction, VG Plus, $24.99. The Impressions was $44.99. Elvis is VG Plus, $44.99. Savoy Brown, EX, $17.99. ELO is VG Plus, $12.99. And Procol Harum, VG Plus, $14.99. Bowie 500, Bowie 525, Bowie 575, Bowie 6 1/4. U2 has a new bid for 27. And now let's jump back over here to these singles and see what we can have come up for the next ones. Let me do this and this and this. Here's 3 more. Ooh. I'll do that one next if I just lost it in the box. But here's the next ones. We got Dr. Dog. We have Damon Jurado. And we have Kadaja Bonet, and Temple's Fortune. Those 3 are going to go up for a $12 start. Jerry Rock on ELO. Bowie's at $750. And now Donna's out on U2, so El Pisca, that 27 may do it. Jeff Beck was VG $9.99. Saturday Night Fever, VG $9.99. Info on Elvis. Elvis is a 69 Rockaway original. Does have some writing here on the hop sticker and on the label, but it is OG 69. VG Plus, $44.99. Next here is the Rolling Stones, VG $14.99. Grand Funk, we're an American band, EX $19.99. The Who Face Dances was VG $9.99. The Ventures is VG Plus $9.99. And then the OG Dylan 66 Mono Terre Haute VG with that original jacket is $64.99. $64.99 on the OG Dylan. All right. Now, John Durden on the Impressions, Flights of Fantasy. And over here, we got 3 new... Let's go ahead and sell U2 to El Pisca for 27. And then the Impressions was an OG pressing. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't have an exact confirmed year, but that should be... Everything checks out for the right label. This is My Country, VG Plus, $44.99. Brad Waits on Grand Funk. That's on black vinyl, and that's so to Brad. And Michael Hamburger, your bid just came in on U2. Sorry. Somebody had it for the longest, and then it got bumped. I went ahead and sold it. David Bowie's at $1,200, everybody. Now, the next auction is going to come over here from the Japanese bin. I got a Japanese pressing here of Wings' Greatest Hits. Always a great one. Chad, I didn't claim Impressions. I claimed Ventures. Hold on, I might have misspoke. Give me 1 second, though. Let me go ahead and put this up. This is Wings' Greatest Hits, Near Minus and pristine Japanese pressing. There's the original on her sleeve. The lyric insert's a little wrinkled, but it's there, and it's on cover and Obi, one of my favorite compilations. $35 start on that. Okay, so let me make sure. Yeah, John Darden got the Ventures. I may have said Impressions. He got the Ventures. We sold you two to El Pisca. Brad Waite's on Grand Funk, okay? Bowie's at $1,200. The Wings is a $35 start. And then these three singles, Final Call for 12, which was Dr. Dog, Damon Jurado, and Temple's Fortune, and Kahaja Bonnet. And those are at $12. Bowie's at 200 with Cynthia. Kelly's out. Looks like that's going to be a final call. If anybody changes their mind, you want something in here, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. I am swapping out crates right now. And we have another crate of new vinyl here. So let's go through this. Should be all new stuff. We got the air horn warming up. And let me take a peek in these. I mean, I was going to say make sure this is the next crate I want to go through. But you know what? Actually, it's the only other crate of new stuff to go through. So let's go ahead and knock that out. I do plan on, since we only had 2 crates come in tonight, plan on probably going through maybe some in between some of these pre-owned vintage crates that we hadn't seen in a while. Just FYI. All righty. So here we go. And Year of Soul Children. Year of Soul Children. That's from the last crate. That's a Stax record. That's a 70s probably. Stax Soul Children. The Soul Children is from 1974. 1974. Okay. All right. Nothing else. All right, let's go ahead and sell these 3 singles for $12 or make them a buy it now. Wings is a final call for $35. And David Bowie, I'm going to make sure we're all done. I think at one point, I think Michael has already said out, but Cynthia's at $1,200 and Kelly's went out. It was just really between those two. We're about to sell it. Final call. All right, so here's what's next. We have Republic New Order, which I don't think I've ever had before. New Order Republic, and that is $38.99. New Order Republic. Never had that. And it's classified as an import, $38.99. We got a restock of Tyler Childers' Purgatory for $28.99. Let me make sure I don't have a waiting list for this. This has Feathered Indians on it and Lady May. Tyler, any waiting list for Tyler? Tyler Childers? Yep, Steve Weaver. I thought so. Steve Weaver. So I got 2 extra copies of Tyler Childers if anybody wants that. I got that if anybody wants it. I've got 2 extra copies, okay? Now, over here we have Patrick's in on Wings, and let's go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. That's so do you. Awesome. I will say for me, I have never seen that David Bowie release before, hence the incredible bidding war we just had. So thank you. Congratulations. I'm going to warn everybody in the store right now, including Tanner up front, even though he's got the door shut. He's up there, I think, watching last night's sale. But definitely for Laura in the back, here comes the air horn. And for your cats and dogs at home, you might want to turn down the volume. Or if you want to see them turn their head and look at you funny, you might want to turn up your volume. Here it comes. Thank you, Cynthia, as always. Anybody ever have their dog like turn their head funny and look at you like, huh? Huh? What was that? Uh-oh. What was that? We have Patrick C. Smith on the Wings for $35. Patrick, that's so do you. Uh-oh. Chad's blowing the air horn again. All right, board's cleared. So Craig wanted to know the 3 singles titles. From the last stack, it was Dr. Dog, Damon Jurado, and Temple's Fortune, and Kahaja Bonnet. And they're $12. And then we have the Gabbard Brothers, Ben Harper and the Innocents, and the Night Beats. Those are also $12. I'm not for sure which ones you were asking about, Craig. And then Jim B said he would give $4 just for the Night Beats. And over here, is no claims out of this crate yet, right? Nobody on New Order, nobody on Tyler Childers. We'll keep going. We have 2 copies of Nile. I haven't had this one, I don't think. Nile, and this one's Vile Nilotic Rites. Got some kind of Egyptian pyramid thing going on here. Red vinyl, $34.99. And then we have Disturbed Evolution. Disturbed is $33.99. Disturbed Evolution, $33.99. I've got 2 of those. Next auction is going to go up right now. We got McCoy Tyner plays Ellington. McCoy Tyner plays Ellington. We have a 68 US reissue with a company inner sleeve in VG condition. And let's go ahead and start this at $20. It is a 68 US reissue. Looks like it was in a mono jacket and they put a stereo sticker on it. VG, a $20 start. Okay? Now, we got Night Beats for $4 and Ben Harper for $4. Night Beats for $4 and Ben Harper for $4. All right, so sell this one to Craig for $4. Sell this one to Jim B for $4. And then if anybody wants to buy what's left here, also those last 4 for $10 if anybody wants to bundle those last 4. $10 bundle on those last 4, okay? Next is Craig Ruth on Disturbed. That's sold to Craig Ruth. McCoy Tyner already has bid for 20 and 20. We got a request for the Clash. Let me find it. Right now, I had Kraftwerk next. Kraftwerk is an 81 US Jacksonville original. Nice. OG Kraftwerk, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Computer World. I've always loved that cover. Kraftwerk, Computer World. $25 start on that. McCoy Tyner's at $24. And let's go ahead and put up a new, I've got 4 10-inch releases left. And this one here is Group Love, Under the Covers. Group Love is sealed, Record Store Day. That's a $10 start. Here's another copy of Peaches, The Teaches of Peaches, $34.99. Alex Kane wants Nile. Thank you, Alex. That's so to you. And unbelievably, look what showed up. More copies of those sealed original David Lee Roths. This still blows my mind. I ordered these new from a new distribution company, and they sent me OG copies. Sealed original David Lee Roth old cutout copies. Can you believe it? $28.99. And for those that's on a waiting list, these are already sold. I've had a couple people still asking. They're like, dang, Chad, can you get me one of those? And I'm like, I'm trying. And here's who was next in line. We got 5, and they're sold to MT Matt, Tim Graham, John Durden, Brian Reynolds, and Dan Triaga. MT Matt, Tim Graham, John Durden, Brian Reynolds, and Dan Triaga. These are all sold. When I saw them in stock, I was like, wow, that's crazy. You know, a new vinyl distributor sending out OG copies from 40 years ago. You know, something that was in stock with new vinyl distribution 40 or more years ago. But those are already spoken for. Maybe more will come in. I've got like 30 back ordered. I basically said, I'll take all you can get. Sealed original David Lee Ross, brand new. There's still one person left on the waiting list, Jennifer Corbin. So Jennifer Corbin, you were left, and if anybody wants to go on, you never know. They might pop up. It wouldn't be a bad thing to be on a waiting list for. Original pressing, sealed, brand new, not from 2025. We're talking 1988. Now, I believe this. I'm not too surprised. There was a guy in Nashville selling out of his garage about 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago now. I was doing live streams, but not like I am now. And he had crates and crates and boxes of boxes. He had sealed Jolene's. It was mostly old country stuff. But he had boxes full of sealed Dolly Jolene's, sealed Dolly coat of many colors. He had Randy Travis sealed, some of those 90s Alan Jackson records sealed. And I was like, wow. And I went down there and bought a bunch. And I regret not buying everything he had. This is before I was really just selling coins and stuff on Facebook. So I was really just buying for my store and not so much here on Facebook. If I could have all that stuff now, I'd be like, dang, could you imagine? And I'm sure he distributed it all over the state because he was selling it online too. I was like, my goodness. But yeah, I bet in old warehouses, there's still stuff like this lingering around. It's probably just in a brown box and no one knows what it is. They cut it open and they're like, dang, original David Lee Roth. There's still out there, I'm sure. So the chances of me getting more are slim, but I said that the last time and 5 more showed up. So those are gone. But I mean, y'all watch shows like American Pickers all the time. You see them, they'll open up boxes and it's old toys from like the 60s that's never been opened. You know, so you never know what's still out there. So hopefully more show up. But those are sold. Let's get back to the top. And we sold Nile. We sold McCoy Tyner had a bid for 25. And then Kraftwerk 25. Scott Oman wanted all the leftover singles for 10. So sell Scott Oman those 4 singles for 10. McCoy Tyner 27. And then let's start a new waiting list for David Lee Roth. So Jennifer Corbin's first and then El Terrible. Joe Maynard wants Peaches. I still got another copy from a previous crate if anybody else wants one. Group Love has a bid with Natasha for 10. Vaughn is now also on that waiting list. And then Stacy Metternich. McCoy Tyner 30. McCoy Tyner 32. Alonzo also on the David Lee Roth. And then William Howe on David Lee Roth. Jeff Halsworth on David Lee Roth. Sid Blair on David Lee Roth. And then we got Randy Klein on David Lee Roth. McCoy Tyner 35. And then Craig Ruth on David Lee Roth. Brandon Jones on David Lee Roth. Brad Waits on David Lee Roth. Patrick Lear on David Lee Roth. McCoy Tyner 36. Kristen Driscoll on David Lee Roth. Greg Gallier on David Lee Roth. And then McCoy Tyner 37. McCoy Tyner 40. Kraftwerk 26-28. And Natasha still has Group Love for 10. Final call. So Kraftwerk 27. McCoy Tyner 40. And Group Love 10. All the David Lee Roth names are a waiting list. If you commented live tonight, it's all a waiting list. Those 5 copies were already sold because there was already a waiting list. Lamb of God, self-titled. Lamb of God is $28.99. $28.99. And Paradise Lost, Obsidian. Paradise Lost is $24.99. Just $24.99, I should say. Paradise Lost, $24.99. And then here's a restock of that Melvins album. I think it was originally self-titled, but they also call it Lice All. But it's that self-titled Melvins album. Melvins is $29.99. And there was a waiting list for the Melvins. The Melvins waiting list was Charlie Marks and Joshua Cross. Charlie Marks and Joshua Cross. So thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Joshua. 2 copies here. The Melvin sold. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know, okay? No David Lee Roth unless you're getting OG again. Yeah, so the waiting list are for OG sealed copies. You won't be tagged for anything else. I'm basically just saying if we're lucky enough to get more of those in, if we are lucky enough to get more of those in, if you're on a waiting list, I'll give you one for $28.99. MT Matt wants Lamb of God. So everybody's name we took down tonight will be added to that list unless you don't want one. I think that's a great waiting list to go on, just in case more show up. MT Matt on Lamb of Gods, Chris Bryan on Melvins, Natasha gets Group Love, and now we have McCoy Tyner is sold to Donna Turner for $40, and then Kraftwerk is with Chris Gardner for $29. All righty. So first thing is, let me go ahead, is Chris bidding against himself. Craig was at 26, Chris was at 27, then Chris bid 29. Yeah, so actually, Chris, you still have it for 27. You still have it for 27. Tim, you've already got a David Lee Roth. You just missed them. More came in. You just missed it. Yes. The 5 people who got one tonight were MT Matt, Tim Graham, John Durden, Brian Reynolds, and Dan Triaga. 5 more came in. Those are already sold. Tim, you've already got one. Base kicking also once added. And Chris Bryant got a Melvins. Here's all the miscellaneous stuff we've already sold tonight. Let me go ahead and take it over here because the tower's starting to get a little bit janky. We don't want any kind of janky spills. Let's go ahead and start a new tower over here of sold miscellaneous stuff. Okay. Here we go. Chris Bryant got a Melvins. You got one. Your name's on it. You know waiting list, you got one. Tim Graham got a David Lee Roth. Now, Chris Gardner has Craftwork at 27. Craig says he's done. It's a final call. Next thing was Traveling Wilburys 3. The Traveling Wilburys is $36.99. Let me check the waiting list for this. Let's get some new auctions going too. But first, Traveling Wilburys. Nick Bargeron was on a waiting list. Nick, I've got you one. This is sold to you for $36.99. I got 2 extra copies. That's sold to Nick, and there's that. Now, let's also go over here and put up another auction, and this is very cool. This is early Allman Brothers. It's called Hourglass. It's a 68 USOG with the company inner sleeve. Hourglass, Power of Love. That's Greg and Dwayne Allman there. Power of Love. How cool is that? Early Allman Brothers. VG condition, a $25 start on Hourglass. Next thing is, I'm going to put the last 3 10-inch singles together. We have G-Love, Bloodshot and Blue. We have Smoke and Jackie. And Jesse Malden, Hardcore Feelings EP. Those last 3 10-inch singles are going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. I've been putting them up each at $10 a piece. Next thing we have here is Sting, the Soul Cages. This has been out of stock for a long time. $34.99. Sting, the Soul Cages. That's been out of stock for a long time. $34.99. I don't know if Jerry Stone's watching, but I think he would definitely want one of those if he is. $34.99. The Allman Brothers is at $40 of Michael Butler. And then Craftwork is sold. And this is sold to Chris Gardner for $27. The Hourglass, a.k.a. Early Allman Brothers there, is at $40. Those 3 10-inch singles, a $15 start. Cynthia Herdron on Sting Soul Cages. That hadn't been in stock in quite some time. Craig has the 10 inches at $15, and we got a restock of Megadeth, the Euthanasia picture disc. Megadeth is $39.99, and there was a waiting list for the Euthanasia picture disc. Let's find it right quick. Megadeth Euthanasia. And that is Mega. And that is Bridget Wales, which was a new buyer. So let's make sure she actually contacted us. I think she bought some other stuff last week. Bridget Wales, new buyer, and then Tim Floyd. So she was a new buyer, but I think the first thing she claimed was this, which was a waiting list, and then she ended up buying more stuff. So, Bridget, if you're out there still watching, this has come in. It's now sold to you. So you got a new invoice going. And then we got 3 extra copies here. Final call on the Hourglass for $40, and final call on those 3 10-inch releases for $15 with Craig Thomas. Anybody else? Very cool record there, Hourglass. It took me a while to find one of those myself. Very lucky to have one myself. That was a great crate of new vinyl. Big waiting list going for the sealed OG David Lee Roth. That's essentially called NOS, New Old Stock. We'll show it again one more time to see if we can add a few. Oh, look what's hiding. I told you. A 10-inch release here, Fu Manchu. And there was a waiting list. I almost forgot about these. I got to be careful putting the 10-inch releases down in the crates because they get hidden sometimes. They get hidden. Fu Manchu. The waiting list for Fu Manchu was Rebecca Howard and John Oliver. So thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, John Oliver. These 2 are sold. These are $29.99. If anybody else wants one, I've got 2 left. Fu Manchu. I think it's just called Fu Manchu. It's a 10-inch release, $29.99. All right. And unless Facebook's held up, or I don't think it is, though. I haven't seen more bids. We're about to sell those back to auctions. We got New Order, Republic, $38.99. Still got 3 of those. Tyler Childers Purgatory for $28.99. And then Nile. This is Vile Nilotic Rights. Red Vinyl 2 LP, $34.99. And then we have Disturbed Evolution. Disturbed is $33.99. Lamb of God self-titled, $28.99. Okay, comments are working. That means I'm going to go ahead and sell these to Craig Thomas for $15. Seems like a great price. Hourglass is sold. Early Dwayne and Greg Allman, pre-Allman Brothers. Nice, just one bid, $40. And then we have Paradise Lost is $24.99. Melvin's is $29.99. Traveling Wilburys, $36.99. We have Soul Cages. Sting is $34.99. And Megadeth, $39. Bob Riger wants a Fu Manchu. That's so to Bob Riger. There's one left. Next auction is going to be put up right now. It is Van Halen's Diver Down. And yes, this is an OG U.S. Allied original with the original on the sleeve. Diver Down is a $35 start. Van Halen, Diver Down. Bob said, F you. I know it. Just like when people's trying to buy Fugazi records. What is a 10-inch? Well, instead of like a 12-inch LP, it's a 10-inch. It's not 7, it's not 12, it's 10. And typically they play at a 33 1/3, and usually people press EPs on these. So typically they're EPs or singles. Like this has 6 tracks on it. Smoke and Jackal has 6. They're usually reserved for EPs or singles, and they typically play at a 33 1/3. Actually, 10-inch releases were out before 45s and albums. They started putting a lot of jazz stuff originally on 10-inch back in the 40s. So actually, we now view the 10-inch releases as an oddity, but actually it's some of the first things that were released far as on vinyl, So now they're kind of an oddity or a novelty, but if you go back and check your vinyl history, they were actually some of the first things that were commercially released. Van Halen's at 35, and Van Halen's at 35, and Van Halen's at 40. Let me do some condensing. Let me show you the other new vinyl, so that way I can go ahead and put it in one crate. So 2 crates of one vinyl has now turned into 1 crate. We still got Metal Massacre for 38, Warrant for 38. Now that's what I call the 70s 54. Nerve Agents was 49. New Kids on the Block 29. Blue Murder 54. And the new Neil Young album, Indie Exclusive, $34.99 on that. Yep, 78. So first music recorded, I guess really the first ever music that was sold was actually just like sheet music. And then they made wax cylinders. And then you had the 78. And then you had the 10-inch releases, which were vinyl, mostly vinyl. 78s were first made on shellac, not vinyl. They're made of shellac, which is basically bug guts. That's why they break so easy. And then you had the 45 developed in the late 40s. And then you had the album started in the early 50s, mid-50s. So a lot of different releases originally for music. Let's go ahead and bring over another check condition crate. And let's see what's going on over here. I've got some wax cylinders somewhere. I'm sure Michael Rudolph would love to bid on them. Don't forget about reel-to-reels. Don't forget about 8 tracks and cassettes and 4 tracks. I've got some 4 tracks over here. Not 8 tracks. I got some 4 tracks. All right, so let's go over here. Van Halen 35, 35, 40. Brandon in Delaware wants a Lamb of God. Brandon in Delaware wants a Lamb of God. That was from the previous crate. That was the self-titled album, right? Lamb of God. Yep, this is sold to Brandon in Delaware. And then the next thing was, is Paradise Lost a band name? Yes. And then over here, Van Halen 41, Van Halen 50. Van Halen 50. Okay. And then Jamie Tucker, the ELO, I think, you might be slightly behind, Mr. Jamie. I think that's already either sold or that was in a previous check condition crate, which I now don't know the whereabouts of. Was there one left over here? Hold on a second. There was one in the last check condition bin. Did it sell? Yeah, I think it sold. You might be slightly behind if your comment just came in, because there was no new ELO, and we've only been through one vintage crate, and there's nothing left in there that's ELO. Okay, so sorry about that. And let me make a note, whoever's watching this sale, if I don't remember naturally, please make a note for me to reply to Jamie on Facebook. I just thought about that because I saw your message that night, Jamie, and I think I opened it. And I want to thank you again for doing that for us. And then I meant to reply, but because I opened it that night, it got marked as red. All right, so let's update Van Halen. Michael Hamburger has this for 50. This is at 50, and that's with Michael Hamburger. And that's going once, going twice. Chad, Did that new Grateful Dead LP sell? I've been waiting to see it in a crate, but never haven't. Okay, I'm going to be very honest with you. I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about. But if you can give me a title or some more information, I will try my best to track down this information for you. The next auction is going to go up right now. This is old Stevie Ray Vaughan. Couldn't stand the weather. This is an 84 U.S. Carrollton OG. It is still in shrink. It is an OG Stevie Ray Vaughan, and it's a $35 start. The Paradise Lost album from the previous crate was called Obsidian. Paradise Lost Obsidian is $24.99. I have one copy left over here. All right, more new check condition stuff, and we're going to start right off the bat with the Beatles. An original Scranton press with the book, EX condition, $59.99. An original stereo Magical Mystery Tour, $59.99. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Fog hat, full for the city. VG condition, $9.99. Slow ride, take it easy. Fog hat, OG, VG, $9.99. Kansas, it's the point of no return, VG, $9.99. And Rick Nelson sings for you. Ricky Nelson, EX, $9.99. The band, Stage Fright, VG Plus, $24.99. Michael Hamburger gets Van Halen for $50. That's sold. El Terrible Torrio is sold on the Fog hat. Todd Saw was second, then MT Matt. Stevie Ray Vaughan's OG, looking for a $35 start on that. Wow, Tanner's still here. Jeremy Rourke on K for Kansas. Chad next on Fog hat. Retro Class next on Fog hat. Mike Bartlett first on Kansas. Whoop, I've already pulled that. Hold on a second. Yeah, so what just happened there? Fog hat was sold to El Terrible, and then Kansas is sold to Jeremy. And then there was a lot of people next on everything. All right, now the next auction I have over here is the Allman Brothers Band, and this is on the OG label. The Allman Brothers is a 71 U.S. specialty OG Pink Capricorn label, the first press for this historical album. This was registered and archived. You know, when something gets archived at the Library of Congress, they deem it as culturally and significantly important in American history. They do it for films. They do it for music. This album was archived, and I think they got the master tapes at the Library of Congress for the archival because it's important and significant in American history. The Allman Brothers live at the Fillmore East. It's an OG VG condition, and this is a $35 start. The Allman Brothers, Fillmore East, a $35 start on that. Back to the bin, Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, EX edition, $22.99. This is Hollywood Nights, Old Time Rock and Roll, EX, $22.99. Paradise Lost, this is sold to Donna Mitchell, that's sold to you. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is a final call for $35. Now, I don't know what exactly goes through that process when they register those albums in the Library of Congress. I've been told that a lot of times they want the master tape stored there. That way they're, you know, locked down there with like wherever they keep the Declaration of Independence at night. So I don't know if all that's all true, but that's what I've been told before. Next thing we have here is some more singles. Let me do some sorting right quick. I do have a couple, I think, more new ones here I'm going to try to bundle together. This is pretty cool looking, and this is pretty cool looking. And let me try to find one more here. And the next thing I have is what? And that is this right here. So we have these three here. We got Foo Fighters. Is this? Yeah, I think this is Foo Fighters, Making a Fire, Chasing Birds. And then we have No Gallagher's, High Flying Birds, and Deep Blue Skies. And those three are going to go up for a $12 start, okay? Now, Joe Salamo was next on Rick Nelson. That's sold to him. Stevie Ray Vaughan is an OG 82 pressing with the original on her sleeve, no condition notes. OG, no condition notes on that. And then we have Allman Brothers at 36. Have you ever gotten stage fright with a poster? I'm not for sure. The Rod Stewart is VG $12.99. The stage fright with a poster. Well, it actually has a cover that's supposed to go over this. Is this what you're talking about? Or is it that other album? One of these albums have a completely different cover that wraps around them, and we get those occasionally. Cactus, hot and sweaty. Cactus is in VG condition, $9.99. The Almond Brothers is at $36. The Almond Brothers is at $40. Joey Scarborough, America's greatest hero. Believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message at the beat. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. The great American hero, there it is. The fourth auction I have going up is Stevie Ray Vaughan, no, it's Crosby, Stills & Nash, Daylight Again. This is a $35 start. Crosby, Stills & Nash, Daylight Again. This is got the insert. This has the insert with it, and it is a Daylight Again, a $35 start. Now, over here, we have these three singles, and they're at $15. And this is Foo Fighters, Making a Fire and Chasing Birds, and then No Gallagher's High Flying Birds, and that is We're Gonna Get There in the End, and then Deep Blue Skies, the Vile Society, and those are at $16. And then two other people have wanted to know the Stevie Ray Vaughan details, and then two other people have asked the Almond Brothers details. So this is Stevie Ray Vaughan, a 1982 U.S. OG Allied in shrink with the original inner sleeve, no condition notes. It's now at $38. The Almond Brothers is a 71 U.S. OG specialty with the original first labels. It is a VG condition copy, a VG Plus jacket. The jacket's actually not bad whatsoever. There's that. And then over here, and this is at a high bid of $45. There's all of a sudden a lot of activity because I've got 4 auctions up. I've shot myself in the foot. How much is Joey Scarborough, the great American hero? It's VG Plus, $14.99. We have the Cars Panorama. The Cars is in EX condition, $22.99. Also, Marshall Tucker, A New Life, VG Plus, $9.99. The cover has a little bit of ring wear. Vinyl's VG Plus, $9.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, that's VG Plus, $9.99. Elvis is back. A 1960 mono OG Indianapolis press, VG condition, $49.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40. The singles are at $20. The Almond Brothers at $45. No bid on CSN, Daylight Again. Final call for a $35 start before we make it a buy now. Next is Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself. You can look right into the GoPro. It's got its eye watching you. That's VG $9.99 for Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself. Also, Bugs Bunny Comes to London. Wow, I've never seen that before. VG Plus, $19.99 for Bugs Bunny. They'll get about 20 or 30 claims. Elvis is so to George Sambaraz. Daniel Farrow gets BTO. And then we got the Best of the Doobies. VG Plus, $9.99. The Best of the Doobie Brothers. And now, Loverboy, loving every minute of it. VG Plus, $14.99. So over here, we have Hiram Aponte on Uriah Heep. And then these 3 singles, because Craig went out, it's a final call to Patrick Fu for $21. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $42. And now no one else has been on the Almond Brothers. Final call to George Burleson for $45. Nashville Tiger, just so you know, you've been outbid. Ed Hickey on the Doobie Brothers and Daniel Farrow on Loverboy. Moving right along. Next thing we have is Dusty, as in Dusty Springfield. She's Dusty. VG Plus, $14.99. Original Phillips release there. Y'all blew my mind. No one claimed Bugs Bunny. And then Fever Tree in Shrink with Hype. VG Plus, $19.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is still getting bids. And Pat Travers putting it straight. VG Plus, $14.99. We're going through new arrival stuff here. Check condition. And I think one of the first things I'm going to do is sell the singles. But before I do that, I'm going to make CSN buy it now for $35. I've always loved that artwork with the unidentified flying objects on the cover. That's going to go up right now for a $35 buy it now. Welcome everybody to Tuesday night at Coletco. We're also going to have Wednesday night at Coletco, Thursday night at Coletco, Friday night at Coletco, every night, all week. Thank you for joining us. That's a buy it now for $35. Let me go ahead and remind you over here of our other no bids. Our other no bids from tonight, First, this one's gone to Mary Miles, and then I have some other great Japanese buy it nows. I still got Best of Doobie's Japanese press. Vandenberg heading for a storm. The spine's a little busted, but it's nice. Pat Benatar and Simon and Garfunkel. Those are all beautiful Japanese pressings. Those are our 4 no bids so far tonight. Now, these 3 singles are done. These 3 singles are sold to Patrick Fu for $21. And then over here, we got the Allman Brothers. And the last bid on Allman Brothers was with George Burleson. I never did hear back from Nashville Tigers, so that's sold to George Burleson for $45. Nice. Todd Sod said he'll take the Bugs Bunny record. Usually it's Todd, stuff like that gets grabbed immediately. That's sold to him. And the Nashville just asked the condition. I lost you there. I'm sorry. I had to go ahead and sell it. He had the high bid for, oh my gosh, he had it for a while. How long did he have that? He had it for almost 7 minutes. Wow. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $45. Sorry about that. I've already sold it. And then Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, VG Plus $17.99. And then the Allman Brothers Band, nice. It is a reissue, a vintage reissue, $32.99 on that. $32.99 on that. What years of Japan? Are they new pressings like recent? I mean, no. No. So I always, there's a couple things I always have to clarify about these Japanese pressings. These are all vintage. I'm not saying they're OG first pressings, but none of these are modern. I always make that clear because most of them are OG, especially these 70s type deals. A lot of people think these are brand new because they see them and I say near mint and pristine. And Japan's not really known for sealing a lot of their stuff. But that's one of the first things I have to clarify. These are, even though they look brand new and they're in mint condition typically, these are usually vintage original pressings. But that's one of the first things people assume are these are like brand new copies because they look new. And then I don't feel like most people think this, but a lot of people sometimes also thinks that they're in Japanese, and they're not. They are the original albums. If as you can see, they leave everything in English. They use the exact same U.S. jackets, and that's why these Obies are really collectible. This has all the information in Japanese on it. That's what they add to that. So, yes, they are originals, and a lot of people sometimes don't want to ask, but I always let everybody know, no, they're not in Japanese, okay? And then Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $46. But, Jeff, yes, most of those, I think, based on all those Obies, I think those are all OG pressings, even the Simon and Garfunkel. I'd have to check that one, but I think they're all good to go as far as OG. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus $14.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is still getting bids, and now Pat Travers. Scully Mack, that was VG Plus $14.99. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, Southern Man, EX Condition, $32.99 for Neil Young. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the next auction I have is Sonic Youth. And this one is a 2010 Palace reissue, pressed at Palace, limited edition purple marble vinyl, limited to 500. The purple marble vinyl was limited to 500. That is a $55 start on that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $47. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $48. Susie, all those Japanese pressings were $35. What is OB? I'm actually saying OBI. OBI, that's the strip of paper you see there on those jackets. Japanese, it translates to sash or strip or something in that realm. OBI, OBI, OB, OB. I'm glad it's not a complicated word because I have to say it almost every night. OB, this thing right here. OB, OB, that right there. OBI. Okay, you can have a $150 album with an Obi. You take that piece of paper off, it's hard to get $50 for it. You have this right here. You have like a really great, hard to get Japanese pressing with Obi. Let's say it sells for $150. You take that piece of paper off, you lose a third of the value. Typically, a third of the value, or sometimes even more. I've seen it affect it drastically. This right here is most of the value of these pressings. It's a very important piece. No, you can't listen to it, but it means a lot when it comes to the collectability of those. All right, what's happening here? Okay, next is Blues Brothers. That's VG plus $17.99. Over here, Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing, VG plus $24.99. And let me give you an idea. So the only thing I seen in stock the other day I thought about ordering was a Japanese pressing of Eric Clapton's Slow Hand. They're brand new. I thought about ordering one just to show it. I figured we'd be able to sell it, but if I were to price it, I think it was going to be like $79.99. So the brand new stuff from Japan is very expensive. Couple reasons. They're using high quality vinyl, just like audiophile labels used here in the States. And then there's import charges. So the import new Japanese stuff is expensive. The brand new stuff. Okay. Now we have Hall & Oates. This is VG $9.99. Hall & Oates is VG $9.99. Foreigner, Double Vision, VG $9.99 on Foreigner. Van Morrison Common One, VG, a little bit of discoloration around the jacket, just $14.99 on that one. And then over here, Kiss Alive, a 77 Terre Haute, VG $24.99 for Alive. The Ugly Duckling, and this is, the narration is by Cher. Cher is narrating The Ugly Duckling, VG plus $14.99, and Pet Sounds. Pet Sounds is a 66 OG Scranton stereo. OG Scranton stereo, VG condition, $99.99. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds, VG $99.99. All right, so let's go back to the top. And Stevie Ray Vaughan was between John Bobing and Travis Woods. John went out. Let's go ahead and sell it to Travis then. Travis, this is sold to you, and this is sold to you for $48. Final call to get a bid on Sonic Youth's Sister. The last bid that came in on Sonic Youth's Sister was a, there was no bid. It's a 2010 Palace limited edition purple marbled, $55 start on that. Now, the next new claim here, Michael Rudolph on Foreigner is sold to Michael Rudolph. Chad Davis second. Scully Mack third. Scully Mack was first, though, on Kissed. And then Dusty Springfield on Pet Sounds. Samuel, let me rephrase that. Samuel Copage on the Dusty Springfield. And Pet Sounds is $99.99. This is a very important album. It's an OG Scranton stereo in VG, $9.99. It's got quite a bit of cover wear, $99.99. All right, new auctions going up right now. The next thing I have for you is AC/DC Flick of the Switch. AC/DC is an 83 U.S. Specialty OG RCA Music Club edition. Embossed cover, nice jacket, $25 start, VG vinyl. AC/DC's now up for bid. I'm just going to read what's left in here very quickly. And the first thing I have is Susie Breedlove got Simon and Garfunkel. Did I tag that for her? I put it in the crate. I may have not said it, but the Simon and Garfunkel, I put it in the crate. Make sure that does go to Susie, okay? And then speaking of Japanese pressings, I've got another one coming at you right now. And now that everybody knows what's going on, sometimes I sell them over and over and over without really explaining the significance of them, but right here is the next one. We've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. High Infidelity REO Speedwagon. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. There's the cover and obi. $35 start on that. Next is Magical Mystery Tour. This is an OG Scranton Press stereo, $59.99. Mono's very tough to get, or tougher to get, I should say. Bob Seger is EX $22.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, VG $12.99. And over here is the band Stage Fright, VG plus $24.99. The band Stage Fright. Over here is Cactus, Hot and Sweaty, VG $9.99. Joey Scarberry, VG plus $14.99. Believe it or not, EX $12.99 on the cars, or excuse me, $22.99. Marshall Tucker, VG plus $9.99. Fever Tree was VG plus $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, VG plus $17.99. And yes, here is the Allman Brothers debut album, George. It is a reissue on the Polydor label. A little bit of cover damage, but that's such a great album. $32.99 on that. Also, Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG Plus $14.99. Pat Travers is VG Plus $14.99. Craig Ruth on JS, and JS was for Joey Scarberry, the great American hero. Next thing we have is Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. EX Edition $32.99. Blues Brothers VG Plus $17.99. Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing VG Plus $24.99. Sonic Youth is a buy it now for $55. AC/DC's A Final Call for $25. One bid with Chris Gardner. REO no bid, looking for a $35 start. Hall & Oates is VG $9.99. Van Morrison VG $14.99. The Ugly Duckling narrated by Cher VG Plus $14.99. And the Beach Boys is VG $99.99. D-Kong on the Cars. Jim B got the $400 Sonic Youth album for just $55. $400 album. Unbelievable. AC/DC's at $25 Final Call, and Final Call and REO for $35. Anybody else? I did have one other new waiting list item come in, and if anybody else wants one, I'll order you one. And that is the Charlie Watts drum set. Same company that's been making the mini guitars. We have mini drum sets of Ringo. We got mini drum sets of Charlie Watts. And then I looked last night. There is a John Bonham. It's like an orange turquoise colored one, but I think it's close to like $100. It's pretty pricey. It's almost like twice as much as these. So some of these I don't order because of the price, but I'm assuming people would want them if I can get them regardless. The waiting list for Charlie Watts, I believe, was Sherry Darnell. It was Sherry Darnell. So, Sherry, I've got you down for a Charlie Watts drum set. Let's make sure these go in for $59.99. $59.99. So, thank you, Sherry Darnell. If anybody else wants a Charlie Watts miniature drum set, that is so to Sherry, and I can get more if anybody else wants one. It's called Vista to Light, made by Ludwig. There we go. That's the one I can get for John Bonham. And if anybody's interested, it does have his John Bonham symbol on the kick drum head. I think they're $89.99. They're a little bit more. Like I said, they're $40 more than Ringo and Charlie Watts. It probably has to do something with licensing, I'm sure. David Smith on Blues Brothers, that is sold. I'm sure some of these companies like, hey, can we make a John Bonham drum set? And they're probably like, yeah, if you give us $50 for every one you sell. I don't know if that's true, but I'm sure that's how a lot of those work. And AC/DC is sold for $25 to Chris Gardner, and REO Speedwagon is a $35 buy now. That's high infidelity. REO Speedwagon, $35 buy now. No bid. Let's put up all new auctions and a whole nother new crate of stuff over here. Whole other new crate of stuff over here. But REO Speedwagon is a buy now. Laura's in the back right now working on some more new stuff. Paul's off on Tuesdays. He's actually getting ready to go buy some more collections. We've got a couple things in the chamber we're about to go buy. And I think here locally, we bought a heck of like we bought like 15,000 comics here locally. We already had 2 collections over here we hadn't even touched in a while. So we're still stockpiling stuff that I don't even sell too often. Pet Sounds is $99.99. Somebody needs to grab this. It's an OG 66 stereo press. Now, if you want to hold out for mono, they're about a VG mono copy would be about twice, if not 3 times as much. This is a stereo press of Pet Sounds. Wouldn't it be nice? I'm waiting for the day. Sloop John B, God Only Knows. Some people view it as one of the best songs ever. God Only Knows. Hans Zimmer. In that interview with Rick Beato, Hans Zimmer said God Only Knows is a perfect song. That's his quote. It's a perfect song. John Griffin, it's yours if you want it. If you pass, Janet says she wants it. Tom Moran asked third. And then Todd Saw wants REO. And he gets the Japanese REO. That's so to Todd Saw. A perfect song. So it's VG condition. It's John's. If he says pass, then Tom, it goes to Janet, and then you were actually third. I can't believe no one grabbed it on the first go-around there. That was kind of surprising. I was like, wow, boom, Pet Sounds. John put an OG Magical Mystery in the front, and he put a Pet Sounds at the end. He probably did that. He probably put that purposely like that. Now, I mentioned another record earlier tonight which is going to be the first record in this bin. I'll go ahead and tell you the price. It's $99.99. Boy, there's some great other titles in here. It's $99.99. Let's grab some more singles and stuff. But first thing we have here is this. This, and this. All right, so she said sold on this, okay? This is sold. But yeah, if you have a mono copies have gotten really pricey. And if somebody really wants to step up for the plate, if you really want to step up to the plate, I do have a signed copy. I do have a signed copy. We showed it the other night after Brian Wilson passed away. I do have a signed copy. You'll have to open up your checkbook, but I do have a signed copy. Actually, no, I don't take checks. You'll have to open up your bank account a little bit further. But here is our next auction, the Plasmatics. The Plasmatics, yes, Todd. REO was $35. I have the Plasmatics Beyond the Valley. This is in VG condition, a $25 start. There's Wendy O. Williams with everything hanging out. This is the Plasmatics VG condition, a $25 start. It is an 81 OG. That is an 81 OG pressing, $25 start on that. All right, let me put those there. And let me check this over here. Okay. Yes, John Griffin passed. Janet Gray did get the pet sound. Zoot Sims has not been auctioned. Let me see what I got going over here in the singles. All right, I got to start sorting these, okay, because we're about to do some buy it nows. I'm trying to go through this whole box. Let's see, that'll be a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Who do we have here? REM. That sounds like a great auction. And we'll make that a buy it now. This one is a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Great auction, buy it now. Okay, so here is REM, Man on the Moon, 1999, says recorded live at Glastonbury Festival. And then this is The Great Beyond, and The Great Beyond, also from 1999, music from The Man on the Moon. And REM is a $7 start, okay? That is a $7 start, REM. And then our next LP is going to come from right over here, and it's the Clash, Black Market Clash. The Clash is a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute OG with promo labels. The cover has some stress creasing right up here and right just in there. The Clash is going to go up for a $25 start. Here we go. $99.99. Walt Disney World, the official album of the Epcot Center. It's in shrink and it's in near mint. Epcot is $100 minus a penny. Also, we have the Ventures, the Golden Greats of the Ventures, a gatefold. No condition notes, $9.99 for the Ventures. Also, Country Roads, the Osmond Brothers. There's some bluegrass for you. The Osmond Brothers is $19.99. Van Morrison, Poetic Champions Compose. Van Morrison's is $39.99. Robert Vlodarchek does want the Epcot Center record. That's so to Robert Vlodarchek. We have Dance with Dolly on pink vinyl, a 12-inch single. Dolly, I'm Bumping, and I Want to Fall in Love, a promo, $24.99. And then Gypsy Kings and Shrink and Hop, $29.99. So let's update this. The Plasmatics has one bid for $25. The single has a bid for $7, and then David Smith bid $10, and then he said, I meant $7. Well, I guess that means technically you're out, and Stacy has it for $7 then. And then the Clash is at $25. Robert got Epcot. REM's now at $8. So David Smith and Stacy, you're both out. The Ventures is so to Darren Chrisman. Now Stacy's at $12 on REM. And now George Jones wants Van Morrison. And now my crate over here is almost full. But both auctions, Plasmatics and Clash, just $25 each. We're about to sell it. How much was Epcot? It was $100. It's already sold. And then we have ELO's Greatest Hits. Nice. Electrolyte Orchestra's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Evil Woman, Living Thing, Sweet Talking Woman. What Plasmatics? Can you tell me more about The Clash? Doing the Twist, recorded live at the Peppermint Lounge with Joey D. This is $14.99 for the Peppermint Lounge. And then we got Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Bob Seger's $24.99. Stacy has the REM for $12, final call. First, let's update the Plasmatics. This is an 81 Terre Haute U.S. original, gatefold jacket, VG vinyl. It has one bid for $25. Beyond the Valley, we're about to sell it for $25. The Clash just got a new bid for $26. That's called Black Market Crash. It is a 1980 promo. 1980 promo. The labels say demonstration, not for sale. It's a promo. Final call on REM. Next thing we have is T-Rex Tanks. T-Rex has the poster with it, $44.99. What is the REM single? First, here's the Carter Family, $9.99. The Carter Family is $9.99, RCA. Now REM's $13. It's Man on the Moon, live at Glastonbury, and then The Great Beyond from the movie Man on the Moon. It's a double-sided. Is it marked promo? No, it's not marked promo, but it is from 1999. Now the Clash is at 30. Now REM's at 13. And now in this crate of new arrivals, we have Elvis, Volume 2, Legendary Performer. Elvis Presley's at $14.99. And then we have Ricky Skaggs, Country Boy. Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. Now we have Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton's $9.99. REM 13, now REM 15. Also, we have the Louvin Brothers, Tragic Songs of Life. We have $34.99, the Louvin Brothers. Over here is the best of Carly Simon for $9.99. And Lee Reed Greenwood's Greatest Hits, God Bless the USA, $9.99. Our next auction is from I don't know if that's what I think it is. It's a big hit song, but I don't think it's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, let me sort a few more here. I got some great ones to do for $6.99. Let's go ahead and knock out a handful of those. Holy moly, what is this? Is that a real deal or is that a reissue? Okay, let me show some for $6.99 here. I've got some singles for $6.99. First, we got James Brown. It's one of those double-sided hits deals. Living in America and How Do You Stop, James Brown. Joe Diffie, I Can Walk the Line, and Prop Me Up Beside the Jukebox, 1993, Joe Diffie. Alabama, That Feeling, I believe that's the A-side. Here is Confederate Railroad, When You Leave That Way, You Never Can Go Back, and Trashy Women. Trashy Women. Nina Simone, No Opportunity Necessary, No Experience Needed. And the assignment song, Nina Simone. Here is Van Morrison, T.B. Sheets, and Brown Eyed Girl. And we're going to pause here with Don McLean's American Pie and Vincent, as in Vincent Van Gogh, Starry, Starry Night. Those are all $6.99. Over here, the last thing we had was Plasmatics at $27. REM is at $16. And then Plasmatics 28, REM at $17, Plasmatics 29, Robert Volodarchek, did I get Epcot? Yes, you did. And then Stacy Metternich on JD, and JD was for Joe Diffie. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. Next is Tim Graham on James. Tim Graham on James Brown, that's sold to him. Stacy Metternich on Confederate, no, she put CF. That was that for Confederate Railroad, Stacy? If so, that's so to you. And then George Jones on Van Morrison. And then Stacy got Don McLean. And then El Terrible was next. Tim next on Van Morrison. Patrick Johnson next on Van Morrison. And that leaves Nina Simone and Alabama. That's the only two that didn't get claimed there. First, did anybody else bid on the Clash since that last bid? The last bid that came in on the Clash, Mark Stanley went out. Donna Mitchell bid $30. It's a promo, final call, 1980 promo, $30 on that. The last bid on the REM single that came in was Brandon Lack at $17. The other bidder said out. And then the Plasmatics, that just got recently some bids, but Donna Mitchell has that once again, $29, final call to Donna Mitchell. All righty. I'm going to take a drink of water. I lied. I drank some purple juice. Let's go through a few more. We got Frank Zappa, Sleep Dirt. Frank Zappa is $39.99. Here at Last, the Bee Gees Live, 2 LP gatefold, $14.99. Wow, this is a tougher Wayland to get. A 74 Indianapolis press Wayland is $64.99. $64.99 on Wayland. And Big Daddy John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. And then Man on the Moon is sold for to Brandon Lack, REM, $17. Plasmatics just got a new bid with Chris Knapp, but we are going to go ahead and sell the Clash, and that is sold to Donna Mitchell for $30. Now, Donna, you were just bumped on the Plasmatics. Let me swap out crates. We have filled up yet another full crate tonight. Let me show you the single. I didn't know what it was over here. It looks like, I thought it was by the band or the, well, yeah, I guess band, whatever, Tag Team. Whoop, There It Is. I also thought it was Whoop. Is this the same song? I thought it was by an artist called Tag Team. It says, written by Jay McGowan and Ian Orange, published by Jamie Music, Cole Moki, and Noki Music. But I thought it was by Tag Team. Woot, There It Is. This like from Elf, when Will Ferrell's down there dancing in the mailroom on the table. I thought it's by, but I'm not for sure. That's going to go up for a $7 start just because I'm not for sure. And Michael Butler on the Leuven Brothers. That is sold to Michael Butler. Thank you on that. Plasmatics at $30, so you're out on that. And then we have next XTC Great Fire. XTC is $19.99. I've never seen that before. And we have Montana, I Love Music, $14.99 on Montana, I Love Music. Justin Hayward and John Lodge, $14.99. You did see a Gypsy Kings. And then Gypsy Kings is right here, Shrink Hype, $29.99. Plasmatics is at $31. And Burton Cummings, Sweet Sweet, Burton Cummings is $9.99. Let's go ahead and introduce a new... Whoop, There It Is Tag Team. Whoop, There It Is was 95 South. They copied each other. Okay. So I don't know. I wasn't for sure. I figured something like that would be pretty desirable. If no one wants to bid, I'll make it a bot now very quickly. But if you do want to bid, now's the time. Oh boy. Here we have Leonard Skinner's debut album on the first label. This is Sounds of the South. This is Leonard Skinner's debut album on the very first label. That's the first label that album was pressed on. This is OG, a $35 start, Sounds of the South. Leonard Skinner, 73 U.S. Gloversville, OG. Original label with company inner sleeve, VG Plus, $35 start. I do have a Kiss item. This is, if y'all missed it, last week we sold off an incredible Kiss collection of magazines. And I don't know if any of those people are still watching, but this is what was left in that tub. It is quite spectacular. It looks like somebody has took a binder and they have filled it up completely full of Kiss cutouts, all vintage 70s magazines, one after another after another. It's like magazine covers, it's magazine clippings, it's magazine centerfolds, it's magazine ads. It is a whole binder full of Kiss stuff. And I was like, well, we could break this up and sell them in lots like we did the magazines, or maybe even some of these individually, because it's just pretty incredible. Like, there's magazine covers. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's centerfolds. There's the posters, I think, from this magazine. So there's a lot of stuff in here. All a full binder of Kiss clippings. And I'm going to say the starting bid needs to be $100. Completely full of Kiss stuff. One after another after another. $100 starting bid. Kiss binder. There's the cover to Meets the Phantom. Completely full. Almost like a scrapbook. $100 start. Everything in this binder. It will come shipped just like this. We're not done. We're almost near the back, though. Kiss, $100 start. Wow. Maggot, still some, here's some loose stuff at the very end. There it is. A complete binder full of Kiss clippings. Now, I need to make sure let's see. Who been on almost every magazine? Phil Elliott. I should have let him know I was going to sell this. I don't know if he's watching or not, but there it is. He been on almost every magazine there for 2 nights straight. He probably watched 16 hours of live stream and been, I think, on every magazine we put up for auction. And he got most of them. But there's that. It already has a bid for 100. Now, let's go back to the top and figure out where I left off. We sold Leuven Brothers. Tom Moran got the Waylon Jennings. Thank you, Tom Moran. That's so to you, Waylon Jennings. And then over here, Plasmatics 31. And then Chris Knapp on XTC. That's so to Chris Knapp. Put down Keelan Lee for a pack of inner sleeves. Keelan Lee for a pack of inner sleeves. Plasmatics 33. And then Leonard Skinner 35-35. Plasmatics 34. Now, Gregory asked first about Gypsy Kings. He asked a long time ago, did he hear this? And he did, and he said he does want it. So Janet, the Gypsy Kings is sold to Gregory Roberts. Kiss is at 100. Leonard Skinner's at 40. Leonard Skinner's at 44. And Leonard Skinner 45. Leonard Skinner 48. Okay, this is not tag team. It's 95 South, and it's a buy it now for $7. If anybody wants it, it's a buy it now for $7. Woo, there it is. It's a different version of that song. Holy moly, where are we? So the Plasmatics here, the last bid on the Plasmatics that came in was Donna Mitchell at 34, Chris Knapp's out. And it was between those two. Final call for $34, okay? $34 on that. That is a final call. Now, let's not forget about Leonard Skinner here. Leonard Skinner is the OG Sounds of the South, first pressing, their iconic debut album. It's now at $48, and the Kiss binder's at $100. That and all of its contents, final call for $100. Brian Connors has it. I have binders like that. I have original scrapbooks from the 60s, from the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. I've got some really cool scrapbooks like that. If we could just show everything I have stored in tubs, I could sell stuff for 3 weeks straight that's stored in our back room. Just like our miscellaneous stuff. I think y'all know that by now. Robert Vladarchuk gets the Wump. That's so to Robert. And then El Terrible. That's so to Robert for $7. How much was Big Daddy? Big Daddy was $19.99. All right, let's keep going here. Next thing I have is Lydia, Code Blood. Lydia is $19.99. We have Caravan, the album. Caravan is $19.99. The Archies, nice. Jingle Jangle. The Archies is $26.99. The Archies is $26.99. Jingle Jangle. We have Dusty and Sweet McGee. That is $19.99 from the motion picture. It has Blues Image and Van Morrison, Duke of Earl. Wow, that looks pretty cool. Dusty and Sweets McGee, a soundtrack, $19.99. And then Savoy Brown. This is $19.99. Savoy Brown, $19.99. Also, we have April Wine, The Nature of the Beast, $17.99. And Men at Work, Business as Usual, $24.99. All right, so the Plasmatics is sold. This is sold, and let's sell this for... the Plasmatics is sold, and this is sold to Donna Mitchell for $34. Leonard Skinner's now at $54. Let's go ahead and sell this binder for $100, and that is sold to Brian Connors, NEOG. I think you've already missed about 7. We've already auctioned 3 or 4, and there's already been 2 in the crates. Now, could we show more between now and 1:30 a.m.? Absolutely. Hopefully you have your night cleared out, and you're about to watch the rest of the show for the next 8 hours. Because you never know what's going to pop up in these crates. I have no idea. But here's our next auction. But you've already missed 3 auctions and maybe 2 or 3 and some stuff in the crates. Make sure you're watching CollectCo. 8 hours a night, 5:30 to 1:30 a.m. If not, then you're going to miss something. You're going to wake up in the morning and be like, dang, why didn't I watch Chad 7 nights a week, 8 hours a night? Because I missed stuff. And now, here I am. And I have missed fantastic stuff. Can you believe it? The Jimi Hendrix Experience. Are you experienced? This is an OG first pressing from 1967. It's in VG condition, a $35 start. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Wow, 2 classics up for bid, $35 start. The next thing we have is Leonard Skinner 50, Leonard Skinner 54. Richard Miller, unfortunately, your bid came in late on KISS. I would have loved to taken that because I thought that was going to bring $200 or $300. What press is Leonard Skinner? OG first pressing, Sounds of the South. Now it's at 55. Does April Wine come with a 45 and poster? No, it doesn't. Did you ever sell the Beatles 45s? No, not a single one of those have been sold. Neither has any of the Elvis. Neither has anything else. Leonard Skinner 67, Plasmatics, I've already sold it. And then Hendrix is at 35, and now Hendrix is at 35. Wow. Okay, so let me clarify a couple things. Leonard Skinner is called pronounced Leonard Skinner. It is an OG 1973 Gloversville first press. If you see this label right here, there's no question. If you ever see this label, it's never a reissue. Unless literally you have a modern pressing, and you should be able to tell. If you see this label right here, it is OG. It is OG. And then Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Has 2 $35 bids. That's where we're at on everything right now. Okay, now before I do anything else, I'm going to keep showing records, all right? We have thousands of records to show. My rule is this: buckle up and enjoy the show. First thing we have is Leon Redbone On the Track, 1999. That's in shrink wrap. Dwayne Eddy, The Twang's the Twang. That is $9.99. We have Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $24.99. For the next several hours, I'm going to be showing stuff. I don't know what I have. I don't know what's coming up. That's what makes this show unique. I have never seen any of these records in my life. I own them. They're part of the Colectco inventory. I have never seen them in my life. I have 3, 6, 9, 12 more crates just like this. I have never gone through them in my life. I have no idea what's about to be next. Neither does anybody else watching. The closest person that may know is John that priced these today. He's already at home. Laura's about to bring me a crate here in a minute, and I have no idea what she's marking. So if I ever get a question of, do you have this or do you have that? My answer is this: I honestly do not know, and neither does anybody else watching. Like I had no idea I had this the Leroy Brothers album. No clue until right now, $9.99. I had no clue I had this Rock-A-Rama 2LP compilation. This is $19.99. I had no clue we were going to put out this Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits Volume 2. You and everybody else is watching New Arrivals Together live. Stevie Wonder, that is an incredible compilation. $24.99 on that. Frida Payne's Band of Gold, great, fantastic stuff there. 1970 US, $29.99 for Frida Payne's Band of Gold, 1970. The Best of Ted Nugent, that is $14.99. How about Roy Wood, Wizzo Band? I have no idea we even had this. Here it is for $17.99. And Slade, The Deaf Do Us Part, $19.99. That's why most people at least try to tune in for the prime time part of the show, because everybody is seeing New Arrivals live for the first time together. It's like you've entered a virtual record store and you've walked up and you have flipped through their New Arrival crate, and you're going through it together right now, and it's all being shown in front of you, and you can buy from your toilet. You can buy from your toilet. Unbelievable. Let's do some more sorting here. Our next 2 singles are bound to get some bids. I hope you're all ready for these. First, I have Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode, Policy of Truth. And the B-side is Khalid. Depeche Mode from 1990s, a $7 start. How about this? Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun, the original 7-inch single. The B-side on that is Spoon Man. Wow, what a record. Spoon Man and Black Hole Sun. I had no idea I had this until right now. I had no idea I had this until right then. I grabbed another handful of singles. No idea I had these until this moment. These are now up for bid, $7 starts. They're both extremely nice. The last comment was Andrew Hawkins on Ted Nugent. That's sold to him. Phil Freeman got Slade. That's one I don't think I've ever seen before. What is the condition of what? What is the condition of FP? Frida Payne. There is no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover has a little bit of wear. It is $29.99. Now, the most recent next comment was Leonard Skinnard was at $97. It's an OG first pressing, VG Plus, or what was it graded? Yeah, VG Plus. Jimi Hendrix. The last bid on that was Keelan Lee at $40. A very important album in rock history. It's at $40. Depeche Mode, 8. Soundgarden, 8. Soundgarden, 10. Soundgarden, 7. Soundgarden, 7. Soundgarden, 12. We have Best of Ted and Bee Gees. Ted Nugent's already sold, but the Bee Gees are right here. The Bee Gees are right here. We still got this. Here at Last, the Bee Gees is $14.99. And then we had Depeche Mode 10, Soundgarden 10, Soundgarden 15, Soundgarden 10, Soundgarden 10, Depeche Mode 7, Soundgarden 15, Soundgarden 15, Soundgarden 15, Depeche Mode 11, Soundgarden 20, Depeche Mode 15, Soundgarden 20, Soundgarden 25, Soundgarden 18. Let me read what's left in here. If you need a price, second time reading through this crate, make sure if you hear something, you want information, don't hesitate to ask. The Osmond Brothers, Country Roads, Dolly on pink vinyl, a 12-inch promo. ELO's Greatest Hits, The Peppermint Lounge, Bob Seger, T-Rex with poster. The Carter Family, Elvis Presley, Ricky Skaggs, Peter Frampton. The Best of Carly Simon, Lee Greenwood, Frank Zappa, Montana, Justin Hayward, John Lodge from the Moody Blues, Burton Cumming, John Cougar, Lydia. How about Caravan the album, The Archies, Jingle Jangle, Dusty and Sweets McGee, Savoy Brown, April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. April Wine is $17.99. April Wine has a inner sleeve with it. Now, somebody asked about poster and 45. I've never seen a copy of that with a poster and 45. Charles Siebert on Bee Gees. Next thing we have is Soundgarden 33. Samuel Kopich wants the T-Rex tanks with the poster. That is sold to him. So let's go ahead and wrap up Leonard Skinnard then. This is sold. Leonard Skinnard, this is done. There was no other bids, and it is sold for, it is sold way up here. Oh my gosh. El Terrible for $79. 80, 97, $97, El Terrible Torio, $97. Some of those on Discogs had sold for as much as $150. It's become a dang collectible record because that first label, I mean, come on, it's Leonard Skinnard. Now, there's a new bid on Jimi Hendrix. Speaking of OG, we're talking first press stereo of his U.S. stereo, of his U.S. debut, Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? This did get a new bid. It's now at $42. Soundgarden's at $35, and Depeche Mode, the last bid that came in on Depeche Mode was Stephen Parton at $15. And now Michael McCullough on April Wine. And now Kelly Wlodarczyk on the Archies, Jingle Jangle. Now we have Men at Work, Business as Usual, $24.99. Leon Redbone's $19.99. Track listing for Carly Simon. Track listing on Peppermint Lounge. Dwayne Eddy is $9.99. Jimi Hendrix now at $43. How about Rare Earth, Really We Members? $24.99. The Leroy Brothers, $9.99. Rockorama, $19.99. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Roy Wood, Wizzo Band, $17.99. And Frida Payne's Band of Gold, a 1970, has that great sitar instrument in it, $29.99. Soundgarden 40, Soundgarden 45, Jimi Hendrix 43. Hammers up on Depeche Mode. We're about to sell Depeche Mode to Stephen Parton for $15. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is the New York Dolls, In Too Much Too Soon. It is a 2008 U.S. reissue on red vinyl. The New York Dolls is going to go up for a $20 start. New York Dolls is a $20 start. Jimi Hendrix is at $43. New bid. And the other bidder before that was who? It was Andrew Hawkins. All right, so Soundgarden. Let's go ahead and put it back in the sleeve. Jennifer has that at $43, and that's now a final call. And then so is Depeche Mode. That was two good ones. Wherever those came from, I need to see what else is in there. Let me go ahead and condense the check condition stuff that was left from the last crate in this. And let's go ahead and go through another new crate. Great night for vintage. We've had, last week, I'd say, was probably one of our most busiest weeks ever with new vinyl. And I was like, we got to flip it just a little. Let's try to focus as much as we can this week on some OG stuff. And, of course, a lot of new vinyl's been coming in. Should be a lot coming tomorrow and then the next day. And then we always have a lot on Thursdays and Fridays, it seems like, because of waiting list, et cetera, et cetera. All righty, so we're chipping away. I still got several that was just marked today. I got a bunch over here that was just marked today. welcome anybody that's new or first-time buyers. We are going to be going through new arrivals after new arrivals after new arrivals. Looks like John's got some other great stuff here. Some stuff slipped in here that I normally wouldn't leave slipped in here, but here they are. And let's go through them. Let's see what we have in here. Very, very cool. We got more singles coming up. I have a whole box of new indie stuff I hadn't touched. I got all these. I got all this. I got some of that. Everything's available. Next is Soundgarden. Soundgarden is with Jennifer Schrader, sold for $45. Depeche Mode was with Mr. Parton at $15. And that was Stephen Parton, and he got that for $15. And now the next thing over here is Jimi Hendrix. It's at $43. It is a 1967 VG copy. Yes. Are you experienced? Nice. Purple Haze. And then New York Dolls, In Too Much Too Soon. Fred Carnell says, which New York Dolls in condition, please? A 2008 U.S. reissue on limited edition red vinyl. It is near mint minus. It has one bid for $20, and it's a final call. I'm going to go ahead and take our next stack of sold miscellaneous stuff around here because we got that Kiss binder. We got Charlie Watts' drum set. And so we got to mix around a few things over here. What happened to that first stack? Did Tanner already grab it? What happened to that first stack of miscellaneous? Oh, he must have already sorted it or something. I don't He scared me there. I forgot he was still here. He moved some stuff around on me. I was like, what the heck happened there? All right, let's go through this crate here. I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. Welcome everybody to Collectco. What's going on over here on the Facebook? Give me 1 second. Let me click on this. All right. Are y'all ready? I get a lot of ads for Corvettes in my feed from Chevrolet. They must not. They're wasting their time. I don't think I'll buy a new Corvette anytime soon. We got the best of Carly Simon, $9.89. Next thing is Waylon Jennings this time. It does have 251 written on the cover. It's a barcoded pressing, $24.99. On that, New York Dolls is at $23. Donna Mitchell, You're Out. Hendrix is at $45. Next thing I've got is Van Halen, Can't Stop Loving You, from their album Balance. It has the jukebox strip with it. Van Halen, Can't Stop Loving You, and Crossing Over. It is nice. It looks like it was in a jukebox, and Van Halen's going to go up for a $7 start. There's a Van Halen singles for from the 90s. And here we go, folks. This is what you've been looking for. Ice, Ice Baby. Da-da-dun-dun-dun, da-da-dun-dun. $7 start. Vanilla Ice, Ice, Ice Baby. We have the Meteors versus the World Part 2. A 1999 UK Psychobilly, $74.99. Whoa. $74.99. The Meteors on pink vinyl, $74.99. But the last 3 times I've opened Facebook tonight, they've been flooding me with ads. And then I've been watching these watch dealers up in New York, and very addictive little videos they post of them haggling over Rolexes and stuff. And all I've been getting is ads. I've been getting watch ads on everything. Netflix, YouTube, Facebook. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. And of course, if y'all interact a lot with ads, you're going to be getting stuff. I guarantee right now, because I'm saying Rolex, y'all wait, you're going to have some stuff pop up. Plus, I watch a lot of golf stuff. And a lot of the golf stuff is sponsored by Rolex. Nielsen Sandman is $19.99. Also, we got Wes's Best, Wes Montgomery and his brothers. Wes Montgomery is on this blue and gold fantasy label, $24.99. And Roseanne Cash, Somewhere in the Stars, Roseanne Cash is $9.99. And Neil Young Decade, that is the essential Neil Young collection, as I call it, $49.99. So we had the New York Dolls at 23 and Jimi Hendrix at 45. And then we had Van Halen at 7, Ice Ice Baby at 7 and 7. And then Van Halen 9, Vanilla Ice 10, 9, 10. These are new arrivals, sticker price. New York Dolls 24, New York Dolls 25, Vanilla Ice 15, Vanilla Ice 12, Vanilla Ice 18, Jimi Hendrix 46. So essentially everything has new bids. We'll keep going with George Jones, Musical Loves, Life, and Sorrows. George Jones is $19.99. Also over here we have Frankie Boy and Nancy Girl. Boy, I've never seen that before. It's a German, like a 2-in-1. Sinatra and Nancy Girl and Frankie Boy, $34.99. Van Halen 12, Van Halen 15, Van Halen 16. Ice Ice Baby is at $20. Fred Carnell has New York Dolls at $25. Donna's You're Out. And there is a new bid on Jimi Hendrix. Andrew Hawkins has it for $46. Now Ice is at $10. We got Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Uptight, Everything's All Right, $24.99 on that. We have Roseanne Cash, Rhythm and Romance. That's $9.99. And Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. McCartney, a gold stamp promo, $26.99. Nice. It is on the MPL label. That one doesn't show up as often. Are we done on the Hendrix? Are we done on New York Dolls? It doesn't look like we're done on Ice Ice Baby. It has a $20 bid. Are YouTube comments not coming over? The last bid, Donna, on New York Dolls was $25. You might want to bid again. The last bid on Van Halen was $18. And the last bid on Ice Ice Baby is $20. Now New York Dolls, $27. Also over here, I got Highway 101. Highway 101 is $14.99. Van Morrison Common One. We had a check condition VG copy earlier. Here's Near Mint, $34.99. Also, we have Cliff Richard Live. Cliff Richard is $9.99. Also, we have Rampage soundtrack, music by Ennio Morricone. Nice. $14.99. New York Dolls 26. Van Halen 23. The question is, are we done on Jimi Hendrix? The last bid was Andrew Hawkins at $45. Before him was Keelan Lee at $45. Keelan, I think it's up to you. Over here is Black Sabbath, Mob Rules, In Shrink, OG Club, $49.99. I saw that in there, and I was like, should I? Should I pull this out? It's beautiful. $49.99. George Jones wants BBM. I think he just wanted Van Morrison. Track listing on Roseanne Cash. Roseanne Cash. It might be faster. There's 2 in here. Maybe you tell me what song you're looking for. I bet I could speed that, expedite that process up. The Rod Stewart album is $19.99. Van Halen's at $25. Also, Jimi Hendrix, $46. Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. There's a copy there for $24.99. Also, Play Electric Bass with the Ventures. Nice. $19.99 on that. Also, over here, we got Michael McCullough on Sabbath. That is crazy to see that just straight priced in a bin. Now Van Halen's at $26. Now Jimi Hendrix is at $46. I think I've said Ice Ice Baby has been at $20 like 100 times. So Robert Vladerchek, this is sold to you for $20. That is sold to you. 7 area. I knew it. I knew that's what you were going to be looking for. I'll check right quick. I don't think it's on either one of those, though. New York Dolls. We have 2 bidders on New York Dolls. We have Fred Carnell at 30 and Eddie Gutt at 27. Donna says she's done. Okay, what Van Halen? It's a 1995 single from Balance. It is Can't Stop Loving You and Crossing Over. We still even got the jukebox strip there. And now Jimi Hendrix is still getting bids, but I think it's done. Keelan Lee, $46. This Ventures here is $19.99. Play Electric Bass with the Ventures. It's like almost like an instructional book. I think if you open it up, it has like information on how to play a bass guitar. Yeah, see? There you go. You play this, you watch this, you listen to this, you play bass. There it is. And then that is $19.99. Which Van Halen? What Ventures? How much is the Ventures? RS label price on Ventures. Playlist on George Jones. What is the Ventures? Ray Charles Brothers Ray is at it again. Ray Charles is $19.99. So 7-year ache, I'm almost positive is not on this one. It's not on that one. And then I'm almost positive it's not on this one. And no, it's not. It's not on either one of those. Now, who asked first about the ventures? Robert Barnett. Robert, if you want this, say sold. If you say pass, it's sold to John Durden. Now, over here, Fred Cardinal was third. Doug Kershaw, Live and Pickin', 1999. And then we have the Beatles, Please Please Me, 2012 UK, $34.99 on that. So Van Halen's at 30. That's still getting bids. We have an out on New York Dolls. This is sold to Fred Cardinal for 30. And then Jimi Hendrix. I think it was up to one person. It's a final call to Keelan Lee for $46. Final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is our next auction. Love. Love is a 1979 Grease reissue. Grease. A Grease reissue. Love, that's going to go up for a $25 start. That is now up for bid. Robert Barnett says, I'll take the ventures. I play bass and I need this. There you go. So that is sold to Robert Barnett. You can play this, learn how to play even better. One of the two. Next thing is what? This is the best of the Alan Parsons Project, 1999. Haven't seen that in a while. We have Paul Simon, Live Rhymin' Simon. That's 1999. And Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Can't you see what that woman has been doing to me? We got some Buy It Now singles here. What do we have here? Boom, boom. We have, I don't know, that might be a good auction. Let's do that one, and then this one, and then what else do we have here? What is that? Hound's Mouth. Hey, there's that Hound's Mouth picture disc that was asked about the other night. Okay. And then let's do this, and then this, and this. Okay, I got some more Buy It Now singles here. These are $6.99. First, Fred Cardinal wants APP. Fred Cardinal got Marshall Tucker Band. Love is a $25 start. Jimi Hendrix is officially sold. Jimi Hendrix is officially sold to Keelan Lee for $46. And now the Van Halen is officially sold to Tim Graham for $30. All right, I got a lot of Van Halen fans on here. Here's some Buy It Now singles for $6.99. First is Rod Stewart, or excuse me, I just read a comment. First is the Rolling Stones, Saint of Me. The Zombies, She's Not There, and Tell Her No. Two great songs from the Zombies. Hootie and the Blowfish, this is Only Want to Be With You, and Time. Hootie and the Blowfish. T-Rex, Bang a Gong, Get It On. Also, we have the Isley Brothers, Take Some Time Out for Love. We got Freddie King, Ain't No Sunshine. We have Rupert Holmes, Escape. That's the Pina Colada song. Devo, Whip It. Devo, Whip It. Crack That Whip. It's in VG Plus condition. And then Herbie Hancock, this is called Rocket, and I think the mega mix of it. Those are all $6.99. Okay, so let me go back to the top. The next thing is Rod Label and Condition. This is Rod Stewart's debut U.S. album here. It's called the Rod Stewart album. It is in Unipack design, and Rod has a kind of a weird cover. It's a weird color of yellow, but it is the first and correct label. It's very clean. That is Rod Stewart's first album, 1999. Okay, now over here, we have another question on George Jones' playlist. You'll have to give me a second. It's really hard for me to read track listings during the live sale. I usually skip those comments, but if you give me a second and things slow down, I'll go back and I'll read them out again, okay? But just give me 1 second on the George Jones. Then Andrew Hawkins says, I thought I had Jimi Hendrix at 46. Okay, so we must have some sort of tie going on. So Jimi Hendrix was at $46 with Andrew Hawkins. All right, so Keelan Lee had Jimi Hendrix for $45, and then there was a bid with Andrew Hawkins for $46 almost 9 minutes ago, and then Keelan Lee bid $46, okay? And when Keelan bid $46, which tied your bid, I thought it was the high bid. Now, if that ever happens, Let me figure out what happens here. Okay. If that ever happens, Andrew Hawkins or anybody else watching, be sure to remind me right away and say, I already had it at 46. Because if I say going twice, going 3 times, and you're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute, I have the bid, you might want to go ahead and say something. So Keelan, you're out. We got to put this back up for auction. You tied him. He had it for 46 for the longest. And then Keelan, you bid 46 again. So this has got to go back up for auction. It's a final call to Andrew Hawkins for $46, okay? And then we sold Alan Parsons. Then we sold Marshall Tucker. And then George Jones got the Zombies for $6.99. This is sold to George Jones for $6.99. Then Keelan Lee got Hootie for $6.99. And then Michael Butler got T-Rex for $6.99, okay? And then we have Denise got the Isleys for $6.99. Tim Graham got Freddie King for $6.99. Then Jeremy Rourke. Air Terrible got Devo for $6.99. Then Eddie Gutt was next on Devo. Susie next on Freddie King. Amanda next on Devo. Fred Carnell first on Herbie Hancock. John Durden was next on Herbie Hancock. Tim Graham was next on Herbie Hancock. Now Love's at $25. And then Jimi Hendrix is at $47. Okay, that only leaves the Rolling Stones and Rupert Holmes' Escape. So we have a question about Rod Stewart. And now Jimi Hendrix is still getting bids. And since I've went through all that, 2 people have said, what is the Jimi Hendrix? This is a 1967 US OG Pitman. It's on the original label, first label, VG condition, and not a bad jacket. It is now at $50 of Andrew Hawkins. Love, which is a grease pressing, is at $25 with James Allen. And then Charles Siebert says he'll take the Rolling Stones. Nobody must like pina coladas. That's the only thing that didn't sell there. Okay, back to the new arrivals, Ben. We have Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits. $19.99, Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits. Also, Bee Gees, Take Hold of That Star. That's a Pickwick comp, $9.99 on that. And then The Best of Spirit, $19.99. Fred was next on the Stones. Now, this next record could be pretty significant. I hadn't had a lot of time to research it, but it looks very interesting. Let me find it. What have I done with it now that I've said something? It looks like it's either a test pressing. I don't think it was originally like this. It looks like a test pressing of David Bowie and Mick Jagger dancing in the street. Take a look at that. This could be a pretty dang significant record. Unless it was reissued to make the beat. You know, sometimes they reissue records now, but this looks like a real deal to me. It's blank on this side. It has music, but there's nothing on the label. So here we go. I'm going to roll the dice and say this is to me it looks like a test pressing of David Bowie and Mick Jagger dancing in the street. It's got handwritten labels. Very interesting. This could take off like the other thing did. $10 start, now up for bid. Next is out on Jimi Hendrix. We're about to sell it. Next in the crate was Crosby Classics, Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby is $9.99. Here is Bobby V, Gates Grills and Railings. That is $14.99. Bobby V, Gates Grills and Railings. Jay and the Americans' Greatest Hits. That's $9.99. And then Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. Reason I hesitate to say something because like they do reissue stuff now that looks just like this. Like, I've been meaning to put this up. It looks like the Elvis Presley acetate, right? But you can definitely look at stuff and know like, oh, that's a reissue. It looks like that Elvis Presley acetate that Jack White bought that's worth probably like $100,000. So I see stuff sometimes, I'm like, wait a minute. Did they reissue this for Record Store Day or is it actually a legit test pressing? Because now they're starting to reissue test pressings and they're making them look like their original releases. But I am 99% positive this is probably an actual test pressing of that. I'm going to try to see if I can find a Discogs entry, Dancing in the Street. See if there's a test pressing of this. Anything registered. There's something right there. Let's see what that looks like. Yep, that's it right there. That looks like it right there. 1985. Those labels are blank. Just saying. It looks like it is on there. Okay, and then the last thing was Rolling Stones. We already did that. Charles Siebert on the Bee Gees. So, Charles, I hadn't pulled that for you. That's so to you. Bowie 15, Bowie 10, Bowie 25, Bowie 10. George Jones got the Bing Crosby. And then Bowie 20, Bowie 12, Bowie 25, Bowie 40, Bowie 22, Bowie 50, Bowie 50, Bowie 60, Bowie 52. And then over here is Ted Nugent Penetrator. That's $14.99. Elvis Worldwide Gold Hits Parts 1 and 2. That's a 2 LP, $29.99. And Mike Oldfield Tubular Bells, $14.99. Mike Oldfield Tubular Bells. Next is Love. This only got one bid, and now I can officially sell it to James Allen for $25. $25 James Allen. And then over here is a final call to Kelly for $60. And now, without a doubt, Jimi Hendrix is sold for $50. But yeah, if you ever, sometimes bids get out of order, or people, this is sold to Andrew Hawkins, by the way, $50. If bids ever get out of order and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, he's saying a final call to somebody else that's not me, then either go ahead and say, I had the bid first, or if I'm saying 47 and you was already at 50 7 minutes ago, you might want to say, hey, I was already at 50. Just saying. So just always remind me, because bids get out of order. Some people get back on. They just check the Facebook chat and they're like, okay, that was 46. I'll bid 47. And they don't realize somebody's already bid 50 on YouTube. So just let me know. Did the Black Sabbath sale? Now, I'm not for sure which one you're talking about. We had a Black Sabbath in the crate earlier, and it sold immediately. Here is Zoot Sims. Zoot Sims is a 1975 Japanese reissue. It does not have the Obi, but there's no condition notes. Zoot Sims is a $25 start. Aretha Franklin, Amazing Grace, that's $49.99, a 1972 pressing. What was the price on Jimi Hendrix Monterey? That was $34.99. Amazing live concert there. And yes, he did set his guitar on fire. $34.99. He poured lighter fluid all over it, and he sacrificed it. This is Ginger Baker's Air Force, $39.99. The Bowie's at $70. Caleb Howell, it goes back to you. And then now we have another auction going up, which is Radiohead. And Radiohead is a 2008 U.S. pressing of Amnesiac. It's a gatefold, 2 10-inch gatefold, $25 start. $25 start on this. $25 start. Next is Santana Abraxas. This is with poster, $34.99. Santana Abraxas. Very nice copy with the original poster, $34.99. Nice. It does have the Santana poster with it. Radiohead does have a bid for $25. There's the poster that came with Abraxas, in case you ever find one loose and you're like, hey, here's a cool old vintage Santana poster. Nope, it actually goes with Abraxas. Clean copy of that, $34.99. Jeremiah does want Jimi Hendrix. Laura just delivered a Laura crate, which we're going to be doing next. Radiohead has another bid for $25. He's out on Bowie. This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $70. Test pressing. Very, very cool. That is done. All right, now Zoot Sims. I'm looking for a $25 start. No bids yet. And now Radiohead has two $25 bids. Keelan bid first. Darren Johnson, you're out. Also, we have Feeling Lowdown, Washboard Sam with Big Bill Brunsey and Memphis Slim. $26.99 on this. How cool is that? RCA Victor. And then Humble Pie, Lost and Found. 2 albums in one. Humble Pie is $34.99. And The Coasters, Greatest Hits. The Coasters is a 1959 Deep Groove Mono on the Atco Harp label, $49.99. Deep Groove Mono, The Coasters, Greatest Hits. All right, let's see what else I have over here. This one's also pretty bizarre. The only thing I have here is somebody said, new order, fine time, white label. Now, here's another one. There's really nothing on it. Someone did say it's new order. It's just on a white label. The matrix is PRO-51-3450. That should help you out some. But evidently, that's new order. And that needs to go up another white label. $7 start on that. Can I check on Cherry Poppin' Daddies? Let's make a note to see if we can get Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Radio 26, Michael Butler on Sam. Watchboard Sam, that's sort of Michael Butler. Radio 31. Yakety yak, don't talk back. That's the Coasters. Now, I'm not going to read everything in here in detail. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you what the titles are. That way we can go ahead and see what Laura's brought over here. First thing I'm going to tell, oh man, her sticker is amazing. Oh, wow. Wait till y'all see it. I just squatted down here like eye level with it. There's going to be a mad rush for this one. Holy moly. Oh, man. Let me get stretched. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. I feel like I've probably since the Metallica concert, when I came back, I missed a couple nights for that last month. I feel like I've been almost at this store since then, because I don't think I've been anywhere except my house and this store, I think for almost 3 weeks straight, like 21, probably going on like a month straight. And I've even last Sunday, I was like, all right, I'm going to get a good night's rest. And I was right back here at the store, like as soon as Paul was done with the sale. I think I just missed Paul, and I told my mom, I said, I'm going to be doing a coin auction this Sunday, so I'm not going to be able to take off this Sunday. I'm going to be doing coins and knives, it looks like. And I was like, probably at the end of the month, that last Sunday, I'm probably just going to sleep probably like all day. I almost look forward to it. So I look forward to my day off in about 2 weeks. But I tell y'all this every night, I'm having a lot of fun. If I was here not having fun, there's no way I'd be able to do this. So as long as y'all are here buying and we're having a lot of fun, I'm going to be here night after night. I would do it even longer if I physically could. If I could physically do this 12 hours a night, we would start even earlier. Pinball game, I played it for about a half hour on Sunday. That's the first time I turned it on in about a week, or 2 weeks really. Yeah, it's about 2 weeks. So, yeah, it gets neglected for about a week, and then on Sundays I have some time to play it. So people's like, Chad, are you ever going to take a day off? I'm like, no, I don't have a reason to. Alex Kane gets humble pie. Okay, so let's start right over here with Zoot Sims. Did it get a bid? If not, we're going to make it a buy it now for $25. It did not get a bid. So buy it now on Zoot Sims, a 75 Japanese, $25 start. I'm at work every night. Y'all are actually watching me work, but it doesn't seem like I am, right? This is a 2008 US of a Radiohead, and the last bid on this that came in was Keelan Lee at $36. And then New Order, I believe the song is called Fine Time. I think it's Fine Time. And the last bid that came in was Alan Smith at $8. Okay, and then special squirrel nut zippers. Let's make notes for all these. And here we go. New auction going up right now. Somebody asked earlier, is Zoot Sims sold? And they probably wasn't able to watch for the rest of the night. And now it's a buy it now. I do have a box set still over here in the auction bin. I've got My Morning Jacket, Oko Noko Okos. My Morning Jacket is a 2006 US OG limited edition 4 LP set with the original under sleeves. All disc or EX or better. Nice. So thank you, Laura. And this is a $65 start on that. I am eyeballing the Metallica concert in Denver at the end of the month. I am eyeballing it seriously. I've already looked at plane tickets and prices on general admission. So if y'all see me disappear for a couple nights at the end of the month, you probably know where I'm at. The best of Carly Simon is $9.99. Actually, let me just read titles, and if you need a price, let me know, or any information. Now's the time. So, best of Carly Simon, Waylon Jennings, The Meteors versus the World was $74.99. Versus the World, that is part 2, $74.99 on that. Nielsen Sandman, Wes Montgomery and his brothers. We have Roseanne Cash, Neil Young Decade, George Jones, The Musical Love, Life, and Sorrows. And if that person's still watching, I'll breeze through that track listing right quick. I'll make sure they're watching, though. Frankie Boy and Nancy Girl, Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits, Roseanne Cash, Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway, Highway 101. We also have Cliff Richard. We got Ennio Morricone doing Rampage, Spooky Tooth, Ray Charles, and Doug Kershaw. So Zoot Sims over here is sold to Ada Bernardi for $25. New Order is sold to Alan Smith for $8, and then Radiohead is sold, and Radiohead is sold to Keelan Lee for $36. And then Eddie Gutt, you just put new 17. New Order had a high bid of 8, and it was sold. Alan Smith got it for $8. And then over here we have the Beatles, 2012 UK. That was $34.99. Paul Simon is $19.99. Rod Stewart's debut. Also, we have Malta Hoople's Greatest Hits, $19.99. New Order got higher than that. What happened on New Order? It was a final call to Alan Smith for $8. Did something else get out of order there like it has been? Oh my gosh, I think we had I think what just happened to Keelan Lee happened again. Okay, Keelan, the same thing that just happened to you on the flip side happened to you now. Eddie Gutt had already bid $17 on New Order. That's why everybody started going out. New Order is at $17 with Eddie Gutt, way up here. Jeff bid 15, Eddie bid 17. Keelan, your bid of who actually did I say so to? This is a 17 with Eddie Gutt. I'm not for sure what's going on. Eddie Gutt has that for $17, okay? Now, Keelan was talking about this. He got the Radiohead, my bad. Keelan got the Radiohead. Final call on New Order for $17. And there's no bid on My Morning Jacket. We're looking for a $65 start on that box, okay? New auctions coming up. We got the Best of Spirit. We got Bobby V, Jay and the Americans, Ted Nugent, $14.99. Elvis, the 2LP compilation. Soundtrack to The Exorcist, Tubular Bells. The Ennio Morricone score was Rampage. Rampage, $14.99. Rampage, $14.99. Aretha Franklin, Ginger Baker, Santana, and the Coasters. And let's go through a new crate over here that Laura has marked. And let me go ahead and set it up here on the table. Looks like half check condition, half non-check condition. She is going to, y'all are going to really like this sticker when I show it. This is pretty cool. Holy moly. Look at that one. Wow. Folks, this isn't some willy-nilly parlor trick that we just hand out left and right. This is a work of art. Wow. Let's remember this one. All right, so Eddie, you do get New Order for $17. Thank you. My Morning Jacket is a buy it now for $65. Buy it now for $65. Okay? Let's put that right over there. Hopefully somebody's about to snatch that up. And any chance for 69 on the Meteors. Now, normally on a new arrivals crate, I would say no way, they're sticker price, but I'm not going to let $5 come between us on almost a $70 sale. So, Fred, this is sold to you for $69. Okay? We're not going to let that come between us on that. That is sold. And Fred Cardinal got My Morning Jacket. So that's sold to Fred for $69, and he got My Morning Jacket for $65. Okay? So I think y'all know the rules on the lower crate. I'm going to show 3 records. First come, first serve gets the lower crate sticker and the record. But also keep in mind, there's no putbacks, okay? So make sure if you're actually buying something and you end up getting it and not getting the sticker, you're okay actually getting the record. Okay, so make sure you actually want the record that you're claiming in case you do end up with it. Here is Steve Earle, I Feel All Right. Steve Earle is a 2014 U.S. reissue, only time ever on vinyl worldwide. And some of them have sold for as much as $185. Steve Earle is a $95 start. Donna, you were second on Rampage. I've already sold it to Fred for $69. The next auction is the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers. The Rolling Stones is a 64 USOG mono. Wow, this is the OG first album from the Stones in mono. Now, it does not have that full color photo. I've only ever seen that a couple times. It is missing the full color photo, but that is pretty dang cool. The Stones US debut, a true OG. It is VG minus, a $5 start. All right, let's do the Laura crate. Oh man, I can tell from the back of this record what it already is. Now, if you grab this record, you're going to be getting a great album and a great sticker. Rush Signals, EX $29.99. This is an OG copy. EX $29.99. Tom Petty's debut, nice. EX $29.99. MCA and Queen Live Killers, EX $37.99. That's a great 3-batch there. Tom Petty, Rush, and Queen. Nice. Nice. That's 3 great. So, in my opinion, if you know, any of those you're like okay with. You're okay with any of those. There's going to be a bunch of Rush comments. There's going to be a bunch of Rush comments. Holy moly. Where's my blue juice at? I need it. Okay, not much left in here. Might have to go for a refill a little bit later. Had to reply to a couple messages. I was waiting for the feed to settle down. I was just like, let's let the feed settle down. So I took a blue juice break there, okay? Shakedown was first to Rush. Shakedown, and then coming in a close second, Craig Thomas. So 4 people are tied with the same timestamp. That's how fast it was. To the exact second, 4 people were tied for the first timestamp. Thank you, Shakedown. So it was Shakedown, then Craig, then Jennifer, then Cynthia, then Andrew, then Jeff, then Chad, then Michael, then Josh. Bob Riger first on Tom Petty. The Stones 7, Stones 10. Jerry next on Rush. Gregory next on Tom Petty. And then Stones another bid, then Rush, then another Tom Petty. Wow. Okay, so first thing is Steve Earle. It has 1 bid with Gregory for $95. Final call. I Feel All Right. It is a 2014 OG out of print, only time ever on vinyl. The Stones is a true mono 64 OG. It's in VG minus. It's at $20. And the only thing that he didn't claim out of there was Queen, which is a great double LP live album. EX condition, $37.99. Queen, EX, $37.99. Next is Yes, 90125. EX condition, $17.99. It has the original inner sleeve. And sometimes these are mastered by Bob Ludwig. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. This one is not. Owner of a Lonely Heart. Move yourself. You always live your life. Never thinking of the future. That's my best John Anderson. All right. Now, Phil Ott got Yes. And then over here, we have Volume 2 of Chronicle. I don't see Volume 2 as often. Chronicles in EX condition, $32.99. Another Steve Earle, Guitar Town, VG Plus $19.99. And Huey Lewis and the New Sports, VG Plus $14.99. Wow. Laura's put out some great records. And since there was just a Steve Earle in the crate, let's sell this Steve Earle to Gregory Roberts for $95. Whew, and now he can take a deep breath. Are we done on the Stones? Carol has it for $20. It's a final call. There was another record here in the high-end bin, too. We did the Steve Earle, and then here's Less Savvy Fav, the Cat and the Cobra. This one's a pricey record, too. It's a $19.99 USOG. It's an art rock punk album. The only time ever pressed a vinyl with the insert. It's VG Plus, a $65 start. The lowest it's ever sold for is $58, and they have sold for as much as $202, and that's called Less Savvy Fav the Cat and the Cobra. A $65 start on that. Very interesting. Phil Lott got yes. Jeremy Rourke on CCR Chronicle 2. Another out on Stones. Another out on Stones. Michael Hamburger on Steve Earle. And Joe Farrell on Huey Lewis. CCR is already sold. Next here we have Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little, Shrink and Hype. Stevie is EX $22.99. Stevie is EX $22.99. Okay, now we have a quick handful of singles. These are all $6.99. We have Christy Burr, The Lady in Red, Christy Burr. I got Def Leppard, Let's Get Rocked, and Miss You in a Heartbeat. And those are from 1993. Buckner and Garcia with the Pac-Man Fever. Buckner and Garcia. Dead or Alive. This is Brand New Lover and Into Deep Live. And Elvis, The Wonder of You and Mama Like the Roses. These are all $6.99. This is a new arrival crate from Laura. These are all new arrival sticker price. And all those singles I just laid down are $6.99 as well. All right, so first is Fred Cardinal on CDB. Christy Burr, that's sold to Fred Cardinal for $6.99. Linda Banks got the Stevie Nicks. Amanda Darby got Dead or Alive. And Jeff Brindley's in on Cat and Cobra for $65. George Burleson on Buckner and Garcia. And that leaves Elvis Presley and Def Leppard still left for $6.99. Carol Puckett, you get the Stones for $20. That's sold to Carol Puckett. Let's put this right over here. And now, let's introduce another new auction right quick. Let's jump over here. I know this one very well. It's a 77 U.S. Specialty Press, 77. OG would be 71, but it's very nice. EX Plus, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Now the Cat has two bids for $65. Jamie, your bid on the Stones just came in late. Did you say Dead or Alive? I did, but I've already sold it. And now Scott Oman got Def Leppard. And that's sold to Scott Oman for $6.99. Thank you, Scott. All right, back to the lower crate. We have Best of the Doobie Brothers. This is EX condition, $17.99. Nice. Janis Joplin's greatest hits. That first song, Down on Me, is a live cut, and it's absolutely incredible. I was actually heard it for the first time at a flea market. There's a guy up there that sold records kind of down from where me and my dad used to set up. He is an old hippie guy, and I walked in his booth one day, and he was putting this on the turntable. He had an old Sansui receiver. He dropped the needle, and you can kind of hear Janis Joplin. She kind of clears her throat, and then it all comes in together, and it's like the greatest thing I ever heard. It was going through some old, it was Sansui speakers and a Sansui amp, and I was like, man, what is that? And I never had heard the live version off of this album. I'd always heard it off the studio cut, which is nowhere near this live cut. $22.99 on Janis Joplin. And Eddie Money, Live for the Taking, VG $9.99. And Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is EX edition, $14.99. Zeppelin was a $35 start, a 77 US reissue. But anytime you walk by his booth, he was playing like 60s classics. He's an old hippie guy. Long beard, long hair. He'd always bring out great records. He'd have a big batch. I'd buy them from him. The Cat has a new bid for $66. Cat is at $69. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG $14.99. We have Petra Pfeiffer on Janis Joplin. Plus, this is loaded. Not everything on here is live. Everything else is studio, like Piece of My Heart, Try Just a Little Bit Harder, Me and My Bobby McGee. You got to have that. Janis Joplin's greatest hits, yes. Stephen Parton on Fleetwood Mac, yes. And did he sell brownies? No brownies, but every once in a while you would get a whiff of the grass. I think he did not care at that point. How about Hip Hop Hippity Hop? This is the Rapper's Delight, Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight. It's a 79 US OG, Steel and Shrink, EX condition, $10. Hip Hop Hippity Hop, $10 start on that. Next, Second Helping, Sweet Home Alabama. Speaking of the grass, this is EX condition, $29.99. EX, What a track listing. Sweet Home Alabama, Don't Ask Me No Questions, The Ballad of Curtis Lowe, Call Me the Breeze. Next is John Durden on RD, and RD was for, that is an auction for Rapper's Delight. Zeppelin has a bid with Caleb for $30, final call. So this album originally came out in 71. It's a multi-platinum album, so there's many represses and reissues. They are making them right now today. I promise you, they probably press some today somewhere. And this is at $30. It's a final call. That's a nice, clean, vintage copy. Now over here is Less Savvy Fav, The Cat and the Cobra. This is at $70. Now, somebody just asked about, did something sell? Sam, Jens, no it hasn't. Jens Lackman, that is still available. We still got some like other auctions over here. I don't know a lot about them, including that one. So that's what's up for bid. All right, now we got Rapper's Delight at 11, 10, 10, and then 12, 15, 13, 20, 16, 16, 22, and 23, and nobody on Skinnerd. And then over here, we got, wow, this is Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, Frank Fazetta artwork, VG $12.99. What a cover. That is like a $2-3 million painting now. Frank Fazetta originals are way up there. Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame. Jay Giles is EX $22.99. I mean, just look at it. What a painting. That's VG $12.99. And Billy Squire, Don't Say No. This is loaded. This is got the stroke on it, My Kind of Lover, Lonely is the Night. EX $12.99. Another classic rock album. Here we are. That's EX $12.99. Okay. Sugar Hill Gang 25.25, Sugar Hill Gang 33, and now Less Savvy Fav is at 70 with Lucas Hanaft. Okay, so that's still getting bids, and all of a sudden a ton of comments just came in. So let me go back up to the top and figure out what happened. First, Sugar Hill Gang got a new bid for 2022-23. It is OG. Today's the 58th anniversary of Janis Joplin and Monterey Pop. Wow. June 16th, 18th. That's pretty amazing. 58 years ago. Sugar Hill 25, Sugar Hill 25. Michael Rudolph was first on Molly Hatchet. Then Josh Brown, Sugar Hill 33. Les Sav is at 70. Keelan Lee on Billy Squire. And then we have Andrew Hawkins next on Squire. Then Amanda Darby. Cats at 75. Zeppelin's at 32. And then Billy Squire, Zeppelin 35. Okay. Barry White's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. And the Cars Greatest Hits, that's VG Plus $17.99. So Zeppelin, we'll go ahead and sell it now to Caleb Howe for $35. That is sold. Let's go over Sugar Hill Gang again. Sugar Hill is a 1979 OG. It's still in the shrink. We've graded it EX minus, so it's not bad whatsoever. Sugar Hill, and the last bid was El Terrible Torio at $33. It is $33, okay? Now, Les Sav, I think Lucas Hanaft had that new high bid, and this is with Jeff Brindley at 75. Lucas, you got outbid. That's at 75, so it's back to Lucas. And now, Michael Rudolph wants to know the Jay Giles price. That was EX $22.99. Travis Woods got Cars. Troy Robinson got Barry White. Josh Brown was next on Cars. Also, we have Jack White, Lazzarato. Jack White's in VG condition, $14.99. Prince and the Revolution, Purple Rain, that's VG condition, $14.99. And Bruce Hornsby in the Range, that's just the way it is. EX, $17.99. And Wings, Greatest Hits, with the poster, a U.S. edition, VG, $19.99. I think we're done on Sugar Hill, but we're not done on Les Sav. Let's do this other record that was asked about, and this name is pronounced Jens Lackman. Jens Leichman, Night Falls over Cordella. Yeah, Jens Leichman, Night Falls over Cordella. And that's a 2007 OG with book. Laura says VG, nearly a VG plus, a $35 start. $35 start. Next over here is Michael Rudolph does want the Jay Giles record. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Javi Soto on P for Prince. That's sold to Javi Soto. Carol Puckett on Jack White. JW for Jack White. Sold to Carol Puckett. Cat is now at 85. Susie on Bruce Hornsby. That's just the way it is. Troy Robinson was second. Adam, you were next on Purple Rain. And then JL has a bid with Travis Wade for 35. And now Sugar Hill is sold to El Terrible Torio for $33, okay? Also, Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing. That's VG $14.99. And Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is VG Plus $19.99. Bat Out of Hell for Meatloaf. Original label on that one. $19.99. Leonard Skinner price. This is EX $29.99. Now, very similar, or actually it's exactly the same story. The first label's on that Sounds of the South like we auctioned earlier tonight. So this is actually a third label, but it is clean, EX $29.99. Next is Travis Woods on Meatloaf. Michael Rudolph was second, and Les Sav is at 90, and it's pronounced Jens Leichman. And then the next thing, we're not done with the check condition stuff yet. 38 special, VG Plus $14.99. Wild Eyed Southern Boys. Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter, EX condition $12.99. And we have Stray Cats, Built for Speed, EX condition $17.99. And now we have new bids coming in. Lucas is bidding on both. He just outbid Travis on Jens Leichman. And now the Cat is at 100 with Jeff Brindley. What else do I have over here in our singles? I was sorting through some stuff. I've sold off all those. What's left over here in this other box? Got some great stuff over here I was sorting through. We've done a bunch of buy it nows tonight, and we've done a bunch of auctions. Let me sort what I have left and work on some more here. We'll make that a buy it now later. This looks like it's in pretty beat up condition. It is. We're not going to sell that because it's pretty bad shape. We got, ooh, that could be a good one. And then that one. I still got some like newer stuff here. And then what else is over here? Give me 1 second. Might have to do some 45 lots here. Goody Mob. Okay. Hope Sandoval. And oh yeah, what happened to this? Here we go. All right, so let's sell these three together in a lot. We got a Hound's Mouth picture disc here. This is Hound's Mouth, Sedona, and Runaround Sue. It's a double picture disc. No, it's a picture disc. We also have Hope Sandoval and the Warm Inventions, Isn't It True? And Goody Mob, limited edition, featuring Janelle Monáe from the new album Age Against the Machine. Those three singles for a $12 start. All right, next thing we have is Cat was at 100, and then 110, and then Jans was at 43. Those are all new bids. Ed Riviera on 38 special. Jans is at 50, and then the Cat's at 115. Dynasty is new and sealed, 2014 remaster, $33.99. RJ66 wants Wings Greatest Hits. Jans is at 52. Cat's at 125. Now 60, now 130. And now the singles are at 12, 15, 12. Natasha wants the Stray Cats. And Jeff just asked the price. Natasha just claimed it. All right, so that was the last check condition record. Now the rest of the crate is all EX Plus or better or possibly sealed. And Jeff Brindley's out on Less Savvy Fan, the Cat and the Cobra. So Lucas, that is a final call to you for 130. And Travis, you are outbid on the Jens Leichman Lucas also has that for $60. All right, so let's see what else is in this crate. We got Warren Haynes Presents The Benefit Concert Volume 20, Vinyl Set Volume 1, sealed, purple vinyl, $24.99. And Warren Haynes Presents The Benefit Concert Volume 20, Vinyl Set Volume 2. That is on orange vinyl, $24.99. So, 2 Warren Haynes there sealed, $24.99 each. Travis is out on yen. So, Lucas, it's looking really good. You have both auctions. You have one for $130 and the other one for $60. Final call to both of you. Final call on both of them to you. Hey, how about Warren Haynes Benefit Volume 20 Vinyl Set 3? Do I have Vinyl 4? I do. So George Jones, looks like you could possibly take great advantage here. There's 4 different volumes here. Sealed at $24.99 each. I have a feeling you're going to want all 4. If not, George Burleson wants them. If not, Robert Warner wants them. But that's volume 1, 2, 3, 4. All different material there, all sealed. So your pick on all 4 of them since they're all together there. We'll set them right back here, and hopefully he'll say sold. Now, let's start here first with Houndsmouth. So the singles are Houndsmouth, Sedona, and Runaround Sue. I don't think this is actually, I can't really call this new, but it may be. Hope Sandoval is sealed, and Goody Mob, it don't really come sealed, but it appears to be really nice. So the first thing I'm going to do is sell George Jones all 4 of these Warren Haynes at $24.99 each. Let's put those in there. And then over here we got Jens Leichman. This is sold to Lucas Hanoft, and he got that for $60. And he got Les Savvy, the Cat and the Cobra for $130. Let's put those away. Now we're ready for more LP auctions, okay? First thing is Foreigner Records, which is essentially a greatest hits. Foreigner is a gatefold with a die-cut cover. That is $24.99. Records has the embossed Foreigner there. Looks like the tabletop jukebox. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Dwight Yoakam Hillbilly Deluxe. Dwight Yoakam is an 87 USOG Carrollton Columbia Club copy, steel and shrink, and Laura says top copy. That is a $25 start. $25 start there on Dwight Yoakam. That's now up for bid. And then the other auction I have over here, this is Sam Prekop. Sam Prekop. Sam Prekop is a 1999 USOG post-rock album with the original on her sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start. What's the high bid on these? The high bid on these are Susie Breedlove at $25. Going twice, going 3 times. She has all 3 of those at $25. Speaking of $25, that's the new high bid on Dwight Yoakam and Dwight Yoakam. The Best of Blondie, $27.99. Best of Blondie, $27.99. Blue and white Chrysalis label, $27.99. Lucas also has Prekop at $35. Now the singles are at $30. Now Dwight Yoakam's at $28. And the Rolling Stones Dirty Work is $29.99. No condition notes on the Rolling Stones Dirty Work. Also, Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, a 2LP, $34.99. Nice. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, 2LP, $34.99. Dwight Yoakam's at $35. Now the singles are at $30 with John Durden. Final call to him. Susie says he's done. And then the Sam Prekop has one bid with Lucas for $35. Heart self-titled. Heart is $19.99. And Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain, has the track Laura on it. He does have a song here called Laura. Laura's made mention of that. $19.99 on that. So let's go ahead and jump over here. And I think I have a few singles that I was going to do for Buy It Nows. And I've mixed up my stacks all of a sudden. So let me grab these. And yeah, so I've got a few here for $6.99 Buy It Now. The first one is Elvis Presley. It's a reissue Gold Standard series. Can't Help Falling in Love. The B is Rockahula Baby. We have Babyface. Babyface, When Can I See You, R&B remix. Albert Lee, a promo, not double-sided, but it's Setting Me Up and Country Boy, Albert Lee promo, Ronnie Spector on the Apple label, and the A side of that is Try Some, Buy Some. Over here is Bobby Gentry, Ode to Billy Joe and Mississippi Delta. And then the Kinks is a promo from Muswell Hillbillies of 20th Century Man and Skin and Bone. And those are all $6.99 on those. Okay, so Dwight Yoakam, these singles. Looks like it's about time to sell some auctions. But first here is the Highwayman. The Highwayman is $34.99. And Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. Dire Straits, what a clean copy of this is. And it is mastered by Bob Ludwig, OG, $34.99. Now, Travis put RS. Is that for Ronnie Spector, Travis? If so, that's sold to you for $6.99. I think that was the only RS in there. We still got Babyface and Elvis in there as well. These three singles are sold to John Durden for $30. Dwight Yoakam is sold to Todd Saw for $35. And Sam Prekop sold one bid to Lucas Hanoff for $35. And now Dire Straits is sold to El Terrible Torrio. Janet Gray was second. Still got an OG Highwayman there. Let's show a couple more records like Rod Stewart, Out of Order. Rod Stewart's $24.99. And the Pretenders, the singles collection. This is a good one. Essentially a greatest hits from the Pretenders. Extremely nice. $29.99. All right, let's go ahead and introduce some more auctions. Next auction I have is Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. This is a music on vinyl pressing. It is a music on vinyl pressing, 180 gram with insert. That's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start. That is Sinead O'Connor. That's now up for bid. And the next auction I have here is this great compilation called Michigan Rocks. It's called Michigan Rocks. It's a 77 US OG. It's a compilation of rock bands from Michigan. MC5, The Stooges, Bob Seger. An amazing compilation. VG Plus condition. $25 start on that. Now, Craig Ruth first on the Pretenders, and George Scherer was second on the Pretenders. So that is sold. And then over here we have Starship, Knee Deep in the Hoopla. Starship with a hype sticker, We Built This City, on Rock and Roll. Starship is $19.99. Bad Company, Holy Water, a 1990 U.S. original club copy, $49.99. Wow, that's one I wouldn't see as often. Bad Company, Holy Water. And what about Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits? That's a 2LP, $27.99 for Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. $27.99. That is available as soon as I pop my bag. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay. Some great records there at the end of the crate. Let's read through that one more time. About half is check condition, and the front half is better stuff. Mark Buddha on Foo Fighters, then Janet, then Donna. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because we have filled up a new arrival crate. Or we filled up another crate, so what better thing to do than to go ahead and start filling up another one. That is 4 crates there full sold of vinyl tonight, and which is mostly vintage, which is great because sometimes we'll do 6 or 7 crates, but probably or 8 or 9, just depends, but a lot of it sometimes is new vinyl, which takes up a lot more space. I judge how much we sell by the crates, but sometimes when it's just all OG stuff, kind of, I'm like, wow, we've had a great night if we sold just that much of OG records. Really, really good. All right, so Susie on the Bobby Gentry for $6.99. Here's the ones that didn't sell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If anybody wants those for $20. The 8 that didn't sell for $20, if anybody wants those. D-Con got Bad Company, nice pickup there. Sinead O'Connor just got 1 bid for $30, sold to Patrick Johnson. Michigan Rocks, 1 bid, $25 with Neil Reigler. We'll give that one more chance. The Bad Company already just got grabbed. Rod Stewart, Out of Order, that's his 1988 album. $24.99 on Rod Stewart. So let's keep the show rolling. And just so y'all know where we're at on the agenda, here's where we're at on the agenda. The agenda is we're going to go through this crate. I still got more new arrivals crate. Laura possibly, maybe, I'm not for sure, maybe even working on more. She might already be working on tomorrow night's auctions. It is Wednesday, and then we got Thursday metal night. But I still got other new arrival crates here. I'm going to try to knock those out. We're going to do discount crates, and probably around 11:30 tonight, we'll get started with CDs, okay? Unless it gets into like last night, it seemed like right when I was about to stop selling vinyl, I was like, oh, everybody's done selling vinyl. Everybody's done buying vinyl. Let's get to CDs. As soon as I said that, everybody's like, holy crap, I better start buying vinyl so Chad doesn't start showing CDs. Then all the CD people was like, I thought CDs were supposed to start an hour ago. And I'm like, well, I had no idea everybody's going to wake up from their naps and start buying more vinyl. So what I do is I keep showing stuff at least until like 11:30 or midnight, and we're going to try to get into the CDs around then, okay? It's only 10 o'clock right now approximately, and we got a lot more new stuff. If you're just hanging out watching, you're about to see crate after crate of new arrival stuff, just FYI. So first, these singles are sold to Michael Rudolph for $20. Those are sold. Michigan Rocks has a new bid. I still got some Japanese stuff over here. The Bad Company Holy Water was $49.99. I have already sold it, though. Somebody grabbed it pretty much immediately. D-Kong did. Speaking of Rod Stewart, I got some Japanese pressing still to throw up. Here's the next Japanese pressing. We hadn't shown it in a while. This is Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. $35 start on Rod Stewart. He has the Japanese insert. This is a beautiful top copy. That is a $35 start. Price on Bad Company, $49. Boy, some people's comments might have got held up there or something. Yeah, Bad Company sold now almost 7 minutes ago. No, almost 4 minutes ago. So here's what's left. Queen Live Killers. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. EX condition, $37.99. EX condition, $37.99. Let's go through this crate one more time. The best of the Doobie Brothers, EX, $17.99. Taking it to the streets. Listen to the music. Jesus is just all right. We also have Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. Eddie Money's VG, $9.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up, EX, $14.99. Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing, VG, $14.99. And Second Helping is still available. EX, $29.99. 1, 2, dun dun da da dun dun da da dun dun da da da. That was my best impression. That was my best Sweet Home Alabama. Okay, here's a single I've never seen before from U2. U2 is Last Night on Earth, First Night in Hell mix, and Last Night on Earth single version from 1997. U2. I've never had that before. From 1997. That is a $5 start. $5 start on that. Okay? Now, we have Doobies and Eddie Money. Doobies and Eddie Money is sold to Ran Maniac, 10. Thank you, Ran Maniac. Those are sold to you. Next is Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter. That's EX for $12.99. We've sold the Clash. I'm about to put up Willie Nelson right now. This is the first non-check edition record, a great Foreigner compilation. Die cut with the gatefold jacket, 24. Are we done on Michigan? I don't think I've heard back from Steve Cartucci since he got outbid. Steve Cartucci, Charkuski, you got outbid, and it's with 28 with Neil Rigler. And then over here, we have the best of Blondie, $27.99. A cat dying. Wow. That's what Leonard Skinner's Sweet Home Alabama sounded like that I was trying to do. That's the slide. $29.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. $29.99 for the Stones. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. That's $34.99. Heart is $19.99. Billy Joel was $19. We've got Highwayman. Can't believe that didn't go unclaimed. $34. Starship. Somebody asked, what Starship? That was asked by somebody. Who just asked that? This was asked by somebody. It is Knee Deep in the Hoopla. We Built the City with the hop sticker, $19.99, and Rod Stewart was $24. Speaking of Rod Stewart's a buy it now for $35. Footloose and Fancy Free. A Japanese pressing. This is a buy it now for $35. Footloose and Fancy Free. Now, we're about to sell Michigan Rocks and U2 as well, so that's a buy it now. Here we go. So, we have a few Japanese no bids. I'll show those in just a second. But first, here's Guns N' Roses, Patience. Whoa. Patience. Original single on the picture sleeve. The sleeve has a little bit of fraying up here at the top. The B-side to that is Rocket Queen. We all need a little patience. Guns N' Roses, $7 start. Jeremy got the Starship. U2 is sold for $10, and that is sold to Jeff Hallsworth for $10. That is sold to you. And then Michigan Rocks is right here, and Michigan Rocks is sold to Neil Reigler for $28. Okay? Now GNR is at 9 and then 10 and then 20. Generators plugged up and good to go. We've actually had about 7 reminders already tonight. We've actually already had about 7 reminders. And then Susie got Rod Stewart for $35. Susie got the pristine copy of Footloose and Fancy Free there. Rod, he's a buy now for $35. Okay, so what is next then? A new crate. I'm going to go right into some more new vintage stuff, okay? Still got at least a couple more here, and then we might try to get into, of course, some discount stuff. I know y'all love that. But I peeked ahead at some of these other crates over here, and I was pretty impressed about what I seen. Just saying. So let me see what else is coming up over here. Let me take a peek in these, and then a peek at those. I'm going to go ahead and move this cart out of my way. I've almost destroyed my shin on it about 20 times, trying to walk and not pay attention over here. All right, let me see what's in this crate. Looks like he's got another one of these tucked away. He does. Let me set that right over there. And, ooh, that's a tough record to find. I'll make that the first. What's he got that marked for? Yeah. That took me forever to find a nice copy of that. Luckily, Fred had one. This also could be from Fred's. You never know what they have found tucked back there. But let's go through this crate here. I'm liking what I'm seeing in here. A lot of variety, a lot of different stuff, a lot of standards, a lot of great titles. So, here we go. And Rob feels unemployed. Sorry. Everybody's beat you to the generator check now because if our generator dies now with this new, we were plugged into a Mac that was on battery power. And now, if the computer dies, our Mac Mini goes offline, which means that Facebook just ends the feed and it's over. But used to, for our generator, the worst thing that would happen is our GoPro would go off and we would still be live. There just wouldn't be any video. Now, if the generator dies, it ends the feed. And I learned that for the first time last night. So if our generator ever dies, we go offline. We go offline. Here's our next auction. This is a 1967 Willie Nelson. The Party's Over. Willie Nelson and other great Willie Nelson songs. EX, a $55 start. A $55 start. The Party's Over. That is a tough one to get. Short hair, no beard Willie. Pre-marijuana Willie. $55 start. We're about to sell Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses is with Jeff Brindley for $20. It's about to sell. First thing I have in here, this is $49.99 Andy Griffin Show. Songs, themes, and laughs from the Andy Griffin Show. Nice condition. It took me forever. I used to see this record on the back of like other Capitol advertisements, and I was like, did they even ever make this? I finally had to go confirm that they actually did make it. The first track is the Andy Griffin theme. There it is. That's a good one. That one doesn't come through too often. There's other Andy Griffin albums, like his comedy stuff and spoken word. That one is a cool one. There he is on the cover there. Holy moly. And that's so to George Jones. Michael Rudolph was second. Next is Boz Scaggs, a gold stamp promo of Silk Degrees. This, of course, has Lowdown Shuffle or what did I just combined two things. It has Lido Shuffle and Lowdown on it, $19.99. We have Santana's Inner Secrets. That's $19.99 for Santana. Also, Linda Ronstadt, different drum. That has her Stone Ponies recordings to the beat of a different drum. Linda is $9.99. No condition, no, so it's a little bit of cover wear. Here we have Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, $24.99. I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry, Kalijah, $24.99. How about Captain Beefheart and Frank Zappa, Bongo Fury? That's $39.99. Let's go ahead and sell Jeff Brindley the GNR, A Little Patience. That is sold for $20. Now, Willie Nelson's a no bid. We're looking for a $55 start. As of right now, there's no bid. The next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing, and that is a Japanese pressing of the Peter Frampton Story. The Peter Frampton Story is a gatefold compilation, a Japanese pressing. It is a single LP, beautiful, near mint minus. It has an insert. It has this Peter Frampton Storybook book, and it's a gatefold cover. Peter Frampton, The Story. It's a compilation, $35 start. Mary Miles on Linda Ronstadt. She's moving to a beat of a different drum. O.C. Becia. And this one is $14.99, Oja Awake. O.C. Becia, Oja Awake, $14.99. Steely Dan is still available, yes. Willie Nelson does have a bid for $55. That's about to sell to Tom Moran. Ohio Players, Skin Tight. One of those risque Ohio Players covers, $24.99 on that. The Michael Schenker Group, Rock Will Never Die. Michael Schenker Group is $19.99. And George and Tammy. This is Tina, $9.99. I don't know if I've ever seen that George and Tammy Wynette. It's George, Tammy, and Tina. I don't know if I've ever seen that, $9.99. Also, we have the Beatles Revolver, a 2012 pressing, $34.99 on Revolver, a 2012. The Beatles Sweet Tooth Testing. And this is a 1996 red vinyl, $64.99. Interesting. Sweet Tooth on red vinyl, $64.99. I think it's time I crack open this new box of 45s. Let me see what I had left over here that I was about to put up for an auction lot. I had this. Okay, definitely that one and this one. That's going to be an auction by itself. I have to check this one. We'll put that in the lot. We'll probably put that in a different lot. This. We'll leave that in there. This will be different. That's a pretty good record, but I'll put that in there as well. And that just took a stack out of that. What else do I have over here? I have, that's new. That's something I need to check. New and check. Okay, so that little stack there that I just sorted, I'm just going to read you the artist. This is a Sam Cooke Jukebox EP. It's a Sam Cooke Jukebox EP, an original item. This is a Philco Voices from the Moon, Apollo 11, Prince, Delirious, The Doobie Brothers, Manfred Mann, Michael Martin Murphey, Wildfire, Linda Ronstadt, Krista Burr Picture Disc, The Spin Doctors. This is, or somebody bought one of these singles new, Peter Cetera, and Carl Douglas's Check Condition. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. So that entire stack of 45s, a $10 start. $10 start on those. Next is Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams. Those are 24. Those are going to be all sold together, a $10 start. All those are together, a $10 start. That's an auction lot. Sorry, I should have said that before. Everybody probably thought those were claims. Those are an auction lot. The Best of BTO in Shrink, $14.99. And the Allman Brothers in Light and Robes. Allman Brothers is $19.99. And Tim Harden 2, a 67 press. Very, very nice, $39.99. So Willie Nelson is sold for one bid for $55 to Tom Moran. No bid on Peter Frampton. You can buy the Peter Frampton Story Japanese pressing for a buy it now. $35 on Peter Frampton. Buy it now on Peter for $35. Just saying, he's available. $35 buy it now. I'll show you some of the other no bids. Hopefully someone picks that one up in just a second. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. But first, I'm going to show you a few more records here. Like the Black Eyed Peas weekends. That is $14.99. Right now, this lot has one bid for $10 to El Terrible Torio. And then we have Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. This is an ABC Command quadraphonic pressing. $49.99 on that. Right now, they have one bid for 10. Somebody else has bid 10, Steve Mason. But right now, El Terrible has them for 10. Foggy Mountain Banjo. That's flat and Scruggs. No condition notes on that. $19.99. Does have a little bit of a tear there on the spine. Columbia 2-Eye Mono. $19.99 on that. And the main ingredient, Ready for Love, featuring Cuba Gooding, and that's $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That's the Ravenettes. The Ravenettes is a 2008 U.S. original with the original under sleeve. Some of these have sold for as much as $85. The Ravenettes is a $35 start. Now the singles have a new bid for $12. ELO out of the blue, and it has the original spaceship inserts with it. $49.99, and you get the spaceship inserts. So this is a really cool insert that came with the OG pressings. You could actually take all this and punch it out, and it makes a three-dimensional ELO spaceship center. And that is complete. OG, no condition notes, $49.99. And Kevin, yes, I forgot to pull Steely Dan for you. I'm glad you said that again. Otherwise, I would have probably forgot by now. Steely Dan is sold to Kevin Voitosh here. Thank you, Kevin. That is sold to him. The singles are now at $15. Looks like it's between Denise, Steve, and El Terrible. He has them for $15. Linda Ronstadt, what's new? $9.99 for Linda Ronstadt. Also, Living Chicago Blues Volume 2. $19.99. Carrie Bell's Blues Band, Magic Slim, Johnny Big Moose Walker. The main ingredient is sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you on that. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain, OG with the bonus single, $29.99. The Ravenettes is a $35 start. Denise, if you're done on the singles, I'll go ahead and sell them. But if you want to keep bidding, go right ahead. Our next auction is Alamo. Alamo is a 71 U.S. Presswell original, a white label promo in VG Plus condition. Don't know a lot about this, but I've never seen it before, especially for something on Atlantic Records. I thought by now I've seen everything on Atlantic, but there's always something. Alamo, a $15 start. It's got that around that same kind of catalog number where Zeppelin was, the 8000s. 1971. That's up for bid for a $15 start. Next thing here we have is Country Music, Waylon Jennings, $19.99. That's in shrink, $19.99 on that. And we have a MoFi pressing of Al Stewart's Year of the Cat. This is a mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing, near mint, $79.99. So these singles are sold to El Terrible Torio. I probably could have auctioned the Prince single for $15. He's going to get everything here for $15. That was everything from Carl Douglas to Peter Cetera and everything in between. Those are sold to him for $15. Alamo 15, Alamo 15. Where's that other box I was just talking about? Right over here. Let me kick this card out of the way. And I do have right over here another complete box, I think, of what looks like just full of new and indie stuff that I've been talking about. Let me see if I can show it to y'all without any of it spilling out. So here's what it looks like. I've got these little Beatles trinkets, these little mini 3-inch singles. But yeah, it looks like it's just all new, sealed, and modern type indie singles. So probably going to have a lot of fun with these the next couple nights like we have this other box. But I'm not done with this first box over here I've been working out of. So let me do a little clean up and see what's left over here, because I think there was some modern singles left and some stuff I still wanted to sell by itself. So let me go ahead and show some of these, and I think y'all are going to like these, okay? So the first thing I have here is Prince, When Doves Cry. We're going to sell that by itself for a $7 start. That's Prince, When Doves Cry. And then I've got a few more here to do individually or bundle, it looks like. Okay? Now, Alamo's still getting bids. The Ravenettes has a bid for $35. The other question was Chicago Blues. Patrick Lear, that was right here. That's volume 2. This is volume 2, Live in Chicago Blues, in shrink, no condition notes, $19.99. Uncle Green, 15 Dryden, a 1988 alternate rock, that's $19.99. Elvis Blue Hawaii, a 61 OG mono Indianapolis, $36.99. I Can't Help Falling in Love. Another Rockorama, we had one of these earlier. It's like a 50s rock and roll compilation, $19.99. And Ricky Skaggs, Live in London, Shrink and Hop with the CMA Awards winner sticker. Ricky is $14.99. $14.99. These were in that box. These are pretty cool. They're truly a novelty item now. So they experimented back in the late 80s with CD singles that were 3 inches. And they're little tiny mini CDs. Let me see if I can get one open. Yep. So they're little mini 3-inch singles. This was a format they experimented with in the late 80s. So there's Hard Day's Night and Things We Said Today. Here is Ticket to Ride, and Yes It Is. Ticket to Ride, and Yes It Is. Whoop. They don't want to stay in their snap case. And then here is Something Can Come Together. How cool is that? Those are some good songs, too. So 3 Beatles 3-inch CD singles, a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. That was the first thing in that new box. The next new comment was Patrick Lear said, sold on the Live in Chicago Blues. The Alamo record is now at $32. This is a 71 U.S. Presswell original, white label promo. It's 1971. It's with Brent at 32, Becky Wells, You Tied Brent. The Beatles CDs have bids for 10, 10, and 10. The last bid that came in on Prince was Catherine at 17. Actually, Tracy did have Alamo. Now she's back in at 39. And David Hoy gets the Ravenettes for 35. All right, now the Beatles are at 15. Final call on Prince, which is at 17 with Catherine Lutz. All right. And now Chad's going to have to drink some water. Quick timeout. All righty. Let me see what's going on over here. So we got an ad going on Facebook for Thursday night, and every time I'm looking over here, it keeps getting more comments. I think I got Paul helping me out monitoring them, but yeah, he's replied. Okay, every time I look over here, there's more comments on this ad for Thursday night, so it's going to get pretty crazy. It's probably, people's going to start seeing that. We probably have some new people watching right now. Anybody new watching the feed right now, welcome to CollectCo. You might be here because you've seen some ads on Facebook. We sell live here every night. We're going to be here live for a few more hours tonight at least. Actually, several more hours tonight. And we do this every night. It's $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Prince is got one more bump, and then she went out. So let's go ahead and sell this to Catherine for $23. And over here is these. And these are now at $25 with Michael Rudolph. The Beatles 3-inch singles. And now the Alamo's at $55 with Brent Robley. Remember the Alamo. And then I think we're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and go through another new crate. I'm just going to read what's left in here. We still got Ricky Skaggs, Rockorama, Elvis, Uncle Green, Al Stewart, Waylon Jennings, Charlie Daniels, Linda Ronstadt. Also ELO, Flat and Scruggs, Steely Dan, Black Eyed Peas, Tim Hardin 2, The Allman Brothers, BTO, Marshall Tucker, Sweet Tooth, Revolver, George Tammy and Tina, Michael Schenker, Ohio Players, O.C. Bissia, Zappa and Beefheart, Hank Williams Sr., Santana, and Boz Scaggs. And if anybody decides, you know what, Chad, I do need everything that's left in there, just go ahead and ring me up. I'll take them. Just go ahead and give me everything that's left in there. I will do it. I will do it in a hurry. I'll say, you got it. Everything in here left is sold to so-and-so. And you want to be that so-and-so. You want to be that person. You want to get a package in the mail from Coletco that's absolutely stuffed full of vinyl. And then you're going to have to take it in your room and hide it from your wife. You're going to have to pull out the invoice and shred it so your wife don't see it or your husband. Michael Butler on ST. And ST for Michael Butler was the Sweet Tooth. Is that right, Michael? And then over here, Uncle Green and Price. Uncle Green was this alternate rock, a 1988 alternate rock for $19.99. Now the Alamo's at $65. These three Beatles CDs has a new bid with Mark Buddha for $26. And everything in here is sticker price. And now Boz is $19.99. How much was the Beatles Revolver? 2012 UK, $34.99. And then the Alamo 70. Steve Mason, ELO is $50. And that's not the Linda I claimed, is it? Mary Miles, that's not the Linda Ronstadt you claimed. No, it's not. Michael, I've seen a box. Sometimes I look at the mail that's going out. I look at the mail that's going out, and there was a box up there the other day with Michael Rudolph's name on it, and I was like, I feel sorry for the mail people having to pick this up and try to load it in a truck. I mean, they had these caution heavy stickers applied to it. I'm sure some of y'all have gotten boxes like that. It was like caution heavy, and I kind of picked it up, and I was like, golly, what did he buy? What did he buy? All right, the Alamo is moving to Tracy at $70. Brent, it goes back to you. Tracy has it for $70. We had a question about Boz. We had a question about Revolver. We did sell Sweet Tooth. Robert Barnett does want Uncle Green. And if anybody has any more questions about anything else in there, let me know. But let's sell Uncle Green and Steely Dan as well. Let me show that for somebody. Uncle Green was right here. That's sold. And the Steely Dan is actually a quad pressing of Pretzel Logic. It's very clean. It's very nice. $49.99. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. Mark Buddha, you get these three Beatles singles for $26. And now the Alamo. I got to make sure Brent's done, but Tracy has it for $70. Final call. Let's go ahead and put this up for auction. It is, let me get it over here where I can show it to you. One of my favorite just recordings and packages of all time. When George Harrison was in the Beatles near the end, as y'all know, he had this backstock of amazing music. And they all come in every day, if you've ever seen that. They all had new songs. And of course, John and Paul would limit him to one, maybe two songs an album. And of course, John and Paul had all their music. And as soon as George went solo with his first album, he released this masterpiece, All Things Must Pass. Just look at it. This is a 1970 OG copy, a Los Angeles OG copy. John's cleaned them. He's checked everything. He's passed it as no condition notes. Beautiful. I'd have you anytime. My sweet Lord. Wah wah. Isn't it a pity? What is life if not for you? That's one of my favorites. Him covering Bob Dylan. Behind that locked door. Let it down. Run of the mill. The box is known for getting detached right here. The box is getting detached right here. This one is still attached. Just a little bit of shelf wear. It's a nice OG copy, and it has the poster. George Harrison's a $55 start. They did an anniversary pressing of this. The bottom of the inner sleeves have a couple splits, which is pretty common. But this has been out of stock for about a year or two now. They did that big anniversary pressing, and then that's it. So here it is. Nice. My sweet Lord. 55 on the OG George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. Starting bid. Alamo was sold to Tracy Songer for 70. And now she's already in on George Harrison at 55. Our next auction is Mama Lion. Mama Lion is a blue psych record, a 73 OG Presswell, a $25 start. Mama Lion, give it everything I've got, $25 start on that. Now, the next thing is... Okay, we're good to go. New arrivals, probably the last crate like this before we start getting into some discount stuff. Maybe. I don't know. There's some cool stuff in here. Hank Williams on blue inside. Very cool, $29.99. Hank Williams on blue inside. Point Blank, the hard way. Point Blank is $19.99. These are new arrivals. An anthology of British blues. John Mayall, Savoy Brown, Eric Clapton. Pink immediate label, $24.99. George has one bid for 55. I meant to put that up a lot earlier. The Tall 12, a Star Day compilation with Cash, Folsom Prison Blues. Wow, I've never seen that on a Star Day comp. Johnny Cash, Roger Miller, or is this like guitars covering these albums? What is going on here? 12 Tall album. Is this people actually... Is this a comp or is this like the Tall 12? Is this... I guess it's the actual music. That's interesting. The Tall 12. And then Smash Your Head Against the Wall, John Entwistle, $14.99. And Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, Hey, Hey, My, out of the blue and into the black, $34.99. So George Harrison, one bid, final call, $55. The next thing I have over here is what? Let me grab a few out of this first box and see what they look like. We got Deerhoof Sick Bay, and we got Kit by Deerhoof and Black Lips Katrina. Those three singles for a $12 start. Those three singles for a $12 start over there. And then over here, the Tall 12 price, Robert Warner. Tall 12 is $14.99. I listen by records while at work. I have a restaurant, and my business partner just asked if Chad was sick. I said, no, he has allergies. She said, I guess I'm Coletco family now, and glad he's not sick. She ain't even in the final. I have a lot of people who have told me they hear me every night, and it's constantly playing in their house because people put it on their TVs, et cetera, and I'm like, thank you. But also, I've also had some spouses say, I'm going to be honest. I'm getting tired of you spending all of your time with Chad and not me. We got Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer, $9.99. And then we have Elvis, That's the Way It Is. Elvis Presley's a 1970 Indianapolis press, $19.99. Harrison, 60. Harrison, 65. Mama Lion, 25. Next is Van Morrison, No Guru, No Method, No Teacher. Van Morrison, $34.99. That is on the Mercury label for Van. And then Robert Warner is in on the 12 guitars. These singles have a bid for 12. These singles have a bid for 12, and that's with William Drugovich. And Highway 101, Paint the Town, $14.99. William Drugovich is a great customer, and he almost got blocked the first night because I thought he was buying so much he was spam. I was like, William, I'm going to have to block you until you give me your information. He was having such a hard time. He's turned out to be a great customer. He has these three singles at $12. Just be aware, if you are a first-time buyer and you are a serious collector and you do buy a lot of records, you might want to give us a heads up, and sometimes we'll ask you to prepay. But some people I have is like, no, please don't block me. I'm a serious customer. We have Paul McCartney. This is $14.99 press, Paul McCartney. Over here, we got Frank Sinatra, Try a Little Tenderness. Sinatra is on the Capitol label, $14.99 on Sinatra. Also, George Jones and Along Came Jesus. Whoa. I've never seen this one. 1991. Whoa. $29.99 on George Jones. $29.99 on that. And how about Madhouse 8? 1987. This is Prince, isn't it? Or Prince related? $39.99 for Madhouse. Something of like that. Okay, so George Harrison's a final call for $85. What we're going to go ahead and do is sell Samuel Kopech, the Mama Line, for $25. Speaking of William, he's going to get these 3 singles for $12. Thank you, William. Those are sold to you. And now George Harrison, OG Complete. Nice. It's about to be sold for $85. And it's over here, Steve Mason on Van Morrison. Now, Steve Mason, if you are a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. And then we need to get you registered. And I need you to message our page. I need your email address and your mailing address. And you need to send that to our CollectCo page. Actually, if you can do that right now, I would greatly appreciate it. And I need to get you registered because you're a first-time buyer and you're making some purchases, okay? So go ahead and do that right now. And then when you're back, say I've done it. I'll check everything and we'll be good to go. And I'm going to go ahead and pull these temporarily for you right now. The Sinatra and the Van Morrison, and we're going to sell Paul McCartney to Tracy Songer. Don't forget, I still got some Japanese pressings over here to run. And let's go ahead and put up Michael Schenker Group, and this one's called Built to Destroy. Michael Schenker Group is going to go up for auction. It is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. Michael Schenker Group, extremely nice. There's the LP. There's the insert. Ooh, what is this? It's a Gibson Built to Destroy promotional poster. I've never seen that before. How cool is this? Let's go to the overhead camera. How cool is this? I've never seen one of these. It's a Gibson Michael Schenker Flying V Built to Destroy promotional poster. How cool is that? I think it's very cool. It's all folded up inside the record, but I have never seen that before. There's that and there's that. I said the word Prince and I summoned Doug Page. These are new arrivals, and Madhouse is $39.99. A 1987 Madhouse 8, 39.99. And now George Harrison is sold, and George Harrison sold to Tracy Songer for $85. Right now, this is a new arrivals crate. This is some stuff John just marked today. Some stuff he just marked today. I said Prince and Doug appeared. Welcome, Doug. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love was $9.99. Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning is $34.99. Hendrix Midnight Lightning. Michael Schenker Group, $35 start. And we have Linda Ronstadt for $9.99. That's her greatest hits. Oh, I'm still on the top camera, aren't I? I'm still on the top camera, sorry. We have Jimi Hendrix Radio 1. Let me go back a few. Y'all had no idea what I was showing, did you? And then we have Jimi Hendrix, and this is Jimi Hendrix Radio 1 limited edition. It's from that Ryco analog, kind of like that David Bowie box we sold earlier. Same label, same vinyl, $30 start. Let me go back a few records because I was in the overhead view. I maybe never did show this. I was on the wrong camera. But yes, that is $39.99. Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, Jimi Hendrix, and Linda Ronstadt. And sorry, I forgot to change cameras. I tried not to change them too many times. Like, here we go. Boom, overhead camera. Looks like a Bob Dylan record's coming up next. It is Bob Dylan Desire. And Bob Dylan Desire is $19.99. It'd be hard to show records that way. We can zoom, though. All right, Michael Schenker, $35.37. Hendrix has a bid for $30. Let's go back over this box of shingles. Okay, shingles. Yes, the stuff you put on your roof. And here's the next 3 in this box. Let's see what kind of shingles we have here. We've got Bazan, and Deerhoof. We also have Make Believe. And what is this here? Danielson. I am trying to figure out. We got Make Believe. Trumpet Ship Danielson. I'm slow, but I'm sloppy. And then those three, we'll make those a $10 start. $10 start on those. Is Michael Schenker a promo? The label is not marked promo. No. No promo markings on the label or the cover or the Obi, but it does have that Gibson promotional. Now, the poster does have some humidity spots on it, just right in there. It does have some humidity spots, okay? Now, the next thing we have is what? These three singles, a $10 start. Jimi Hendrix, 30. That's the only bid. Michael Schenker's at 45. And Kelly Vlodarchek on Bee Gees. And Bee Gees was... Bee Gees? Did you see a Bee Gees record somewhere? Will the Circle Be Unbroken? That is $39.99. Will the Circle Be Unbroken? Little Steven and the Disciples of Souls. Little Steven is $9.99. Elvis, Moody Blue. Elvis Presley, blue vinyl, $34.99 for Elvis Moody Blue. Elvis in Concert, that's a 2 LP. The original soundtrack recording from the CBS television special, that's $19.99. The singles now have bids for $10 and $10. Also here we have Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Neil Young, $34.99. Oh, that's Leo Sayer. That's not the Bee Gees, but it is Leo Sayer. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. It sounds like the Bee Gees, but it's actually Leo Sayer, $9.99. And then Guy Shard wants Madhouse. I'm assuming Mr. Doug is passing. Unless I missed his claim, I'll make sure. And then if so, we'll give it to Guy Shard. And then we have Slade on stage. Slade is $19.99. Hendrix is $31. If you hear that song in your head, you would maybe think it is the Bee Gees. Very similar vocal range on that. Okay, Hendrix has a new bid for $31. The singles have three $10 bids. So Dustin was first, William tied, and now Regina tied. Here is the Dick Clark National Music Survey. The box got a little trampled. It is a original radio broadcast for November 13th, 1982. That is $39.99. And here is King Crimson. Nice. A 74 Richmond press, $49.99. In the Court of the Crimson King. $49.99. Nice. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. The Wiggles. Madhouse is sold to Guy Shard. And he is highly anticipating an auction we're going to be putting up tomorrow. Right, Guy? And now the singles are at 11. Now Hendrix is at 31. Now, it was at the longest with Mark Stanley. And actually, I got to the bottom of the feed, and there was a new bid. It's at 31. And now Michael Schenker. Fred wants me to drop the hammer. If I did, you would not be the winning bidder right now. The high bid is $47 with Patty Anderson Williams. I've been waiting for you to bid again. Patty has it for $47. Unless you want me to sell it to her, I was waiting for you to bid again, Mr. Fred Carnell, unless you're done. Fred's in at 50. Frank Zappa, Orchestral Favorites. Frank Zappa is $29.99. Also over here, we have Ricky Skaggs, Love's Gonna Get Ya. Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. Bob Seger, The Distance, is $24.99. Mark Stanley, do you want to bid again on Hendrix? The singles are at $12. The new Blue Bloods, The Next Generation of Chicago Blues, that's $19.99. Walking Wounded, The New West, an 87 press, $14.99. Sonny Boy Williamson, One Way Out. Sonny Boy is in shrink wrap. Chess Records, big influence on Mr. Robert Plant, $24.99. Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, $16.99. Buka White, Parchman Farm, Buka White's $59.99. Pecos Bill, narration by Robin Williams, music by Ry Cooder. I've never seen that before. And then Rabbit, spelt with a W, $14.99. All right, so there's new bids on Jimi Hendrix. Mark's out, but now Patrick's in. Jeremiah's right back in. George Scherer on SW for Sonny Boy Williamson. Is that right, George? And then Susie said, heard Robert Plant, and she says, I'm in. She's got a big crush on Robert Plant. Susie, that was actually Sonny Boy Williamson. All she heard was Robert Plant. She's like, I'll take it. Give it to me. Michael Butler was third, and William Drugovich was fourth. And then these three singles are with, I think we're tied again at 12. William bid 11. Regina bid 12. He's out. So final call on that for 12. And that's with Regina. And then, whoop, I grabbed the wrong record. Michael Shanker is sold to Fred Carnell for $50. That is sold. Susie almost fell out of her couch. She heard Robert Plant and almost fell out of her. There's no telling. She fell down in the kitchen. She's in there fixing her a cup of coffee. She's fixing a cup of coffee, and she knocked over the sugar. The coffee went all over the counter, slipped and fell. Next thing we have is we sold Sonny Boy, and then Sonny Boy, then Sonny Boy, then Sonny Boy. Heath Norman on Scandal, and then Jimmy out, and then a thumbs up, and then 45 titles and MSG. Boy, Fred, you got lucky. And Greg, your bid unfortunately came in late. The titles are Make Believe. Honestly, some of these I haven't even identified myself. Yeah, Make Believe. It's a blank label on red vinyl. This one just says Danielson, I'm slow, but I'm sloppy. And Did I Step Out on You remix, Trumpet Ship. And this is Bazan and Deerhoof. And Regina has those for $12. Now, Hendrix is officially sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $36. Susie flew over the counter for Robert Plant. She's like, where is that man with that long blonde hair? Another guy that went around bare-chested. Holy moly. I didn't even realize. Why did I just now realize we have this tonight? Why did I just now realize we have this? This is an OG 1994 Tom Petty Wildflowers. I thought maybe it was a reissue. I had no idea, folks. We was about to put up a Tom Petty Wildflowers OG tonight, especially at 10:39. Nobody's requested it, and I'm kind of like really surprised that it was even over here in the bin. I had no idea. This is obviously an extremely desirable album, 1994, and this is the original Tom Petty Wildflowers album. I've only ever had a couple of these ever. Let me take a look at this. It is insert. It is, so Laura says it's super clean. It has the insert with it, and this is OG Wildflowers, near mint, and I think this is only the second or third time I've ever had this before. Wow, what a record. Near mint. It is super nice. Wow. I just looked over here to see what was left. I didn't even know this was over here. Y'all, I would have definitely put this up a long time ago. So OG Wildflowers. This is a $325 start, Tom Petty. Wow. $325 start on that. These three singles are sold to Regina Tabor for $12. What an incredible record to find that I didn't know we even had over here. A 94 OG. That is a toughie right there to find. That's incredible. And then our next auction, one of the last tagged auctions over here, is a 78 Canadian OG, a compilation of live recordings from 64 to 66, and that's the Yardbirds, the Shapes of Things. A compilation of live recordings. It is EX. It's a $20 start. So Tom Petty, $3 1/4. Yardbirds, a $20 start. Tom Petty is $325 on that. I was going to check it over here on Discogs right quick. Oh, yeah. So there's a VG Plus copy for sale, and it's, I'll go ahead and tell you, it's $380. The near mint copies like ours start at $560. And I was about to say, I think the last two I had, we had a sealed one night that I think sold for nearly $700, maybe a few years ago. But yeah, the cheapest near mint copy right now starts at $560. There's also one listed for $577 and $750. And this one's $325 start, OG Wildflowers. That would be a great price if you don't have it. Starting bid, hopefully it brings a lot more, but we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and do some buy it now best offering or some half off. I've went through all 6 John crates. I went through the crate that Laura brought up here, and I went through the 3 crates of new vinyl we had tonight. So it's took me about 6 hours or so, and I've read through all of tonight's new stuff, or about 5 hours actually. About 5 hours, and we've read through all the new stuff that was marked tonight. The 6 crates from John, the crates of new vinyl. Now we're going to start doing discount. I'm going to do as many discount crates as we can up until maybe it's time to get into CD World. So if anybody else wants anything in here or wants any information, just let me know, okay? And the Yardbirds is at $20 final call, and Tom Petty's $325 start. Let me set this crate right over here. And then what am I going to show next? Oh boy. I think that was stuff from last night. Where is that crate I found last night? Let me see what's in here. There's a lot of records in here. Don't make me count crates. If I were to count crates, it'd be pretty crazy. There's a lot of stuff over here. This looks like what was a Laura crate, and then maybe some stuff Paul marked too. Looks like some pretty interesting stuff though. And then this looks like a great buy it now best offer crate as well. What's in here? Yeah, that's a great one. I think I've at least got our next 2 lined up. Let's go through this one for sure. As soon as I can condense them. I should say these 2. I've kind of fit most of it into one. All right. So, Yardbirds is a $20 start. That was a final call. Tom Petty's at $350 with Michael Butler. So, Todd, I think it's up to you. If you bid again, we'll keep going. If you say out, I'm going to say final call to Michael Butler, and we'll go ahead and wrap that up. I knew it was going to sell. I was just curious on what the final hammer price would be. The very best of Deep Purple. Deepest Purple. Deep Purple is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with the inserts. A great compilation. $35 start, a Japanese pressing. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Okay? Consider it a discount crate, so if you see something, you can go ahead and claim it, or you can make an offer. First thing is Charlie Daniels Band Saddle Tramp. Charlie Daniels is VG Plus, $14.99. Charlie Daniels, VG Plus, $14.99. Now Catherine's in at $355. We're not done. Catherine has it for $355. Golden earring, grab it for a second. EX condition, $19.99. Golden earring. Everything in here is buy now or best offer, including Beck Odelay. Beck is a 2016 press. $27.99 on Beck Odelay. $27.99. Also, this is Legend. It is a folk rock album sealed for $14.99. Tom Petty $355, Tom Petty $400. Also, we have Pellini Sunhead. Pellini's a prog metal album on that colored vinyl, $34.99. And we have Graham Day and the Gallows Triple Distilled. That's a Garage Mod record sealed for $19.99. Also, Tenacious D, self-titled, a 2023 pressing, $29.99. Some great titles in there. Tenacious D, Graham Day, Pellini, Legend, Beck, Golden Earring, Charlie Daniels. Final Call and Deep Purple for $35. Let's see what these next three random singles I pull out of here I produced. We have, we might can sell this one by itself. I'll go ahead and bundle a couple more with it too. This really into some indie stuff here for sure. Or to me, it looks like it is. First, we have J Retard, Painted Shut and Ugly Death. This is City Center and Paris, Texas. Paris, Texas, City Center, and J Retard. Those three singles for a $12 start. The last thing was Tom Petty is at $400 with Michael Butler. Next is Robert Barnett on Beck for $20. Robert Barnett, Beck for $20. That's sold to Robert for $20. Tenacious D is sold to Amanda Darby for $25. Chris on Mod. And Mod was for Chris, that was for, I don't see anything in here, MOD. Nothing in here, MOD. William Drugovich on Graham. We'll go ahead and give him that. And then Fred on, okay, so Graham on HEL, well, I mean Fred. And then I think that was an autocorrect. Garage Mod. Okay. Wait a second. So let me redo this crate. The first thing was, now, Fred was already going to claim this as sticker, but I've already told Robert 20. So before I saw Fred's bid, I've already told Robert 20. So that's sold to Robert for 20. Fred was going to claim it as sticker. Tenacious D is sold to Amanda Darby for 25. Chris just bought purely on genre. He heard Mod and said, I'll take it. So this is sold to Chris Knapp. William Drugovich was second. Fred put HEL, but I think that was a misstrike, and then you were next on Beck. And then Tom Petty, 415. Tom Petty, 4.25. And then the singles are at $12. Okay, we're good to go now. And Chris, by the time your comments were coming in, when you were saying right there and that one, it's already probably way too late. Okay, we have Bodies, Thornhill Bodies. This is a metalcore album, $24.99. And Laura, I've got you. No problem there. And then these singles are at $12. And we also have Wait for Love. It is sealed, a post-rock emo record, $14.99. Wait for Love, Pianos Become the Teeth. Now, Tom Petty's at $4.35. Wasn't there something like Helene? Something like Helene. The only records left was Pellini. There's Pellini, Sunhead. It's a prog album. It's spelled P-L-I-N-I. And then we have Legend, which was a folk rock album. Let's go ahead and make Deep Purple a buy now for $35. Deep Purple, the best of Deep Purple, the deepest purple. The deepest purple. And Deep Purple is a buy now for $35. Great compilation. All right, and then Catherine, it looks like you will be getting the Tom Petty. It's with you at $435. It's going once. It's going twice. It's a final call. Fred also has put Waite and Pellini. So he wants Wait for Love and Fred wants Pellini. You got it. Now we have REM is sealed for just $24.99. That should be an instant. That should be an instant purchase. David Polkey on Deep Purple. David Polkey on Deep Purple. Thank you for that. Final call on Tom Petty. Brutus. Burst. I'll try my best to pronounce these. I might even have to spell them. Post-hardcore shoegaze. $27.99. Brutus Burst. $27.99 on that. Big Brother and the Holden Company featuring Janis Joplin and RTI Pressing. That is unopened. $29.99. Big Brother and the Holden Company. And also, we have Screaming Females, Desire Pathway. That is also an unopened record, $19.99. Chris Knapp on the sealed REM. That's sold to him. William Drugovich gets these 3 singles for $12. Next is Adam Bernardi on BB for Big Brother, Janis Joplin, and RTI Pressing. And we got a heck of a record here, a Grail, a big one. Thank you, Catherine. Wow. Wildflowers, an OG First Press US, not a Euro, a US original. Sold. That was being made when almost no vinyl was being pressed. That would have been a true novelty. The month, let's say the whole month, Wildflowers was out, right? In 1990, in 1994, when this album came out, you probably could have went to most record stores, most music stores, and you couldn't even probably find this on vinyl. You would have been looking hard back in 1994. If you went and said, hey, do you have Tom Petty's new album? They would have handed you a CD or they would have handed you a cassette. They would not be handing you a copy on vinyl. They were probably tough to track down back then. It's not like they had a whole end cap full of these things. Probably you would have had to have somebody order it for you or something. That is sold. Wow. We got more Japanese stuff, but let's keep going through this best offer crate. Here's Queen, A Night at the Opera. It's on blue vinyl, $27.99. Bohemian Rhapsody there. Michael was waiting for George Sambaris to show up. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers. That is a 2 LP. That's $22.99. And then Flo and Eddie. Flo and Eddie is $9.99. Flo and Eddie. And then Flyer, Send a Little Love My Way. Flyer. Now we're getting into some Paul stuff. I think the back half of that was some leftover lower crate records, and now we're going through, I think, what was a Paul crate. And now they're now best offer. Mike Torrey's first on the Queen, and then Alonzo. Next thing is Another Trip to Earth, Gabriel Bondage. That's a 1977 blue vinyl. That's a symphonic rock album. $19.99 on Gabriel Bondage. We have Patsy Gallant, Will You Give Me Your Love? That's a Canadian disco album sealed, $9.99. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers 18 and Red Hot Chili Peppers Title. This is Return of the Dream Canteen. Michael Peveler has it for $18. We're going to go ahead and sell it to him. And then we have Fresh Out of Borstal, a 1970 US. That's a prog album, Fresh Out of Borstal. It's by the artist Fresh, $19.99. And Michael Frank's Tiger in the Rain. That is a super disc. Super disc, $19.99. Super disc, $19.99. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions right now. And the next auction I have is going to go up right now. And it is a copy of John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band. John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band. The only near mint copies on Discogs start if there's only 3 that's near mint, and they start at $560. John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band. There is a VG Plus copy on there, but far as ones listed near mint, they start at $560, and there was only 3. And then we have John Lennon. That is a $35 start. Okay, back up at the top, we have Adam Bernardi on MF for 12, MF for 12, MF for 12, MF for 12. Michael Franks, Adam Bernardi. That is, I'll say $12.50. Now, I usually don't do the 50 cents on the buy it now stuff. And then Mary offered 14. I've already sold it to Michael for $12.50. Fred Carnell wants fresh. Okay. Japanese pressing of John Lennon, a $35 start. Forest Green is a 1973 U.S. rock album. Forest Green is $9.99. Forest 10. Forest 10 is a 1981 hard rock album. That is $12.99. And Gabriel, excuse the nudity. Gabriel is a 1978 U.S. soft rock. That is $12.99. And Fun Zone. Fun Zone is a 77 U.S. blues rock pop rock. That's $9.99. And Flaming Groovies now. VG Plus $19.99 for the Flaming Groovies. Over here, we have this stack of singles. I'm going to go put it over here in the operations room. We have accumulated enough. The table just shook a little bit, and I was like, uh-oh. Probably need to go shut these shingles in here before we have any more problems. We don't want a bunch of 45s to hit the floor. It would be like boom, boom, boom. And then Gary Wellman, Forest Green, $7. This is sold to Gary Wellman for $7. We have Forest 10. It's sold to Chris Liddings for $10. And William Drukovich on the Flaming Groovies. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction is going to be 3 singles here. These look very interesting. What are these? Oh, are they in sleeves or something? Is there more? Make sure this isn't part of a set. Let me grab these right here instead. All right, so we got... Okay. Here are these 3 singles here. The first one is Back on the Chain Gang, Morrissey. Is this the same Morrissey? It looks like it. Back on the Chain Gang. And then, or I should say it would appear to be. I've only known one thing that's called Morrissey. And then this is Sherry Glazer. And then this is... This is... I don't know. It's all written backwards. Those 3 singles are a $12 start. Could be a different Morrissey. $12 start for those 3. All right, let's get back to this crate. Buy it now, best offer. We have Flash featuring England's Peter Banks, Out of Our Hands. Flash is VG condition. $11.99 for Flash. Also, Keith Hartley Band, 72nd Brave. VG $9.99. The singles have bids for $15 and $20. The next thing in here is Fringe Benefit. That is a 1977 rock album. EX edition $12.99 on Fringe Benefit. The Billy Hayes Band, a 1978 U.S. rock disco. EX $12.99. Next, the sensational Alex Harvey Band, a U.S. Vertigo Spaceship label, VG $9.99, Vertigo label, VG $9.99 on that. We're doing some buy it now best offer stuff here. Heart for $7, Keith Hartley Band, sell that to Chris Knapp for $7, sell that to Knapp for $7. We got Winder K. Frog, Out of the Frying Pan. Winder K. Frog is EX edition, $22.99. For Jackson and Jill, JJJJ and J, Fables, a 68 US, VG Plus $9.99. Collage, Noel Harrison, featuring Suzanne, and this is VG Plus $9.99. The 45s were at $20, $15, $25, and now $45. Now they're at 45s, they're at $45 with Michael Butler. Electric Havens by Richie Havens, VG $9.99. Richie Havens, Electric Havens, VG $9.99. And the Foundations, Baby Now That I Found You. The Foundations is EX $16.99. So Chris Knapp said Heart 7, Alex 7. Wait, there's always another before that. Heart 7, Alex 7. Wait, there's always another before that. Fog Hat Boogie Motel is EX edition, $12.99. And Tony Cole, If the Music Stops, a 72 US soft rock album, sealed, $14.99. Now, Chris, you'll have to clarify. I sold you a... Okay, so I sold you Keith Hartley for $7. I'm also going to sell you Alex Harvey for $7. Okay, and then Gary Wellman on Richie Havens for $7. Gary, let me know if you want it for sticker, because Mary Miles claimed it for sticker. And then the Foundations is sold to Adam for $12 if he wants it. $12 if you want it, Adam. And then Foggy, same thing, which I think you meant Fog Hat, right? If you did, it has been claimed by Cynthia full price. So next is Samuel Copage on Noel Harrison. Samuel, that was actually already marked $9.99, so I'll sell it to you 1 penny less than your offer. These 3 singles are sold to Michael Butler for $45. Richie Havens is sold to Gary Wellman at sticker. Adam Bernardi said he will take the Foundations for $12. The Fog Hat was $12.99. John Lennon's a buy it now for $35. John Lennon is a buy it now for $35. Plastic Ono band. If you just joined us right now, we are going through a buy it now best offer crate. Everything in here is available for sale. It's all BIN or best offer. If you get your offer in, sometimes I'll say sold, and then somebody else might even offer more. John Lennon sold to Adam for $35. Now, if I already say sold to you, I'm not going to charge any more. But if somebody else's comment pops up before I can say sold, you may get basically out offered, if that makes sense. Sometimes I move pretty fast and I sell stuff too fast. It costs me money, but that's okay. We're here to sell as many records as possible. And that is sold to Adam Bernardi, a sticker. Next thing is Dr. Feelgood, Malpractice. Dr. Feelgood is $19.99. No condition notes on that. The Oak Ridge Boys, that's an early one there. $9.99 for the Oak Ridge Boys. Columbia Records, $9.99. John Denver, One World. This is in shrink with hype. John Denver, a Ridgewinder sleeve. Mr. John is $14.99. And Ed Hamilton and Bluegrass Angel, and that's $14.99. The only no bids tonight are Peter Frampton, a Japanese pressing for $35. The other one was Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, a Japanese pressing for $35. Vandenberg, $35, and the Doobie Brothers, The Best Of, those are all $35 each, all Japanese pressings. Vandenberg is the only one with a condition issue, and it's only on the cover. The spine is busted a little bit. All right, let's see what else I have over here in that singles box where the Morrissey came from. And let's see what we have here. I have this, and this, and this. All right, just 3 random singles from this box. The first thing I have is the Like Young, the Timid EP, Woods, Too Clean, Rain On, and Love Yourself with My Whole Heart, Sufjan Stevens. Those 3 singles are a $12 start. Michael Knapp says he'll take the Peter Frampton Story for the $35 buy it now. That is available. And then the other 3 are still available. This is sold to Michael Knapp. All right, let's keep going through the buy it now best offer. Selling a lot out of here. We got the Hello People. That's a 71 US psych record, $14.99 for the Hello People. Also, the Oak Ridge Boys go out to the program. The Oak Ridge Boys is $9.99. Cynthia has those 3 singles for $12. And John Hurley delivers a 71 Religious Rock Blues, $9.99. The Rolling Stones is gone. All the tagged auctions tonight have sold. No leftovers, no bids. All the advertised stuff is gone. I do have a bunch of Japanese pressings, though. Collectively, still an entire crate of Japanese pressings. And let's go ahead and try a Jeff Beck. We sold 2 already, different ones tonight. Here's a third Jeff Beck. This is Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group live. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. Very popular album. Orange Epic label. Has the Jeff Beck live wire. There it is, a $35 start. The Hello People was sold to Cynthia Herdren. Fred Carnell was next. And then Steve Karchewski says he'll take Kiss Dynasty. Thank you. Kiss Dynasty is sold to Keith Charkowski. That's why we leave those in there. We've sold 3 copies of Live. We got 2 left if anybody needs a copy of Live Mental Jewelry. That's been the hot ticket in the front crate. We've sold 3. Now there's 2 left. Now we need a new record for the back crate. What can we put back there to bug somebody to death? Let's try to find a great bug to death record. Oh, man. Nirvana is $36.99. Oh, it's almost time for me to get a V8 and a snack. I know that. I'm going to do it at the end of this crate. Whew. I need to reset. We got Fred Carnell on Live. I got 1 copy left. We've sold 4 from the end cap. Amazing. Here's another one. Let's sell that last one. Nirvana's $36.99. Next is Ron Carter, Spanish Blue. Ron Carter does have cover damage. The vinyl's VG, $9.99. Preston's out on the singles. Final call to Cynthia for $18. We have If, VG, $9.99. If, and this is not just another bunch of pretty faces. If, also here we have RFD, Tab Hunter. That is a 60s mono country album, VG, $9.99. And Cerrone 3, this is VG Plus, $11.99. These 3 singles are sold to Cynthia Herdren for $18. This is Lemmy. This is the Head Cat, Fool's Paradise, with Lemmy. It's on white vinyl. It is $49.99. Nirvana's $36.99. Live Mental Jewelry is $34.99. Let's grab some more singles from this box. Here is 2 from the band F'd Up. And we'll add Of Montreal in there. This is from that same collection where that person had a ton of Montreal and F'd Up. Here is Paper the House. Here is What They Didn't Know. And there's Of Montreal. Those 3 singles are a $12 start. RC for Mary Miles for $7. RC was Ron Carter. That sold for $7. We have Cracker Brand. Supercharged Flash Crackers. What is this actually called? Cracker. Cracker is a 73 blues rock album. That is EX $16.99. Over here is Buzz Clifford, See Your Way Clear. Buzz Clifford is a 69 US pop rock, country rock psych album. VG Plus $14.99. Kokomo. Kokomo. That is VG Plus $12.99. Also, David LaFlamme, Whitebird, EX $12.99. Deep Purple, nice. Their mid-70s of their self-titled album. A mid-70s press of their self-titled album, $27.99. We have It's Cool in the Furnace. This is a children's musical about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. A 72 religious story musical record. VG $9.99. Spencer Davis Group with Steve Winwood. Gimme Some Lovin'. A 67 mono, VG minus $9.99. And then Nicholas Lamp, It Happened Long Ago, and J. Michael Henderson. Those are VG $9.99, and J. Michael was VG plus $19.99. All right, and Cynthia said she wants the Cracker for $12. Cracker, which was marked at $16.99. We'll sell that to Cynthia for $12. Cerrone 3 condition. Vinyl's VG Plus. The cover is in shrink. It does have some tears in the shrink wrap. Vinyl's VG Plus, $11.99. These 3 singles are a buy it now for $12. F'd Up, and Of Montreal. And Jeff Beck can be bought for $35. Can you go over the Japanese you have? the ones in this crate. I'm going to keep what I have right now. Let me see what I can do. There's a lot, and I think I told David Johnson earlier tonight, no preview. I like to keep those sometimes a surprise. But I will show you what I have for buy now, and I'm still going to run a few more. I will show you what's over here in this half crate. This other crate over here, it's also completely full, so there's still a lot for me to get to. A lot. Guy Shard on Cerrone. But give me 1 second. I will read some of them. It's quite a big crate. These singles are sold to Michael Butler for $12. Cynthia was next. So Jeff Beck's going over here. I do have Three Dog Night, ABBA, Leon Russell, Wham, ABBA, Paul McCartney, Elvis, Wham, Mick Jagger, Billy Joe, Linda Ronstadt, 10cc, and Elton John. Also, we have Billy Joe, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Rick Wakeman, Toto, Asia, Hall & Oates, Beach Boys, The Sting, Wham, John Fogerty, Seeger, George Harrison, Paul McCartney, Hall & Oates, Ryan Adams, and Billy Joel, and that's half of them. A lot of the same artists in the other ones. What is the story on If? If is right here. If Fred Cardinale is VG condition $9.99. It has a promotion copy for in-store play only from Fathers and Sons Inc. and the good people at Capitol. It's in VG $9.99. And then Ran Maniac on the Spencer Davis with Steve Winwood. Kokomo are members of Arrival and Joe Cocker's Grease Band, R&B fans for Average White Band and Ace. What Billy Joe? Well, I think I have most of his discography over here on Japanese vinyl. I guess the question is, which one don't you have? Probably anything from the late 80s on. Let's see here. We'll try this one. Here's The Bridge. Oh, man, we got probably 20 Japanese Billy Joe albums over here. Here is The Bridge. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. Billy has the inner sleeve and the insert. There he is looking very nice with his glasses and his sweater and his blue jeans and his hair. And that's a $35 start. All righty. So what I need to do is remind y'all that... Give me 1 second over here. Okay, what I need to do is go get a V8 for sure. I have got to the point, my brain is saying, Chad, what you got to do right now is you got to go up front. You got to get you a V8. You got to get reset. But I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and go through one more half-off crate. How about we go ahead and do one more half-off crate? First, we have somebody wanting a bundle deal for everything in this crate. Wow. Golly. I usually only do that on the half-off stuff, but, I mean, let's see here. Let me look at what they were priced. I'm familiar with the titles. They're pretty deep cut. Everything that's left in here, what I'm probably going to do, I'm going to go ahead and go through a half-off crate, and before I mute my mic and walk away for 2 or 3 minutes to go get a drink and eat, let me process to him. Let's run through a half-off crate, and then I'm going to go do that, okay? Because probably when I come back from that, we'll start CDs. Let me count these, Neil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 33 records. There's 33 and a third records in there. I'll sell them to you for $165. What a great price for not even showing them half off yet. And now you can buy them at just $5 a piece. You're buying everything in there. $165. How could you say no? Billy Joel the Stranger. Watch that be the only one I don't have. Let me see what I have over here. I have Billy Joel the Nylon Curtain. I got the one up for bid right now. I got another nylon curtain. I have an Innocent Man. We sold glass. Oh yeah, we already sold Glass Houses. I'm into the other crate now. There's another nylon curtain. There's another nylon curtain. Wow, so I actually have more cop and another nylon curtain. Wow, I got a bunch of nylon curtains. How about 150? Let's sell them. Everything left in this crate is sold. It's all gone. And it's all sold to Neil Reigler. It's all sold to Neil Reigler. And I'm going to go ahead and tag these right now. I'm going to put sticky notes around these, whoever's watching. What I'm actually going to do is move these over here. We're going to fill up the rest of this crate. Boom, like that. And then we're just going to make this the next crate. Okay? Now, let's breeze through some half-off stuff. I'm going to make Billy Joe a buy it now for $35. Let me stack this crate right over here. Awesome. There's that. And let me grab a new, well, I don't need to grab a new empty one. This is going to be our next crate. So, air horn. Yeah, let's do an air horn. And yeah, I'm just going to, actually, let me just go ahead and try to get through this half-off crate before I do that. That way, we don't lose anybody that may exit the chat. And then that way, when we know when we come back, we're going to be doing nothing but CDs, okay? Now, that crate I was going to do half off has a Duke Ellington in the front of it. Yep, there it is. All right. So this crate's going to be half off. And we have a big congratulatory thank you. And let's do that right now, okay? A big congratulatory thank you. And that's to Neil Reigler. Big bundle deal. Sold. Thank you, Neil Reigler. And let me grab my headset. Thank you, Neil Reigler. 190 people still watching tonight at 11:20, and we're about to go through some half-off stuff. Chad's about to blow the air horn. Chad's about to get into other miscellaneous auctions. Thank you, Neil Reigler. Let's see how many people this wakes up. All right, I got two sealed records here to put up, changing it up a little bit. This is a sealed Roseanne Cash, never open. It's a sealed Roseanne Cash, never open, a $15 start. And the best of Michael Martin Murphey, a sealed copy, never open, $15 starts. Okay? This crate is going to be a half-off vintage bin, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. And then we're also going to try a couple of other singles here from this box that I've been pulling stuff out of. And the first one we have is Deer Hoof, Physical Forms, Hella Fortet, split 7-inch, one side's Hella, one's Fortet, and Natural Dreamers, Sergi and Just No Props. All right, this could be the last crate of vinyl tonight. First thing I have in here is How Great Thou Art, Elvis Presley. $7.50, orange RCA label. Unless I say otherwise, everything in here has no condition notes. Gary Lewis and the Playboys. This is the one that looks like a matchbook. It's actually a really cool cover. Gary Lewis and the Playboys. Closed cover before playing. That's what it's called. Closed cover before playing. Gary Lewis is a $5 buy it now. So everything in here, the price I'm telling you is the price, no more, no less. Even if you try to offer me more, I'm going to say no. No, you cannot. And then the Midnight Concert by Lenny Bruce, that's $7.50. Michael Rudolph on Elvis. And as you can see, if you don't grab something now, there is a chance somebody might buy everything that's left at the end. That always happens with these discount crates. If not, I'm going to put them in a discount crate in a flip video, maybe in the morning. Another Elvis. This is a great compilation. It's a 2 LP in mono of some of his best recordings here, like Heartbreak Hotel. Gary Wellman on Gary, And then Michael Nath on Lenny Bruce. Those are all sold. So those sealed records, a $15 start. Those singles, a $12 start. Oh, wow, we're back to Elvis again, this time with Moody Blue, of course, on the blue vinyl. If you do have one on black vinyl, it's pretty actually difficult to come by. We have Hoot Nanny Hoot. I had a bunch of these movie posters at one time. Hoot Nanny Hoot is $7.50. 3 people on Lenny Bruce, but Michael Nath was first. Also, we have The Caretakers. That's another soundtrack. The Caretakers. Elmer Bernstein doing the music on that, $10. Julie London for The Night People. Julie London is $10. Very clean copy of Julie. Buddy Cordova wants Elvis Moody Blue. That's sold to Buddy Cordova. Someone to Watch Over Me, Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Sinatra, $7.50. Michael Nath on JH, and I bet he meant JL for Julie London. Is that right? If so, that's sold to Michael Nath. And then the Versatile Flat and Scruggs, $7.50. Flat and Scruggs, $7.50. He meant JL. He put JHJO. He meant JL. I had a feeling. Michael Rudolph first on Frank Sinatra. That's sold to Michael. Next is The Best of West Montgomery, Volume 2. That is $10. Black Verve label. West Montgomery, $10. 4 out of 5 Doctors. That's the name of the artist, and I believe it's self-titled. $7.50. It is 4 out of 5 Doctors. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. It's a family tradition. First track, $12.50. Red Electra label. Hank Jr. Thompson Twin, Here's the Future Days. Just $12.50 on that. Michael Nath on West Montgomery. Great titles here in a half-off crate. No more, no less. Just doing some late-night cleaning out. Next thing is Alabama. My Home's in Alabama. That's $5. First on Hank was Stephen A. Young. Michael Peveler was second. Pure Prairie League, 2-Lane Highway. Pure Prairie is $7.50. Adam Bernardi on the Thompson Twins. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is just $7.50. No condition notes on it. Nice. Peter Gabriel. Now just $20. It has the gold stamp promo hop sticker, and it's on the Quiex audiophile label with Shock the Monkey. Very clean copy. $20 on that. Chad Davis put an H, and H was for something. You'll have to let me know. Buddy Cordova got Alabama. That is sold to Buddy Cordova. Flat and Scruggs with Doc Watson, strictly instrumental. That is $10. Flat and Scruggs. We have more Encore of Golden Hits by the Platters. That's $5. Shakedown got the Peter Gabriel. What a great grab that was. That is sold to Shakedown. Chad Davis second on Alabama. Then Craig Ruth next on Peter Gabriel. Then Adam Bernardi. Then Donna Turner. Then Michael Nath. Then Donna Turner again. This is an early Pointer Sisters album here. The Pointer Sisters is $5. Michael Butler on Flat and Scruggs with Doc Watson. That is F.S. Doc. That's sold to Michael Butler. Nice. John Prine in the half-off crate for $20. Sweet Revenge, and it has the inner sleeve and the insert with it. John Prine, $20. Also, George Thorogood and the Destroyers, $10. Also, Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $5. And Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $7.50. It was for Hank. It already sold. Okay. And then you were second on Alabama. And then Adam Bernardi on PS. PS was for Pointer Sisters. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Mary Miles on J.O., but she meant J.P. for John Prine. Great stuff here in this half-off bin. I told you. Fantastic titles. Half off, no more, no less. Like the Association's Greatest Hits. Never My Love. David Polkey on George Thorogood. Late night deals on some vinyl. Nobody bid on these 3 singles. They're about now for $12. Nobody bought in on the sealed Michael Martin Murphy or the sealed Roseanne Cash. Those are $10 and $10. And there's those. Next thing I have here is Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. $7.50. BTO is $7.50. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $17.50. An original Neil Young album, $17.50 on that. Chad Davis on LR. Linda Ronstadt. Michael Butler on ASS. That's an abbreviation for the association, if anybody was curious. Robert Palmer, Double Fun. Mr. Robert is $10. We got Master Jack. That's 4 jacks and a Jill. And that's in shrink wrap. That's $5 for 4 jacks and a Jill. Also, Todd Rundgren, Adventures in Utopia. No condition notes on Todd. Gatefold jacket, 1980. $10 on Utopia. We have Foggy Mountain Banjo with flattened scrugs. That's in shrink. No condition notes. $7.50 on that. Bob Dylan, Hard Rain. It's a white label promo copy. Nice. A white label promo copy of Dylan. Few spindle marks on the label. That's it. Gary Wellman on RP. And that was for Robert Palmer to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary. That's so to you. Nice. Fleetwood Mac self-titled. Wow, just $15. No. No condition notes. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Wow, great price on such a great album there. Robert Palmer is so to Gary Wellman. Shakedown got the Bob Dylan record. Cynthia was next, then Adam Bernardi, then Michael Nath. Shakedown also got Fleetwood Mac, then Craig Ruth, then Stephen A. Young. Also, Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel. Linda Ronstadt is $5. Faithless Love is on here. That is such a great song. What an amazing voice. Faithless Love, written by J.D. Souther. Linda is $5. Also, Dean Martin, Remember Me, I'm the One Who Loves You. Dean Martin, originally from that big Fred Goodwin collection. He bought that in Fayetteville, Arkansas in 1978. $5 on Dean Martin. So right now, if you just joined us, we're going through a half-off crate, no more, no less. This is all half-off titles, including Marshall Tucker Band 10th. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. We also have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman is $10. Journey to the Center of the Earth. $10 on Mr. Rick. He was the keyboardist from Yes. Michael Rudolph on Dean Martin. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. Mary Miles also on Linda Ronstadt. That's sold to Mary Miles. Adam Bernardi on Marshall Tucker. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Also, we have Belafonte, Sings of Love. Belafonte is $5. What's that stamp say? Entley. There's a stamp that says Entley, E-N-T-L-E-Y. Belafonte. Tubular Bells, also doubled as the soundtrack to The Exorcist. This is $7.50. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. Ride in the Storm Wow. Waiting for the Fallout. That is Oreo Speedwagon. What a clean-looking copy. I love Oreos. Oreo Speedwagon is $10. You dip them in milk. They're just so good. There's a John Entwistle's Ox. That's $10. We needed an extra one of those last night, I think. I think I got somebody's comments mixed up, but there's another opportunity. Just FYI. What's going on over here? Okay, sorry, I had to do something over here. All right, and then, okay, so we sold that. Mike Oldfield on Tubular Bells. Cynthia Herdren on Real, and she meant Oreo Speedwagon. Then Phil Lott, he put Rep, but he also meant it Oreo. And then Adam Bernardi on Mad Dog, and then Gary Wellman was second. All right, finishing this up, we got Pure Perry League Dance. PPL is $7.50. This is Frank Sinatra and Antonio Carlos Jobim. $10. Reprise Records. I think it's a foreign press. Yeah, this is a UK pressing. Santana and Jobim. The cover has some weird, what is that, tape? Oh, that's from Fred's collection. There's actually no tape on the cover. Fred had inner sleeves and he would tape them down on the inside. See? It's from Fred's collection. There's his name written on the back. But he would take these inner sleeves and he would tape them to the inside of the jacket, which I'm not a fan of, but that little piece of tape was hanging out. The vinyl's beautiful. It's a UK copy. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Fantastic. And then George Thorogood and the Destroyers. That is $10, better than the rest. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Cat is just $7.50. Also, Allman Brothers, Enlightened Rogues. The Allman Brothers is $10. Enlightened Rogues. Also, Gary Lewis, Rhythm of the Rain. Gary Lewis is $5. The Tale of Patches, sung by Dickie Lee. Patches is $10, Dickie Lee. And The World of Duke Ellington. I told y'all there was a Duke Ellington in here. It's got promo stickers. It's a gatefold 2 LP, $10 on that. Michael Rudolph on Tubular Bells. You did, yeah. Michael Rudolph got Tubular Bells, for sure. I might have misspoke. I think that's what I said the first time, but if not, Michael Rudolph got Tubular Bells. Cynthia Hergerin got the REO Speedwagon. Adam Bernardi on Mad Ox. Adam Bernardi on Sinatra. Cynthia Hergerin on George Thorogood. Cynthia Hergerin on Duke Ellington. Okay, let's read through those again. That was a good one. Just like last night, y'all, vinyl's like fired back up, and it's like, oh man, should I even keep going? Yes, you should, Chad. But let's read through these one more time. Nirvana is $36.99. Nirvana is $36.99. It is available. Laura has sent me hot pictures from last night. Amazing. All right. And then Mark Buddha on the Neil Young. That was right here, Hawks and Doves. Janet said sold on Nirvana. The end cap strikes again. Of course, thank you. That sold to her at sticker. Now we're going to replace it with another big 90s album. All righty. So here's what's left in here. Elvis Worldwide Gold Award Hits Parts 1 and 2. It's a gatefold 2 LP, $15 buy it now. RCA Mono 2 LP, $15 on that. Hoot Nanny Hoot, $7.50. The Caretaker soundtrack, $10. Flat and Scruggs, The Versatile, Picking and Singing, $7.50 on that. 4 out of 5 Doctors, $7.50. Pure Prairie League, $7.50. 2 Lane Highway. Cat Stevens, $7.50. Is It So? Encore Golden Hits of The Platters, $5. Adam Bernardi on Elvis. Adam wants me to try to slip in a few more Japanese pressings as well. I'll try my best right here. The next 2 in the crate. Paul McCartney and Wings on London Town. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It also has the poster. It also has the original inner sleeve and insert. It has the Kobe. That's the cover and the Obi together. And then Jay Giles freeze frame. My baby was the centerfold. This is also near mint minus and pristine. STP is $33.99. That has all those great songs. Plush, Creep. $33.99 for core. 180 gram. Essentially, U.S. originals do not exist. Pretty much nearly impossible. So, it wouldn't be a bad remaster to own at all. Adam Bernardi got Elvis. That sold to Adam Bernardi. And then, what happened to it? Did I already pull it? I did already pull it. And then Michael Nath wants Hoot Nanny Hoot, AH. And then I'll put an ab on deck. But those Japanese pressings are $35 starts. STP, buddy, you can keep the back corner alive if you purchase that. I got Marshall Tucker for just $7.50, Running Like the Wind. BTO 2 is $7.50. Master Jack, 4 Jacks and a Jill. That's the name of the group. The name of the group is 4 Jacks and a Jill. The name of the album's Master Jack. $5 on that. Also, Utopia with Todd Rundgren. That's $10. Foggy Mountain Banjo. That was $7.50. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. That was $10. Belafonte is $5. Pure Prairie League, $7.50. Cat Stevens again, $7.50. Allman Brothers, $10. Gary Lewis, Rhythm of the Rain and Hayride, $5. And Patches, Dickie Lee was also was $10. We're going to let Gary Wellman pick which Cat Stevens he wants, and then we're going to price the rest of them to Michael Rudolph. Final call on those 2 Japanese pressings. All right, he wants the last one in the crate, so he wants this one. All right, and then Mary Miles on Rick Waitman. Okay, and so now, Michael, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Michael, there's 16 records left in there. We'll do them for $65. $65. Jay Giles is a buy it now for $35, and so is Paul McCartney's London Town. Those are BINs for $35 each. BINs for $35 each. Pristine pressing of freeze frame. We got Cynthia said she'll take this for $35. Adam Bernardi says he'll take London Town for $30. Done. And Michael takes the rest of these, which was just right at $4 a piece, the rest of the crate. And now let me see if I can fit them over here into the sold crate. Another bundle deal, another air horn, another crate clean out. Y'all got me wanting to keep going. I'm like dying for a V8 to recharge my brain, but y'all got me running on pure adrenaline at this point. That's 2 complete crates sold in a row, back to back. And thank you, Michael. Those are all sold to you. Nice pickup. So, those are done. Just found out in one of the flame seasons about last week, it's fully autographed by inside the booklet. Check your CDs. Wow. See? Yeah, we can't tell. I can't check them fast enough to check the booklets. So, yeah, you just never know. I'm sure I've let a lot of stuff slip through. Flip through y'all CD booklets. There's probably a lot more stuff signed. That's why everybody's tuned in here in a minute to see CDs for $6.99, right? What was the Japanese wildlife? I don't have wildlife. No. I don't have that one, I don't think. No. I will soon. Not this week. Well, it could be this week. Entwistle, bang your head. Entwistle, bang your head. Let's find that for who? George Burleson. I will make a note to try to find it, okay? What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go up front and grab something to eat and grab something to drink. I'm going to be away from the camera for like 2 or 3 minutes. So I don't want everybody to be like, oh, the show's over. No, the show's far from being over. We still got about a couple hours left. But what I'm going to do is ask everybody to stay in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. And when we come back, we're going to do a CD Blitz. I think y'all are going to want to stick around. We've been going through a couple great collections we've had back here, and we have been selling the fire out of them at $6.99 each, and that's going to continue tonight. But first, right now, I have never needed a V8 more. If I try to talk any more, I'm going to lose focus, and I can't lose focus during these CDs. So let me pause there and tell everybody thank you. If you got to get off, I'm sad. But if you are going to stick around, please stay here. Y'all let me know where you're watching from. Buddy, yeah, this is 180 gram Stone Temple Pilots. This is sold to Buddy Cordova for $33.99. Let's put something else back there. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. The streak continues on that back crate. Let's see what else we can put back there. Definitely something highly recognizable. Highly recognizable back there. Let me see what else I can put in back there. But yeah, y'all let me know where you're watching. I'm going to mute my mic and walk away for just a second. And let me see what else I can put back there. We'll try this for a second. There's that. Okay. And give me a few minutes. I'm going to try to like grab some trail mix or maybe a sandwich or something. And when I come back, we got a lot to do. Okay. We have a whole lot to do. I'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Y'all can also talk about what? Your next concert. I think I asked that the other night. Your next show you got planned, or a show you're thinking about going to, or what you're listening to right now, or what you have been listening to. Y'all can chat about something for a few seconds. Very curious. Okay, I'm back. It took a lot longer than I thought it would to fix the sandwich and eat it. I was chewing really fast too. But I usually don't eat that much, but I really wanted a sandwich. And that took a lot longer than I thought it would. So I apologize. I've been gone for what? 10 minutes. Holy moly, that did take longer than I thought. Now I've ate too fast. I'm going to have to mute my mic. Oh, sorry, I don't have my mic even on. Did y'all hear all that? I'm sorry, I didn't even have my mic on. I said that took a lot longer than I thought it would to fix the sandwich and eat it right quick. I was like, holy moly. So I looked down, I was like, dang, I got to get back there. I got on one time up there on my phone to check the chat. So sorry about that. We're good to go. All right, who is excited for CD time? If so, I need you to say, yes, Chad, we are excited for CDs. And for anybody that just might have been joining the chat, I was taking a quick snack break, a sandwich break. I feel so much better. Whew. That was about 6 hours of talking. And I didn't have but just that one caffeine drink on this. So, Chad, I told my brother about this, and he has signed up, and he is here just FYI. I see an Edward Rock. I've been saying Jerry Roch. Yes, Chad, we are excited. Okay, thank you all for allowing me to take a break. Y'all are very generous. Y'all are very generous by letting me do that. I drunk a Diet Coke instead of a V8. But I feel it wasn't, I don't think so much the caffeine, more so than food I needed. So we are ready to go. I had a roast beef sandwich, a boar's head cut meat from Publix, and Swiss cheese cut from Publix, and sourdough, whole multi-grain bread, mayonnaise, Diet Coke, and shout out to the Vlodderchecks and Craig Thomas for the crab chips. The crab chips. The Rock says crab chips. All right, let's go get this box of CDs back here. Do 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 do. Boom. Let it rain. Ooh, let it rain. Clapton. Rain is falling through. Let it rain. Do, do. Down, 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 down. Boom, 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 bam, bam. Down, down. What have I got into here? Interesting. All right, some comps, a lot of different stuff here. Let's see what we got. Van Halen or Kenny Rogers. Interesting. All right, here's what we got. We got Hits of the 60s, Volume 1, Twin Pack. Jock Rock Jams, ESPN, Volume 2. Jazz for the Open Road, 32 Jazz. Rising Sun soundtrack. A tribute to Bon Jovi, cover, Dead or Alive. Nice title. Power Chords, Leonard Skinner, Pat Travers, Gary Moore, Foreigner. Scary Movie soundtrack. Metal Edge, The Best of L.A. 80s rock classics, Party Town. Snaps, The Album, The Funniest Snaps, Caps, and Insults. Prince, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. Power Chords Volume 3. And the Days of Thunder soundtrack. The Days of Thunder soundtrack. Nice. All righty. So, first strike is with Michael Rudolph on the hits of the 60s. Donna Turner on jazz. Chad Davis on PC. And I bet that was for Power Chords. So, there's Power Chords Live. And we'll actually give him benefit and say those two as well. Your dibs, Chad. Vicky on 80s. 80s rock classics. Hiram on the Scary Movie soundtrack. Cynthia next on 80s. Alonzo's either saying hello, peace or hello, peace, goodbye. Tim Graham next on 80s. Becky Lerner wants the Jock Jams. Scott was next on 80s. David Polkey on Metal Edge. Chad Davis on PR for Purple Rain. Michael Ruttman on Days of Thunder. Chad Davis got both Power Chords, and Chris Frazier on DT. And I'm pretty sure that's already something sold. So the only thing left there is the tribute to Bon Jovi, Rising Sun soundtrack, and Snaps, the Album, Volume 1. All right. Nice. Let's see what's next. Women for Women 2. Celine Dion, Sheryl Crow, Amy Grant, Indigo Girls. Platinum Hits Volume 2. Al Green, Steve Miller, Pat Benatar. When AM Was King. When AM Was King, a 20-track compilation. Hard Rock Classics, Cherry Pie, Cinderella, Night Ranger. Atlantic Soul Classics. Hits of the 60s, Volume 2. Rock and Roll Classics in Digital, 20 Party Classics. Rock for the Ages. The 1998 Grammy nominees. George Martin, In My Life. Wow. That's the George Martin. Encore Legends and Paradox. And the 1999 Grammy nominees. First is Cynthia Herdron on the Women and Women. Leslie was next. Tim Graham on the Hard Rock Classics. Donna Turner on the Soul. We're in some really cool compilations, it looks like. Scott Oman next on Hard Rock. Michael Rudolph picking up the other volume to his 60s set. Susie next on Hard Rock, then Angela. And then we have Encore, So to Cynthia. And that's it. So what didn't get claimed was Platinum Hits Volume 2, When AM Was King, the 20 Party Classics. Rock for the Ages is still available, which is Boston, Leonard Skinner, Nugent, BOC, Pat Travers, Whitesnake. The Grammy nominees from 88 and 99, or from 99, 98, 99, and George Martin and Soda Shakedown. So some of the Grammys, 98 is Record of the Year, Paula Cole, Sean Colvin, Sheryl Crow, Hanson, R. Kelly. Best New Artist, Fiona Apple, Erykah Badu, Paula Cole, Hanson. Pop Group Vocal, Fleetwood Mac, Hanson, Jamiroquai, No Doubt, Stones. 99 is Brandy and Monica, Celine Dion, Goo Goo Dolls, Monica, Shania Twain. Best New Artist, Backstreet Boys, Andrea Bocelli, Dixie Chicks, Lauryn Hill, Natalie Imbruglia. And Best Male Pop Performance by Eagle Eye Cherry, Eric Clapton, Brian Knight, Sean Mullins, and Sting. Next is Michael Rudolph on When AM Was King. And Susie Breedlove on Rock for Ages. All right, next handful. She's passed, and if anybody wants those, they're available. Neil Sean, Late Night. Jazz Pana. Vince Mendoza and Arif Mardin. Soundtrack to Big Daddy, Adam Sandler. It's sealed, never been opened. Live, Suzanne Ciani and the Wave, also sealed unopened. Jazz Air plus Ali Jihad Ruasi. The Chieftains, Water from the Well. Tom Coster, Did Ja Miss Me? Everett Harp. Tony Bennett sings Ellington, Hot and Cool. Harry Connick Jr., selections from Come By Me. No Boundaries, a benefit for the Kosovar refugees. Pearl Jam, Alanis Morissette, Rage Against the Machine, Neil Young, Korn, Black Sabbath, Bush, Ben Folds 5, Oasis, Sarah McLachlan, Indigo Girls, Wallflowers, Jamiroquai, Tori Amos, and Peter Gabriel. No Boundaries. Hearts, Hands, and Hides, a shamanic journey into the native drumming of the Americas. First is Leslie Holt on Big. And that was the soundtrack to Big Daddy. And Leslie on EH. And EH was for Everett Harp. Becky Lerner on the No Boundaries. And then Leslie and then Scott Oman. All right. Late night posters. They'll come back around, Michael. We're in our CD era right now. Tanner described it best one day. He said, we have eras like Taylor Swift here at Coletco. We had our poster era. We had our 45 era. We have this era, that era. We're in our CD era right now. Michael Rudolph wants America's Drums. Tim Graham on Harry Connick. Mary Miles next on drums. And then David Polkey on NS, another Native Sounds. Is that what that one was called? No, what was NS, David Polkey? NS for David Polkey was Neil Sean. No Donna is on EH. EH, Everett Harp is so to Donna Turner. Everett Harp was so to Donna Turner. Yes, I might have misspoke. Evidently I did, or they would not be making sure. That is so to Donna. All right. We got music from the Miramax motion picture, Outside Providence, The Who, Paul McCartney, The Eagles, Lee Michaels, 10 Years After, Steely Dan, Free, yes, King Harvest, Leonard Skinner. Wow, that's some great stuff on there. This is Marie Brennan, Perfect Time. Tony Williams Trio, Young at Heart. Tony Williams Trio. Vital Information, Global Beat. This is a tribute to Buddy Rich, Burning for Buddy. Mickey Hart, At the Edge. I'm assuming that's Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead. I've never seen that one. Mickey Hart. Shiitake with John McLaughlin. Andrea Bocelli, Romanza. And Eric Martinthal, Walk Talk. Shakedown on MH. And MH was for Mickey Hart. Of course Shakedown would be getting Mickey Hart. If it's not you, I would have said Robert Warner, some of the late night deadheads that watch. All right, let's grab a new handful. Some unusual stuff here. I just grabbed whatever box was next. Let's grab this right here. Winter Resonance, selections from A Winter Solstice, Galaic Storm, Herding Cats, Mythos, The Reality of a Dreamer, Chant, The Benedict Works of the Santo Domingos de Celios. I don't know what I just read. Curtis Stigers, Brian Keane, Common Planet. Around the World for a Song, produced by Mickey Hart. Chick Corea Electric Band, Inside Out. A very 90s looking cover there. What year is that? Yeah, 1990. Very 90s looking cover there. Nagy. Morning Tenderson. Nagy. Dream Kitaro. Wow, music by John Anderson of Yes. There's another Mickey Hart, Planet Drum. Kenny G, The Moment, and Frank Gambale, Brave New Guitar. All right, and then Becky Lerner on Outside. That was from this last handful. Yeah, Outside Providences. That's sold to Becky Lerner. And then first in this stack was Mary Miles on Winter. Winter Resonance. That's sold to Mary Miles. Adam and Artie on Chick. Chick Korea. Donna Turner on Nagy. George Burleson on Mickey Hart. Shakedown was next. Donna got Kenny G. Michael Rudolph was second. Gregorian Chant, this right here. Gregorian Chant is some of the first music ever. Gregorian Chant. I remember in college, I did take music appreciation for elective. I was like, oh, this will be fun. Nobody in there probably knew that I was like selling records for a living. I never did even tell my professor. I didn't want any special treatment. So, but we went back basically to the beginning of music, and one of the first things we talked about was Gregorian Chant. Tony Bennett Unplugged, MTV, Tony Bennett. Nagy, Just an Illusion. Clannad, Landmarks. Trilok Grutu, Living Magic. The Dave Weckl Band, Rhythm of the Soul. Tuck and Patty, Paradise Found. The John Tesh Project. John Tesh. As mentioned in Seinfeld. Grover Washington Jr., Take 5. June is GRP month. And Dory Kami, Kicking Cans. George Burleson did not want this Mickey Hart record. He wanted the other Mickey Hart record. Okay, so the Round the World Mickey Hart, not Planet Drum. All right, so this one is sold to George Burleson. That means, Shakedown, do you want this Mickey Hart? If so, it's sold to you. Next is Cynthia got Tony Bennett. But actually, before that, Donna got Nagy. Then Cynthia got Tony Bennett. And then Michael next on Nagy. Then Donna on GW. Dave Weckl Band. Mary Mile put Yeah, but I think she meant Tesh. John Tesh. And Shakedown is sold here on Mickey Hart. All right, so that stack left Clannad, Trilok Grutu, the Wyndham Hill Tuck and Patty, Grover Washington Jr. Now, Donna, was your GW? Oh, I bet I gave her the wrong thing. She put GW, not DW, right? You did not want Dave Weckl. She wanted Grover Washington. Okay. I just realized that. I was like, man, surprised that one didn't sell, especially to Donna. And she claimed it the whole time. I just got it wrong. All righty. So we got two more handfuls from this box. And what a cool one right here on top. Fly Me Into the Danger Zone. Top Gun. Nice. Top Gun soundtrack. Sam Newsom and Global Unity. Back to the Furniture. Or excuse me. Back to the Future. The Adventure Continues. Ondar. Mary Miles does want the Chant record. The Chant record is sold to Mary. We have A Winter's Tale, Celtic Heartbeat, Advanced CD. 98 Degrees, self-titled. Rodrigo, Concerto de Aranjuez with John Williams. Another John Tesh. Some sort of single here from Give Me Forever I Do. Diego Modena and J.P.H. Uden, Arcana 2. Relaxation and Meditation with Music and Nature. Earl Bostic, the EP collection. Nice. Baywatch. Baywatch. $6.99. There you go, folks. All right, so Top Gun was sold to Michael Ruttman. And then we've got Tim Graham, then Chad Davis. Robert wants Tuva. That's sold to Robert Warner. And then Mary Miles on Winter. That's sold to Mary Miles, Winter. And then Donna on Earl Bostic. And Leslie on Meditation. Nice. Perfect for putting a puzzle together in the winter time. And then Baywatch is sold to Debbie Winstead. And now Chad's going to watch this stack fall over if I don't take it to the back room. We have sold a bunch of CDs right here. Let me go take these to the back room. And I have one more handful from this box, and then we're ready for a fresh one. Fly me into the danger zone. Dun, 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 dun. Loggins. Kenny Loggins. Anybody else like putting puzzles together? All right, let's knock this out here. Put that stack back there. All right, last handful in this box. We got highlights from the Phantom of the Opera. Phantom of the Opera. Elton John and Tim Rice's Adia CD sampler. Never heard of that before. It's got 7 tracks on it. Elton John related. Yellow Jackets, Club Nocturne. Thunder Drums 2, All One Tribe. Fowler and Bronca, 3 Flights Up. Rahat Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. Krishna Das, Live on Earth. Chick Corea, Electric Band, Eye of the Beholder. Protocol, Simon Phillips. There's another Dave Weckl, Heads Up. John Patachui, bass player there. And Central Interludes. Whoa. Be careful playing that. Be careful playing that. Clothes may start coming off. Debbie Winstead on Elton John. And that's sort of Debbie Winstead. Cynthia Herdron on Phantom. Leslie next on Elton John. Leslie first on Tribe. Then George Burleson. Ada Bernardi on Chick Corea. All right, let's go grab a new box. And for those that are like, Chad, are you going to have any rock tonight? I think that's what the next box is. That was a pretty cool box there. That was a lot of stuff I never see on vinyl or anything. So that's a lot of true CD releases there. You won't see anything like we just showed on vinyl too often. That is like truly CD stuff there. Let me go grab this other box right back here. I'm just grabbing them at random. I'm not skipping around, just whatever we got, folks. Whatever we got. I would think if somebody is buying or looking for something on CD, or the reason you would be looking for something on CD is because, one, you can't get it on vinyl, or two, it is very expensive on vinyl. And a lot of that we've already shown and sold tonight. Like, you can get Top Gun on vinyl, but a lot of this other stuff you can't. Oh yeah, y'all gonna like this box. All right, let's get started right here. Hope everybody's ready. That was some cool stuff, though. A lot of stuff I mean, you're not going to see too often on vinyl, I guess, like some of these 90s jazz and smooth listening things. I mean, none of that was even made on vinyl. Or if it is, it's probably reissued audio file, and it's going to be, instead of $6.99, it's going to be $69.99. Your preference, though. Right off the bat, Starship's Greatest Hits, 10 years and change, $6.99. Starship, Greatest Hits, 10 years and change. Starship, Knee Deep in the Hoopla. Ringo Starr, Storytellers, that is sealed. Ringo Starr Vertical Man, James Brown 40th Anniversary Collection, a 2 CD. Why is my generator flashing? Oh, it's charged. Okay. There's some damage to the James Brown jewel case, but that's a 2 CD set. Dave Brooks, A Fine Mess. Brazen and Abbott, Live and Learn. Brazen and Abbott, Eye of the Storm. Those look good. David Bowie, Let's Dance. Nice. Let's Dance. Boston's Greatest Hits. Boston, Don't Look Back. Bush, The Science of Things. I don't think that's on vinyl. Yeah, I don't think that's on vinyl. If it is, I've never had it. Bush, The Science of Things. All right, so these are all $6.99. First is Debbie Winstead on SS. So Debbie Winstead, I'm going to give you dibs on both starships. So Debbie Winstead, let me know if you want both starships. Cynthia Herdren's next. Donna, I'm going to give you the James Brown. That's so to Donna, James Brown. Then Burt Jordan. Chris Frazier put B-O-W. I bet that was for Brown. Is that right, Chris? No, I bet it's for Bowie. Bowie, B-O-W, Bowie. And then Cynthia was next. Then Michael Rudolph. Then Debbie Winstead. Then Vicki Allison. Then Michael Ruttman. Then Leslie Holt. Michael Peveler first on Boston. Michael, you got dibs on 2. The Don't Look Back album or Greatest Hits. Chris Reddings on Brazen. Chris, you got dibs on both. Chad next on Boston. Leslie, without a doubt, first on Bush. Tim Graham next on Boston. Scott Oman next on Bush. Steven next on Bush. And Chris next on Bowie. So the only thing left unclaimed there was Ringo Starr VH1 Storyteller sealed. Ringo Starr Vertical Man and Dave Brooks, A Fine Mess. So Michael Peveler has dibs on Boston. He just wants Don't Look Back. Okay, so that means Tim Graham. No, who was next? Chad Davis. Boston Greatest Hits, which is not available on vinyl. If you want that, let me know. Debbie Winstead got both starships. Chris Reddings got both Brazen. Those are both sold to Chris. All right, and then we'll work down our line to see. We will work down our line to see who gets this. Michael Rudolph, you were second on. You were actually Starship. It was you were. You wasn't even in line, I don't think, really. Was you? Chad Davis on Boston. Debbie Winstead was first on the Starships. Okay. Let's keep going. Nice. Let's start right here. STP Tiny Music. Oh, Ringo Starr. Oh, my bad. Let's go ahead and tag those right now. Ringo Starr. He's trying to S-T-A. Oh, if you would have put one more R in there, Michael, you would have got me. But I was like, what's going on? All right, STP Tiny Music. STP Core. Sting, All This Time. Sting is sealed. Sting, Brand New Day. Nice. Steelheart. Tangled and Rains. Stars, Requiem. Stars, Violation. Stars, Live in Action. Stars, Attention Shoppers. Starship, and Starship. Oh boy, a bunch of star there. So we have Starship, No Protection, Good Heart, and Love Among Cannibals. All right, so first thing was Steven. He got both STPs. All right, and then we got Cynthia Herdren on Sting. She's going to have dibs on both. Greg Gallagher was next on STP. Michael Ruttman on SH for Steelheart. Looks like Hiram was next. And then Angela Lewis. I'm assuming her ST was for Steelheart. Then Mike Ospaw. Then Michael Peveler. Chris Reddings first to Stars. So Chris, you got dibs on 4 stars. Juanita next on Steelheart, and nobody on Starship. All 3 are still available. Cynthia does want both Sting CDs. So nobody on Starship, And Chris has dibs on all 4 Stars albums. Let's go ahead and get another one rolling. Just like Limp Bizkit. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Chris takes all Stars. Great decision. Next is David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough. David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth, Your Little Filthy Mouth. Both of those are tough to get on vinyl. The Rolling Stones, Dirty Work. I don't know if I've seen that on CD before. Some of these, I'm like, they look weird seeing them on CD. I'm like, wow, that's weird because I see it on vinyl like every night. Air Supply, The Book of Love. Rockhead, self-titled Rockhead. Chris Rock, Born Suspect. That's a funny cover. Chris Rock, Born Suspect. Kane Roberts, Saints and Sinners. The Very Best of the Righteous Brothers, Unchained Melody. Lionel Richie, Truly the Love Songs. The Storm. And I got 2 copies of The Storm. That guy on the cover looks like the percussionist for Elton John. Do y'all know who I'm talking about? He's bald. He's been in Elton John's band for years. That's who that looks like. Let's see. Let me figure out what happened here. I put ships for starships. Okay, that just... okay, you did put ships. Okay, so Debbie Winston, I'm going to give you all 3. If you don't want all 3, let me know. But I am going to give Debbie Winston all 3 starships, okay? And then Tim Graham first on David Lee Roth. He actually put Van Halen first, but there's Roth. Tim, you got dibs on both. Then Michael Peveler, then Michael Ruttman. Robert is going to strike first on the Stones. We'll tag it first. Then Burt Jordan, then Debbie Winston. Rockhead is sold to David Pokey. Jim Ciascio next on Stones. Vicky first on Chris Rock. She's going to pass, so give that to Leslie Holt. Leslie, you get Chris Rock. Chuck Haley on EB for... now, did you mean Righteous Brothers instead of Everly Brothers? EB? Angela third on Chris Rock. He did mean Righteous Brothers. Okay. Or Righteous Brothers, so to Chuck Haley. Debbie does want all 3 of the starships. Tim Graham got both David Lee Roths. Okay, so we still got The Storm. 2 of those. Now, Lionel Richie, the love songs, would be a compilation like Hello, Is It Me You're Looking For, and 3 Times a Lady, and Easy Like Sunday Morning. That's a compilation. And we got Kane Roberts. That sounds very familiar. Didn't he play in something? And then Air Supply, The Book of Love. Ray Cooper. That's who I was thinking of. Okay. All right, so let's move right along. Ray Cooper, yeah, he's great. Very, all right, here we have is Scrap Metal Sensitive. That looks like something, if it was on vinyl, it would be very expensive. Skillet Johnson. Skillet Johnson. Skid Row. The Best of Clannad. Simple Minds, Glittering Prize. Signal, Loud and Clear. Shooting Star with the original receipt. Sheriff. David Lee Roth and David Lee Roth. Kane Roberts was an Alice Cooper. That might be why that was resonating in my head. All right. So back here in this last stack, I read off some of those tracks, and everybody's like, yep, give me Lionel. Tim Graham, you got Lionel Richie. Tim Graham got Lionel Richie. Then Debbie Winston, okay? And then Angela said she'll take the Kane Roberts. He does have long hair, and he's looking at Angela like, Angela, please take me home. And she says, hop in the car, Kane. And then Sherry Darnell got Air Supply. Wow, we're still selling from the last stack. Okay, now for this stack, the first one is Scrap with Chris Riddings. Thank you, Chris. That's so to you. Mike Ospaw on SM. And Mike SM was Simple Minds. Mike Ospaw SM for Simple Minds. And then next was Michael Ruttman on Skid SR, which would be Skid Row. And then Stephen Parton, then Chad Davis, then Cynthia on Simple Minds, then Scott Oman. Debbie Winstead wants Amdenson. Amdenson? We'll have to skip that one for right now. Amdenson? And then we're going to skip that and give Chris Redding Signal. And then Tim Graham got autocorrected. He was first on David Lee Roth. Tim, your pick on those. Chris Reddings wants Skillet Johnson. That's so to Chris Reddings. And then Angela put She. And Mike Ospaw wants Scrap, which has already been claimed. No, I bet his SM was for scrap metal. Okay, so let me redo a few then. I forgot about, let me make sure we got that line. Okay, so I may have to redo a few here. We did Lionel Richie, we did Kane, and then we did Air Supply. Chris Reddings got scrap metal. He was first to that. Sorry, SM. So he's still first. That means Mike Ospaw was second. That means I think Cynthia will get Simple Minds, but that means Skid Row still stays with Michael. And that means Cynthia Herdron gets Simple Minds. And that means that Signal is still sold to Chris Reddings. Skillet is still sold to Chris Reddings. And that means David Lee Roth is both sold to Tim Graham. And Angela Lewis wants Sheriff. So the only thing left there is Shooting Star and the Best of Clannad. I've got a cousin who really loves Clannad's music. I think they did the soundtrack to a Robin Hood movie or something. And he's like really obsessed with that Robin Hood movie. And I think Clannad does like the music. I don't know which movie. I know there's probably a dozen Robin Hood movies, but I'm going to take this gigantic stack of sold CDs around the corner. Big resale, or I should say a big no sale rate tonight, which is great. We want a, I guess, let me make sure I don't turn this around. A high no sale rate will mean there's not many leftovers. This has turned out to be a great box, and we have hit the halfway point of this next box, so plenty more coming. Plenty more coming. Sorry about the mix-up on Simple Minds, but we did work it out. Let's pull right out of the middle here, and let's keep going. This is, I'm looking at what's left. About everything in this box is going to sell. That's the only leftover so far after half the box. And right off the top is an instant seller. Bush, 16 Stone. Kate Bush, The Sensual World. I think that's a compilation. Maybe? No, maybe it's a full album. This looks like, I don't know, The Best of Eric Carmen, but there's no artwork. The Best of Eric Carmen, no artwork. Vanessa Carlton, Be Not Nobody, Vanessa Carlton. Bob Carlisle, Butterfly Kisses. Louise Cardenas, Animal Instinct. Louis Cardenas, Animal Instinct. Nice, Candlebox. Candlebox Happy Peels, a gold stamp promo. Back-to-back Candlebox. Jonathan Cain, Anthology. Ace of Base, I've been selling a lot of those lately on vinyl. And Ace of Base, The Bridge. These are all $6.99. All righty. Okay, so first thing we have is Stephen Parton was first of Bush, then Michael Ruttman, and then he also wanted Kate Bush. And so, Stephen, I got you down for Bush, the band, and Kate Bush. Susie next on Bush, then Leslie, and then Leslie next on Kate Bush. Stephen's got dibs on both candle boxes. So your dib on candle box is, and then Hiram, then Scott, then Shakedown, then Michael Peevler. Cynthia has dibs on both Ace of Base, then Tim Graham, then Leslie, and then Juanita next on Candlebox. So they're going to let me know which ones they want, or both, and the rest is Eric Carmen, Vanessa Carlton, Bob Carlisle, Louis Cardenas, and Jonathan Cain. Stephen just wants Candlebox self-titled. So that means, Hiram, if you want this, you can say sold or pass, and then it goes to Scott Oman. And Cynthia got both ace of base. New handful. Let's see what we got. Let's grab from right here. All right. Right off the top. Billy Squire, Don't Say No. The Stroke. Billy Squire, Creatures of Habit. I've never seen that one before. Must be CD only. Michael Stanley, 18 Down. Lisa Stansfield, promo sticker. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, no artwork. No artwork. Billy Sheehan, the Talus Years. Billy Sheehan, the Talus Years. Tommy Shaw, Ambition. Typo Negative, Bloody Kisses. Typo Negative, Bloody Kisses again. And Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. All night long. Dun, 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 dun. All night long. Vinta, Sadita. All right, and then we have Hiram. Scott Oman, do you want this Candlebox album? If not, I got to go to the next person in line. Okay. So we got first Billy Squire, so to Buddy Cordova. Then Mike Ospaw. Then Leslie Holt. Then Chad Davis. Then Cynthia Herdren on LS. Actually, there's two Billy Squires, so let me go back. The dibs on Billy Squire goes to Buddy. You got dibs on both. Then Mike, then Leslie, then Chad. Cynthia on LS for Lisa Stansfield. And then Debbie was next. Mary on Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Mary, that's so to you. Stephen Parton got Typo Negative. Now, there's two different versions here. There's one in a jewel case, and there's one in, I think they call that not a digipack. There's one in a cardboard sleeve. Those kind of sleeves have a name. So, Stephen, you can have both, or you can pick which case, essentially. Susie's next, and then Mary Miles on TS. And TS is going to be for Tommy Shaw, right, Mary? Tim Graham got Lionel Richie. Chad next on Typo. Angela on Cree. And I'm assuming that was something already sold. And then Hiram on Typo. And then Greg next on Typo. And then Scott Oman does get this candle box. And then Stephen Parton wants the Bloody Kisses in the jewel case. So the next person on Typo Negative, Susie's passing. Chad, if you want that, it's available. And then the Typo Negative is sold to, or excuse me, Billy Squire is sold to Buddy Cordova. So let me keep this so we don't have to go down the list again 100 times. If anybody wants this Billy Squire, just say sold. If you're Mike Ospaw, Leslie, or Chad, or you can say pass. That will probably speed it up if I do it. Mike, Leslie, and Chad are the dibs. Y'all can say sold or pass, and then we'll figure out who gets it. All right, and then Chad Davis does want this one. Mike Ospaw said he does want this. Okay, he was next. And then Billy Sheehan is sold to Angela. And the only thing left there is Michael Stanley, 18 down. Wow, we almost sold everything in that stack. Just one there. All right, so Mike does get that. That saves a lot of time if I just go have everybody say sold or pass, and then we'll see who gets it. But Mike does get it. He was next in line. So that worked out great. And then here is Barbara Streisand and Robin Gibb and Guilty. Streisand, $6.99. The Storm, Eye of the Storm. And then there's that album again, The Storm. So back-to-back storms. We got Sting, Dream of the Blue Turtles. We got Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Rod Stewart, Storyteller. Now, while this is a full-length album, what you should know is this is part of a box set, Storyteller. This is CD number 3 in a box set. Here's Rod Stewart, Vagabond Heart. Here's Rod Stewart, When We Were the New Boys. 3 Rod Stewarts. Steve Stevens, Flamenco A Go-Go. Ray Stevens, I Have Returned. Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. Glenn Burtnick, Heroes and Zeros, and ABBA, more ABBA gold, more ABBA hits. All right. Oh, let me stretch here. Quick stretch. All night long. All night. All night. All night long. Okay. So we have what first? Chris Riddings on Storm. You got dibs on those two. And My Creatures for Creatures of Habit, Billy Squire. Angela, that still would have made you... That still would have made you 5th in line. That still would have made you 5th in line. Cynthia Herdron has dibs on Sting. There's 2 Sting CDs. I have a feeling Cynthia say both, and then Mary, then Angela. And then Scott Oman on ABBA. Then Chuck Haley, then Chad Davis. And Leslie, you got dibs on the 3 Rod Stewarts. And he wants Eye of the Storm. Okay? So that's so to Chris Riddings. And that stack left Barbara Strosden Guilty, Steve Stevens, Ray Stevens, Jimmy Buffett, and Glenn Burtnick. And Guy Shard wants 2nd Rod Stewart, not from box set. Okay, that's probably for this one. We'll see which one's Leslie. She has first dibs on them as of right now. And both of these Stings are sold to Cynthia Herdron. Next handful coming up right now. This will be the rest of the 2nd box. We'll go ahead and read them all off. Okay. First thing we have is Catalyst. Catalyst is called Paradise. The Carpenters' Love Songs. Rod Adams, So Far So Good. That's essentially a greatest hits. It was the summer of '69. Bryan Adams Unplugged. Bryan Adams On a Day Like Today. Bryan Adams, You Want It, You Got It. Aerosmith, Taste of India. I've never seen that before. Oh, it's a single. Aerosmith, Little South of Sanity. That's a full album. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. Aerosmith, The Other Side. Bryan Adams Live. Bryan Adams, Waking Up the Neighbors. And Clay Aiken, The Way Solitaire. One of those were Japanese. Which one of those are Japanese? I could have swore we had a Japanese spine on something. Am I crazy? I guess so. Or did we already sell it? Maybe I thought that was Japanese. Maybe I'm losing my vision. I could have swore I saw a Japanese spine on one of these discs. But I guess not. Okay, so let's go back to the top. She says, not the pink one. Okay, so Leslie does have dibs on these two, and she said she'll take them. So that only left this. So Guy Shard, you were next in line on Rod, in case something changes. And then Chris Riddings on Catalyst. That's so to Chris Riddings. Sherry Darnell wants Jimmy Buffett from the last stack. Sherry on Jimmy Buffett. Thank you, Sherry. Now, Stephen, you got dibs right then on a bunch of Bryan Adams. A bunch of Bryan Adams. So there was 4. And then there was 2 more. So 6 Bryan Adams to Stephen Parton. And then Chuck Haley on C for Carpenters. Right, Chuck? And then Susie next on Bryan Adams. Then Debbie. And then Cynthia has dibs on the 4 Aerosmiths, which is Taste of India, Little South of Sanity, Get a Grip, and The Other Side. Cynthia has dibs on all those. And then Leslie's next on Bryan Adams, and then Bryan Adams. And he wants So Far. Okay, so he just wants this first one right here. Now, that means the next Bryan Adams claim is Susie Breedlove. Susie, you got dibs on Unplugged, On a Day Like Today. You Got It, Live, 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 and Waking Up the Neighbors. You got dibs on those. And if Cynthia takes all the Aerosmiths, what she is, that only leaves Clay Aiken, The Way, The Solitaire. She gets all 4 Aerosmiths. So does Cynthia Herdron. All right. Now, Susie's dibs on Bryan Adams, then we'll work down the... She said pass. The next person is Debbie Winstead. Debbie, you've got dibs as well. And then the next ones will be easy. I know which ones Leslie wants. So we'll see if Debbie wants these 5. Debbie, once again, you have dibs. Let me go to the back, because guess what? That box is empty, and the only thing that's left is right there. That's it on those. So let me go get another box. And we did 4 boxes last night. We might can do it again tonight. I said we were not going to stop till we sell 4 towers of CDs every night. We're almost at 3, and we're about to start a new box. So that's very, very, very good. Let's go get another box back here. Another box back here. Ooh. Yeah. Also, don't forget, we have a this same collection. There is trays and trays of cassettes. Trays and trays of cassettes. All right, I hadn't heard back from Debbie. We'll give it one more second, then I got to go to Leslie next. Debbie, if you're out there, you got dibs on these 5 Bryan Adams CDs. Just saying. All right, let me move these right back here. Where's Jim B at? Okay, what do we have in this box? Nice, nice, nice. All right, let's start right here. We got Johnny Lang, Lie to Me. Lillian Axe, Schizophrenia. No art on this one, no art book, no booklet. Lifehouse. Annie Lennox, Diva. The John Lennon Collection. Live, Throwing Copper. Promo sticker. Oh man, Little Caesar. That is very desirable on vinyl. Trouble in Angel City by Lion. I thought it was Trouble, the band. It's Lion. Trouble in Angel City. Lillian Axe again, Fields of Yesterday. There is a very desirable Lillian Axe. Love War. And Kenny Loggins and High Adventure. All right, so the next comment is, Chad, can I get the Roseanne Cash Susie speaks of? I got a sealed Roseanne Cash King's Record Shop for $15 if you want it. It's a sealed original pressing for $15. And then Debbie wants me to read the Bryan Adams again. Waking Up the Neighbors, Live, Live, Live. You Want It, You Got It. On a Day Like Today and Unplugged. That's the Bryan Adams. You can have all or you can have pick. All right. David Pokey first on Lillian Axe. So let me pick out those, and he's going to have dibs on those 3. I know for sure he probably wants that first one, but David, you got dibs on all 3. Mary Miles on John Lennon, Imagine. And then Michael Ruttman on Live. Claymore got Little Caesar. Claymore got Little Caesar. Then Mike Ospaw. Scott Oman next on Live. Chris Redding's first on Lion. Michael Ruttman next on Little Caesar. Chuck Haley on Jay. And that's for Johnny Lang. If so, that's so to Chuck Haley. Angela Lewis next on Little Caesar. Michael Peveler next on Live. Chris Redding's on Love War. Love War. That reminds me of something already sold. Angela next on Lion. Chad Davis on Kenny Loggins. Oh, that's the name of Lillian Axe. Then Angela, then Leslie. Or Angela, and then Leslie wants King's Record Shop for $15. Lillian Axe, all 3 are sold to David Pokey. And Debbie, so no, he wanted John Lennon. Okay, sorry, your comment came in late, and so Mary Miles actually, oh, I got that out of order, dang it. Uh-oh, I might have just messed that up. Errol Smith. Okay, so John Lennon live, Little Caesar. Where's John? All right, Johnny Lane, give this instead of Chuck Haley, give it to Mary Miles. Okay, and then that left just Annie Lennox and Lifehouse. Okay, and we sold that Roseanne Cash to her. Now, we're ready for a new stack, but I got to take these to the back. And this is our third stack. I had room for a few more, but I'm going to go ahead and swap them out. Nice. We're definitely going to be able to finish this box. We started pretty early tonight with CDs, so. And Cynthia wants the last two that didn't sell, Annie Lennox and Lifehouse. Nice. All right, so I have a putback CD from Angela last week, so I'll show it first. I told her I was going to charge her $7 to put it back. I think she was okay with that. It's Yngwie Malmsteen, Facing the Animal. Yngwie is $6.99. Eddie Money, Love and Money. Gary Moore, Run for Cover. That didn't feel right. I knew it. Gary Moore didn't feel right. It's in a weird disc, kind of like we found the other night. I don't know if anybody's still going to want it, but there it is. We got Vinnie Moore, Out of Nowhere. Vinnie Moore, Out of Nowhere. Nice. Kingdom Come, In Your Face. Kingdom Come, Hands of Time. I've never seen that one. There's their first one, Kingdom Come. Loverboy, Wild Side. Loverboy, Get Lucky. Loverboy, Loving Every Minute of It. Loverboy, Keep It Up. Live, Birds of Prey. I've never seen that before. Live. And then Kenny Loggins, Conviction of the Heart. These are all $6.99. So Debbie Winstead got Live, Bryan Adams. And then Debbie Winstead, no. Debbie Winstead got Bryan Adams Unplugged. That means Leslie Holt, you got Bryan Adams Live. And that means nobody else wanted these three other Bryan Adams. Okay? Nobody else wanted those. Now, we've got Unplugged for Debbie. Leslie got Bryan Adams Live. Leslie, you got tagged for Roseanne Cash, $15. Susie's first on Eddie Money. Mary Miles on Gary Moore. Kingdom Come, Mike Ospaw, you got dibs on 3. Mike, dibs on 3. Then Michael, then Clay. Angela on Vinnie Moore. Angela fourth on Kingdom Come. So what's left there is Yngwie Malmsteen, Loverboy, 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 Live, and Kenny Loggins. He does not want self-titled, so he gets these two Kingdom Come, he being Mike Ospaw. That means Michael Ruttman, if you want that Kingdom Come, just say sold or pass. And if Live is a 2 CD, by the way. Looks like Live has a DVD with it as well. Just saying. All right, next handful. Let's keep this show on the road. Mike Ospaw got Kingdom Come. Next thing I have here is Methods of Mayhem. Freddie Mercury and Montserrat Caballé, Barcelona. Wow, I bet that sounds amazing. That wasn't sarcastic either. I bet that's like some incredible vocals there. It just looks like it is. Wow, Metallica Black Album. Wow, Metallica and Justice for All. Wow, Metallica Garage Inc. a promo. Holy moly. Let me make sure this thing's not signed. I'm not going to let a Metallica signed anything slip through my hands. I'm going to veto. I'm going to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. I'm not letting any Metallica autographs slip through. Holy moly. What a cool thing, though. This is a promo. It's got a promo sticker. It's got a hop sticker. I've never seen that photo. Nice. All right, then we got George Michael Faith. That's hard to get on vinyl. George Michael and Elton John. George Michael Freedom. Robert Miles Children. And this looks like the best of Eddie Money. It is. Eddie Money's greatest hits. All right, so the first thing we have is Cynthia Herdron on FM for the Freddie Mercury. Stephen Parton, you were first on Metallica. You got dibs on 3. Susie, you got dibs on George Michael. Dibs on 3. Leslie next on Freddie Mercury. Michael next on Metallica. Michael Peveler next on Metallica. Michael Ruttman first. Susie next on Metallica. Robert next on Metallica. I think Jerry Rock next on George Michael, then Stephen Parton, then Cynthia. And then Susie got Eddie Money. Okay, so Methods of Mayhem, isn't this... Isn't this a member of Motley Crue? Or am I crazy? Maybe not. Maybe not. What am I thinking of? I'm not for sure there. She wants George Michael Freedom. This here. Okay. So that leaves George Michael Elton John and George Michael Faith. So Tommy Lee, that's who I thought. Yeah, it's a Motley Crue member. Tommy Lee's in Methods of Mayhem. All right, and so next on George Michael then is Jerry Rock, I think. So Jerry Rock, you have dibs on these. Stephen Parton got all 3 Metallicas. Method of Mayhem is sold to Angela Lewis. And then these 2 are pending to Jerry Rock. Next handful. Let's keep this show on the road. He said, no, that was for garage. Okay, GI was garage. So, Stephen, now it goes back to you. You got dibs on George Michael now. So now it goes down to Stephen. He has dibs on those. Moving right along. Dave Minchetti on the blue side. John Mellencamp, Key West Intermezzo, I Saw You First. Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. John Mellencamp, Dance Naked. Mellencamp, Cutting Heads, Sealed. Mellencamp, Human Wheels. John Cougar Mellencamp. Mellencamp, Whenever We Wanted. Mellencamp, Uh-Huh. Mellencamp, Wild Night. Mellencamp, Your Life Is Now. Mellencamp, The Best That I Could Do. Meatloaf, Storytellers. VH1 Storytellers. All right, so that was a whole stack, essentially, of John Mellencamp, and I don't see any claims yet. And then Stephen Parton, you got dibs on those last 2 George Michaels if you want them. It's totally up to you. If not, they go to Cynthia Herdron. I'm going to make sure the Facebook feed isn't hung up, because I feel like somebody would have at least claimed Meatloaf. So we'll give it a second, make sure the feed's not hung up. Let me open up my Facebook app. It happens about once a night. Yep. It's hung up. All right, I got the app open. So Stephen Parton got Faith. He did get Faith. So the George Michael, Elton John, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, I Believe Freedom, and If You Were My Woman, that is dibs to Cynthia. And then Cynthia, it also looks like you've got dibs on John Mellencamp. So you got dibs on a bunch of John Mellencamp. You got dibs on a bunch of John Mellencamp. Okay. So we are live on Facebook right now, but y'all are blind to me on Restream, but I can see over here. I also know that Bob Riger's watching, Bob Riger's watching, Bob Riger's watching, Bob Riger's watching, Bob Riger's watching. There it goes. So she will take the George Michael. You've also got dibs on all the Mellencamps. And Meatloaf is so to Debbie Winstead. We'll go ahead and tag that right now. And that means the only thing left there is the Dave Minkinty. If anybody wants that. Nope. I was about to say, that feels weird. She wants Key West Intermezzo and uh-huh. Okay? Chris, that cover didn't have a disc in it. No disc in Dave Minteski or whatever. All right, so now we're back online, and I didn't see anybody else on these other Mellencamps, just FYI, okay? So those are still available. Let's grab a new handful, and here they come right now. Hope everybody's ready. Ow. I got to be ready first. Kiss. Smashes, thrashes, and hits. Kiss, Psycho Circus single, or I should say 4-track. Kiss, Carnival of Souls. Kiss, Music from the Elder. Nice, 4 Kiss. Vinnie Moore, Mind's Eye. Uh-oh, that might be signed. Check on that one. And then we have Keel, 6, Back in Action. Nice, Kid Rock. We have Greg Kihn, Consolidation, the best of Greg Kihn. John Mayer, Any Given Thursday. Edwin McCain. Oh, I paid a lot of money for my OG copy of this on vinyl. Paul McCartney, Run Devil Run. That was the first thing he put out after Linda passed away. It's a covers album. Robin McCauley and Michael Schenker Group, Save Yourself. All right, so the first thing we have is Leslie wants the John Cougar Mellencamp self-titled. You're talking about this one right here. And by the way, the best that I can do, his greatest hits, is also still available in that stack. Now, the first thing we have here was Greg Herman on Kiss. Greg, you got dibs on 4 Kiss CDs. Hopefully he takes all of them, but it's his dibs. Greg Herman, and then Debbie Winstead, then Buddy Cordova, then Cynthia Herdron, then Burt Jordan, then Michael Rudolph, then Michael Ruckman, then Denise, and then Clay Moore was first on Keel, and then Scott Oman on KR for Kid Rock, Susie next on Kid Rock, Alanthe G was way down the list on Kiss, Nick Bargeron on John Mayer, Michael Ruttman next on Kid Rock, Robert Warner on Paul McCartney. Robert, I actually think this thing's sealed. That top seam has never been opened. So that's so to Robert. Debbie Winstead was second. Nick Bargeron got Greg Kihn. Susie next on Paul, and then Leslie. Then Angela next on Greg Kihn. Chris Reading on Robin McCauley. Nick Bargeron on Michael Schenker Group. Angela next on Robin McCauley. Greg got all the Kiss. Leslie got the best of John Cougar. Stephen Parton was next. And that left Vinnie Moore, Mind's Eye, and Edwin McCain. That's the only 2 not claimed there. Vinnie Moore, Mind's Eye, and Edwin McCain, Misguided Roses. Okay? So Leslie got the best of John Cougar. Stephen was next, and then Cynthia. All right. And I think I'll have it JSA checked, but it looks like the one that I hid over here, it looks like it's signed by Vinny. I'll get that checked. Looks pretty cool. All right. Sometimes I let them slide, but every once in a while I'm like, I might hang on to that a little bit longer. All right. We are halfway through the second row. Let's keep rolling here. Marillion, Misplaced Childhood. Marillion, Clutching at Straws. Marillion, This Strange Engine. Richard Marx, Flesh and Bone, a promo. Ricky Martin, Maria remixes with somebody's business card. Ricky Martin, Veluve. Ricky Martin with Christina Aguilera. Eric Martin Band, Sucker for a Pretty Face. Brian May from Queen, his solo album, Another World. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. Richard Marx, self-titled. Richard Marx, Rush Street. And Richard Marx, Repeat Offender. This is all $6.99. First thing we have is Chris Reddings on Marillion. You got dibs at those first three. Stephen Parton first on Matchbox 20. Yourself or Someone Like You. Leslie on RMCA. Ricky Martin and Christine Aguilera. Nick Bargeron on Match. Oh, there's a Japanese. This is a Japanese CD. Eric Martin, Sucker for a Pretty... You can tell right off the bat. The Japanese CDs, the spines are always in Japanese. Usually. Nick Bargeron, Match. I don't see a match, but I have Marks and I have May. Nick Bargeron. And then Leslie next on RM. Okay, so we got some... Got to wait for a few confirmations there, really, before I do anything else. Wow, there's a CD. There's a CD coming up. There's a CD coming up that will have a bunch of claims. Chris Redding on Eric. Okay, Chris, you also got dibs on Marillion. Chris also wants Eric Martin Band. And then we got to figure out what Nick Margeron wanted. And then this is Marillion, This Strange Engine. Marillion, Clutching at Straws, and Marillion, Misplaced Childhood. He said that was for Matchbox 20. Okay, that was for Matchbox 20. So Debbie Winstead, you're first on Richard Marx then. You can have Repeat Offender, Rush Street, the self-titled album. Or if that's for Ricky Martin, there's also Ricky Martin, and then a Richard Marx promo CD. So Debbie, you got a lot of options there. 2 Ricky Martins and 4 Richard Marx. And let's go ahead and get into the next handful. Metallica making a special announcement. We better go to their Facebook page. What could they be announcing? It can't be a new album. It can't be a tour. Unless something tragic has happened. I heard that Metallica is holding a very special announcement on their site right now. Nothing on Facebook. It couldn't be a tour. It couldn't be an album. It couldn't be they've already announced they're going to Europe. I don't see anything. Where'd you get this information, Angela? Where'd you get this information at? You had me worried. Listen, I follow some of these bands very closely. And like, if someone's like, hey, Led Zeppelin's made a major announcement, I'm like, okay, then it's something tragic. Okay? And I know Metallica well enough right now. If they were announcing something, it would be something bad. Okay? It'd be something bad. She's trying to get everybody away from the feed. All right, so all the Marillions are still available. Now, Debbie Winstead wanted, her RM was for all Ricky Martins, okay? These are sold to Debbie Winstead. She got both Ricky Martins, okay? That leaves Richard Marx, Brian May, and all the Marillions. Yeah, it's like people somebody tried to mess with me the other night. They was like, Chad, did you see where Led Zeppelin? Like, I was live during a sale. So what y'all got to know is for hours, I'm out of touch with the world. I've actually got a monitor over here now, and it's Google News, and I've been refreshing it because I'm so out of touch. There's so much going on in the world with, the Middle East. It takes me hours to get caught up because I follow the news very closely. And I've been refreshing just, looking at the headlines over here and stuff. But also, one night somebody's like, Chad, did you see the announcement Led Zeppelin made on their page earlier tonight? And at this point, if Led Zeppelin makes an announcement, then it would be one of the biggest announcements ever because they're going to be coming out on a tour, which would be earth-shattering. That's never going to happen. Or they're going to release some kind of new something. And anything new they're releasing is going to be earth-shattering. It could be live, unreleased, new material, which I know none of that's going to happen anytime soon. Or something bad's happened. Like Jimmy Page has died or something. And then I would be I'd have to end the sale. So, all right, let's go through some more CDs. Here we go. Angela completely disrupted the sale. No more fake announcements, Angela, okay? That's strike one. And I'm going to take this next stack of sold CDs around the corner. We got about 20 minutes left. Let's try to get that fourth stack I said I wanted to get to. Oh my gosh, this is already the fourth stack. All right, let's get to that fifth stack I wanted to get to. Let's get to the fifth stack I wanted to get to. We got 20 minutes. We probably could knock out a box. It'd be like, hey, Chad, did you see that announcement Pink Floyd made? I'd be like, oh, my gosh, what could Pink Floyd be announcing? Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Metallica wasn't I was about to say, I know everything they're doing. There's no way they'd be making a special announcement. Unless they was like, hey, we're adding more tour dates to America, I'd be very happy. We got Martika self-titled. Eric Martin, I Love the Way You Love Me. Eric Martin, a Japanese press. Wow, Marillion, the Thieving Magpie, a double pack. Marillion. Barry Manilow's Greatest Hits. Oh, wow. Marilyn Manson. Is this a single? Yeah, this is a single. The Dope Show. A promo. Still worth it. Joan Osborne. Here's what I was talking about was going to get 1 billion claims. Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads tribute. Donny Osmond. The Outfield for You, a promo single. Tony Orlando, To Be With You. Tony Orlando, He Don't Love You. And Tony Orlando, The Weaving. But wait, there's more. Tony Orlando and Dawn's New Ragtime Follies. Tony Orlando and Dawn Primetime. Mary J. Blige. R. Kelly. And 2 Unlimited. Get ready for this. All right. Chris Reddings on Eric Martin. He wants both. Chris Reddings got Marillion. Angela put Mar. Now, Angela's first comment for Mar was possibly for Marillion, but it also could have been for Marquita. Marilyn Manson, so to Michael Ruckman. Then Hiram. John Durden on Ozzy. Then Debbie. Mary Miles on Joan Osborne. Michael next on Ozzy. Susie next on Ozzy. Juanita next on Ozzy. Paul Brothers next on Joan Osborne. Angela next on Ozzy. Donna on Mary J. Blige. Donna on R. Kelly. John Durden on 2 Unlimited. Leslie next on Mary J. Blige. And then Paul Brothers next on Mary J. Blige. Okay, so we have... All right, here's what I'm going to do. There's a couple from earlier. Since we're at the end of a box, I wanted to try to bundle. It was for Marquita. Angela did want Marquita. So here are these. These look like they're part of a set, but it looks like one's missing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These Tony Orlandos. Looks like it's part of a set. So 2, 4, there's 5 there. If anybody wants those for $25, we'll call that a bundle deal. And then I was waiting to make sure everybody got what they wanted, but there was the rest of the John Cougar Mellencamp's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 7. 7 of those for $35. 7 of those for $35. And then I was going to bundle these Lover Boys from earlier. 5, 10, 15, 20. $20 for those. So there's some bundle deals. Chris is already in on the Tony Orlando. So sell him those at $5 a pop. And that's for the 2, 4, 5 bundle for $25. And then the Lover Boys at $5 a pop, 4 for $20. And then the John Mellencamp, 7 for $35. Some bundles there. We have a lot of the same artist. Okay. And then, how about we do the 3 Marillions for $15? Surely somebody get those then. 3 Marillions for $15. I am going to go ahead and try to get another box started because now we can fill up, I think, 5 towers of CDs, which would be great. I thought, we might can get to 4, but now it looks like we can get to 5. So let me go ahead and do that. Y'all think about those bundles. Over here, I still got, we can do the same for Richard Marx. If anybody wants those. If anybody wants those 2, 4 Richard Marx for $20. I usually don't reduce these because this is the first, it's kind of like new arrivals, honestly. This is the first time I've shown these. That's why I don't normally bundle, but I will. Or if y'all want to make an offer on something, a big bundle, don't hesitate. Please don't hesitate. Looks like somebody has. I saw something pop up as I was walking away. But let me walk back here and grab these. But I consider the CDs new arrivals. I mean, they're literally straight from a collection. There's even autographs mixed in, as y'all see, we find for the first time. But, we'll eventually have to sell them all. I can post them, etc. Blah. That's what Sly said from Slime Stone, etc., etc. Woodstock. I wanna take you higher, high. I wanna take you higher. I wanna take you higher. I wanna take you higher. All right, so let's see what happens since I was gone. We got Adam Bernardi said he'll take the 3 Marillions for $15. Leslie said she'd do $25 on the John Cougars. Let me make sure there was no other claims. Juanita gets the Lover Boys. That was 4 for $20. And then Chris was next on Marillion. Susie next on the Marillions. Tim Graham says he'll do the Richard Marx. 4 for $20. And you know what? Let's go ahead and sell the Mellencamp's then to Leslie for 25. So those last 2, 4, 6, 7s there. I don't mind doing that. Let's get some stuff sold. So let's take, we got 15 minutes left. Let's get started on a new box. And it looks like we've got a pretty cool crate here. And let's get started, and we'll take it to the buzzer, as we say. We'll take it to the buzzer. 15 minutes left of CDs. We got Zaza. That looks expensive. Just Get It. I know what this is. Yes. Talk. Yes. Rudy. Uh-oh, this don't feel like there's anything in it. Yeah, oh, it's just a light case, I guess. Rudy Zarzo, Working Man's Bass. That's Lords of Acid. That must be the label. But Rudy Zarzo, wasn't that in Twisted or Quiet Ride or something? The Lion King, Rhythm of Prides. The Great Infections Cover-Up, Infectious Groovies, or Infectious Grooves. Celine Dion, These Are Special. Night Ranger, Feeding Off the Mojo. I've never seen that Night Ranger before. Great James Brown comp here. 20 all-time greatest hits. There they are, folks. Milli Vanilli. There she is, folks. Barbara Streisand, Christmas Memories. Wow. Okay. There's that. What is this right here? I'm going to grab this just to figure out what it is. Aha. All right. So we got good. All right. So what do we got? We got the Zaza is sold to Chris Reddings. All right. And uh-oh. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now, this is some kind of homemade deal, just FYI. It looked like it was. So, it looks like privately released, but it's up to you, Chris. I got you tagged for it. Clay was next. Debbie Winstead first on Yes. Angela Lewis third on Zaza. Debbie Winstead on CD. CD was Celine Dion. Donner, I apologize, Donna. Donna Turner. I got the last part of your last name in there. Donna on James Brown. Michael Ruttman on R&R. Rhythm. R&R. Michael, he wanted Night Ranger. Okay, Night Ranger. He corrected it. Night Ranger. Stephen Parton on Milli Vanilli. Jim Ciascio on JBH. James Brown Hits, probably. Already sold. Angela next on Night Ranger. Leslie on Streisand. Greg Gallier on Infection Grooves. And that just left the Lion King and Rudy Zarzo. It's not know who I think it is. Rudy Zarzo, didn't he? Yeah, he played with Quiet Ride, Ozzy Osbourne, Whitesnake. What is this Lords of Acid, though? Sometimes. I'm not for sure. But there's that. All right, now let me take this stack. We have got our, what now? We already have 4 or 5. So this is our 6th stack of sold CDs. Oh my gosh, the operations room is going to assassinate me. They're going to assassinate. Oh, golly, look at all the records they've put in alphabetical order. I'm definitely going to have to post this tomorrow. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right. Here we go. Hey, there's another one. Zaza. Tonight, Zaza sold out. No disc. Freddie Curdy, Dreamers. Freddie Suri, Dreamers Road. Donnie Iris and the Cruisers, Out of the Blue. Donnie Iris, Polet Town. Nice. Rush, The Big Money. That's a single. A CD video. Wow. Look at that. Looks expensive to me. Rush, The Big Money. We have Time Flies, the best of Huey Lewis in the News. Takara, The Taste of Heaven. Kodo, Ibuki. Dave Weckl Band, Rhythm of the Soul. Little Steven, Soulfire. Little Steven, Soulfire. All right. We got... Let me tag these first. What am I doing? All right, so we got no take on Z. There was no disc. So Clay, Chris, Angela, no take there. Susie first on Rush. And then Robert, then Debbie, then Michael. Stephen Parton on Huey Lewis. And then Angela Lewis on FC. Freddie Suri. Chris Riddings on Takara. Leslie next on Huey Lewis. Angela next on Takara. And Leslie Holt next on Huey. So that leaves Donnie Iris, Kudo, Dave Weckl, and Little Steven. Here is Ricky Martin. And I think this one has Livin' in a Liva Loca. However you say that. There's Bryan Adams' classic album, Reckless. Cochise of the 93 FM WZAK Cleveland, Line Dance. Journey's Greatest Hits. Oh, I was about to say, I thought that felt funny. It's amazing how the Memorex CDs weigh less than the other ones. I knew that felt funny. So that's obviously a copied CD in the Journey. Just saying. Delirium Karma. Super Sounds, campaign sampler of the 70s. That looks cool. Blockbusters of Rock and Roll and Pure Disco. Debbie Winston on Ricky Martin. Susie was next. And we still got Bryan Adams, Journey, Delirium, Super Sounds of the 70s, Blockbusters of the Rock and Roll, and Pure Disco. Donna Turner first on Disco. Susie Breedlove on Super Sounds of the 70s. All right, we got about 5 minutes left. Let's do one more good handful here. I see some great titles right here. And I'm going to check every one of these, whether they feel like they have the right disc in. I'm pretty good at guessing. I can tell by the weight. Even the Memorex CDs weigh less. And I've picked up so many lately, I can figure it out. Angela next on Disco after Leslie. Okay? We got Shamari, Every Day Has a Sun. Shamari, Every Day Has a Sun. Tony Braxton, I Don't Want To. I Love Me Some Him. I didn't check Shamari. We got Word Up by Cameo. We got Tone Loc, Wild Thing. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, Bare Naked Ladies. It's been 1 week since you lent on me. Nice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Womp, womp, womp. Mariah Carey, Emotions. No artwork. Enrique Iglesias, Euphoria. Icon, Wetton Downs. John Wetton and Jeff Downs. That's Member of Asia. Members of Yes. That's called Wetton and Downs. Dream Theater. Dream Theater. Now, they've been checking these. They have been checking these. So if you do think you're missing one from your invoice, I don't know if Ed's been letting y'all know or just waiting for invoice time. But if they don't pass through me, then I think they're checking these either when they tag them or whenever they're keying them in. And I noticed the other night they had a stack on Ed's desk, missing disc, wrong disc, missing disc. So, I mean, not bad. Only about 6 passed through me the last 1,000. We've sold about 1,000 last week probably, and only about 6 passed through that was wrong. So, First, we have, let's keep going here. We have, she wanted Aaliyah and Carmen, but that's a pass. Donna on Tony, but I think that's a single. It is a single, so she's going to pass. And then Donna got Cameo. That's a full album. That's so did Donna. Debbie Winstead next on Tony Braxton, unless you want the single. Donna got Tone Loc. Michael Ruttman on TL, which was Tone Loc. So that means you, excuse me, Michael, you were second on Tone Loc, then Vicky. No Disc and Van Halen. Susie next on Tone Loc. Mary Miles on Bare Naked Ladies. Yep, I knew it. Missing a disc. Missing a disc on Bare Naked Ladies. Chris Riddings on Dream Theater. It's good to go. Mary, there wasn't a disc in Bare Naked. Tim Graham next on Dream Theater. Susie next on Dream Theater. Hiram next on Dream Theater. Juanita next on Dream Theater. And then Susie or Angela Lewis got Icon. Greg next on that. And here we go. So we still this got Shamari, Ariel Speedwagon, Enrique, and the... Yeah, there's only 4 minutes left on Facebook. Let me just pause there. It'll be good for me to have about an extra half hour than I did last night. Time really flew by last night. I looked up and it was like 5. The sun was already up. And I hadn't left and went to the gym yet. So I was like, oh my gosh. And it's all because we went even longer last night. So we made it to 2. Let's pause there. And guess what? Guess what? Guess what? We're going to do this again tomorrow. We're going to try to do this Thursday after Metal Night. We did last Thursday. As y'all know, it gets busy, though. And then we're going to do it Friday, and we'll definitely do it Saturday. So, as always, y'all are amazing. Thank you, as always. And then, if you have any questions, message Ed on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, send the page a message. We have a whole box here. I see great stuff coming up. We'll get started on these tomorrow. Listen to some of the stuff coming up. I have Elton John coming up. Led Zeppelin coming up. A couple soundtracks for some movies. Night Ranger coming up. That's some stuff for tomorrow. They're all going to stay right here in this box. No, hey, here we go, Mary. Mary Miles, look. I got you one, Mary. Mary, I got you one. There's one for you right there with the disc in it. Thank y'all as always. Y'all are incredible. If you're here watching, hopefully you're having a lot of fun. You're getting some great music and you're supporting a small business, Coletco. You're making my dreams come true, just like Hall & Oates. You making my dreams come true every night. Thank y'all for supporting Coletco, small business. It's not Small Business Saturday. It's small business every night. Thank you. And y'all are incredible customers. We put in a lot of hard work here. Everybody that works here, and as y'all know, I pretty much go around the clock. I go home and take a nap, and I come right back to work. So, because this is so fun. I could do it all. If I didn't have to sleep or eat, then I would do it 24/7 if I was a robot. The flip, are you in our private group, Stephen? If you need a link to a whole lot of records, just send me a message on Coletco and say, hey, I need a link. And there'll be a new vinyl flip at 6 a.m. There'll be a vintage flip at 9 a.m. And I might do something at noon. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. All right, so thank y'all as always. If you have anything, listen, you can message the Coletco page. I usually get right back to work as soon as this is over, but if you do have something you need to ask me and you don't get it in time before the feed ends, or if it's private, you can always make sure to message the page. And if I don't reply to you tonight, Ed will reply to you tomorrow. Or he'll hand me a note and say, hey, somebody asked you about this, somebody asked you about that, and I'll say, I'll take care of this and I'll take care of that. Thanks, everybody.